Whole of Government Center of Excellence. Part of the William & Mary VET program, Whole of Government Center of Excellence, trains and educates a new generation of future leaders who have that hands-on, practical experience working across different organizational cultures. Through our strategic leader training certificates and programs, research collaborations and convenings, and of course the William & Mary degree programs, Whole of Government cultivates acculturation. Based on a few hundred years of history, we find that interagency culture needs to be taught, needs to be understood, and harmonized by the men and women tasked with working among and between agencies and units. With that knowledge base, our networks and students are equipped to navigate the twists, the turns, and shortcuts during a national security emergency, strategy development and implementation, or even a foreign deployment. Which brings us to this conference. When I was extremely pregnant, Professor Margaret Hugh and I hatched this idea, building on some tremendous work that she did in the fall. And thanks, while I was out, to Margaret Hugh, Iria Gilfrida, Sean Abraham, and Tony Stefanidis. That brain trust held together and brought you to where we are today. I'd also like to thank the Business School and Dean Meridian for these gorgeous surroundings. I'd like to thank Lydia Urban and the entire team supporting today. You're going to hear a lot of things behind the scenes. I'm going to thank them again at the end, but for those of you that have been involved in the planning, can you please stand for a moment? Katie, Matt, others in the room. And those outside. Guided by the university's Vision 2026, each of the panels you'll hear from today has been curated by one of the many key stakeholders at this university, be it the business school, law school, data science program, and the Global Research Institute. My center owes its existence to an external idea where William & Mary was the right home in the nation to build this. We exist to serve, and it was actually then at the time Vice Provost Hanson that helped guide this vision to reality. But now our provost. I'm a pretty big fan, so I'm going to take prerogative here. Our provost is visionary. She sees ways to blend an institution that so values the bricks where our first chancellor, George Washington, walked, and the demands of today's brilliant young minds. Provost Ogoris makes the dream real, and she doesn't blink when I schedule a meeting with her that begins, "So NATO headquarters called me, and they want William & Mary to be the partner for the gigantic 2023 NATO Youth Summit." We can credit Provost Ogoris for deciding that things would be different here than other universities. She took my center, the Global Research Institute and the Institute for Integrative Conservation, and put them under the office of the provost. By definition, we have the honor and the privilege of working across the entire university every single day. That is different than other universities that operate in their silos. As you may have seen on the news on Wednesday, in 2026, thanks to a $30 million anonymous donation by an alumna, we will do these things in Gates Hall, which is named in honor of our Chancellor and former Secretary of Defense, Robert M. Gates. This will be the first academic building in the nation to bear his name, and we are honored to be part of this with our colleagues at GRI and IIC. And we do great things, like what you're going to experience here today. So it's because of you, Madam Provost, that the Whole of Government Center of Excellence can bring together more than a dozen campus partners. And Matt, if you could, thank you. Oh, I don't have the partner slide, I'm sorry. There we are, excellent. Dozen campus partners. I'm very pleased to have everyone here represented. As you go around, you can visit the tables in the room. And the last thing I'm going to do before inviting Provost Ogoris to the stage is to recognize our incredible student body who will be actively engaging and networking with our guests and speakers. So students, will you please stand if you are a current student at the university or an alum? And while we're preparing for the provost to come up, Matt, will you please play the Builders video? And ma'am, please come to the stage whenever you are ready.
We need you to be builders. All are architects of fate, working in these walls of time, some with massive deeds and great, some with ornaments of rhyme. Nothing useless is or low. Each thing in its place is best, and what seems but idle show strengthens and supports the rest. For the structure that we raise, time is with materials filled. Our todays and yesterdays are the blocks with which we build. Truly shape and fashion these. Leave no yawning gaps between. Think not because no one sees that such things shall remain unseen. In the elder days of art, builders wrought with greatest care each minute and unseen part, for the gods see everywhere. Let us do our work as well, both the unseen and the seen. Make the house where gods may dwell beautiful, entire, and clean. Lest our lives are incomplete, standing in these walls of time, broken stairways where the feet stumble as they seek to climb. Build today then strong and sure on a firm and ample base, and ascending and secure shall tomorrow find its place. Thus alone can we attain to those turrets where the eye sees the world as one vast plain and one boundless reach of sky. Classmates, said William and Mary in Virginia, all of us here who love you already, call on you to be magnificent builders.
Wow, what an introduction. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to William and Mary, or as we'd like to remind everyone, the alma mater of the nation. A fitting location, I think, for this conference and the convening of all the beautiful and great minds that we see around us, and I expect to contribute to this event in a way that goes beyond just what we already know. William and Mary has been a leader in shaping democracy since the founding of the United States. That part we all know. So allow me to really stay a little bit on this, because it is a huge accomplishment on its own. Since 1693, our university has educated and convened innovators, scholars, thought leaders, and many of our nation's most exceptional leaders. Our alumni, some of you are in the room, even while still on campus, are active citizens who practice in engaging across differences and innovating across disciplines. It is really an honor for me and a pleasure to welcome you as part of this community. Together, we all share a drive to seek solutions to complex challenges, to adapt with agility, a very critical factor in being successful, and look fearlessly towards the future. We are all grounded here in our commitment to integrity. Just think for a brief second that in 1776, in the midst of the American Revolution, William and Mary students, eager to build a community around these principles, founded Phi Beta Kappa. Their motto, love of learning, is the guide to life. Today, Phi Beta Kappa is our nation's most prestigious honor society. So what does that tell us about William and Mary? A bold pursuit of excellence is our hallmark here. To do so across multiple domains is characteristic of our curiosity and persistence. words that tend to be overused sometimes, but for us, they represent our truth. This legacy propels us forward and marks this university's pivotal role in driving advancements in the fields that bring us together today. I want to express my most sincere thanks to the Hall of Government Center of Excellence for making this conference possible. The Hall of Government Center is a premier convener on matters of national security. The team has brought together more than a dozen campus partners, as you saw, and an impressive assembly of experts to explore, dissect, and challenge cutting-edge technologies, critical domains of national security, and quickly evolving advancements in this data-driven, data-supported, and data-fueled landscape. Thank you, Kay, and thank you to all of today's panelists. So today we welcome you to the 4th Annual National Security Conference, as our university is in the midst of an ambitious vision to expand our reach and address global challenges. Critical to these goals, who are related to our strategic plan, are efforts to forge dynamic partnerships to promote positive change. William & Mary is committed to producing scholars, graduates, and leaders who understand the ideals that fortify a healthy democracy, a healthy democratic society, make room for transformative change, and seek out respectful debate. Our partners, too, regional, national, and global, share these values and offer exceptional resources and expertise. The influence of this very special community is surging worldwide, and today we will see its impact in the realms of data science, democracy, and security, and how, by working together, our efforts are amplified tenfold. As you heard, my name is Peggy Agouris, and I am the provost of this great university. I bet that most of you do not know what the provost does, and I always take pleasure in explaining that I am the chief academic officer. My pleasure is not because of the title, it's because of the substance of what this means for me, for the people I work with, and ultimately for the well-being and advancement of our students and our university. My office connects with every corner of academic inquiry at William & Mary, many of which work together on this conference. The 12+ university partners represented here today are constantly expanding the limits of discovery, scholarship, and teaching. They're focused on preparing students to thrive in data-rich environments. They integrate computing and data across disciplines, which is key to student success in the modern world. The Office of Student Veteran Engagement and the Center of Military Transition nurture specialized expertise to guide extraordinary achievement. The Global Research Institute, an international development research organization, focuses on developing methods for rigorous data analysis. The Virginia Institute of Marine Science and the Institute for Integrative Conservation use scientific research to predict and plan for the future. These are just a few of our campus partners represented today who each exemplify William & Mary's commitment to educate for impact. So impact is a word that we like to use. Consequence is another. The things that we do in the classroom and in the lab always contain an aspect of what they do for the rest of the world and for our communities. After all, it's very easy to believe that in just a few short years, our students will be seeking solutions to problems we can barely imagine now. So given the opportunity, William & Mary scholars always reach beyond our expectations. Let's consider two William & Mary doctoral students in computer science who served as first and second author on an award-winning new study about the security of data in political campaigns. working with Associate Professor of Computer Science at Wade, not Carney, and in partnership with researchers at Google and IBM, these William and Mary students completed the first large-scale analysis of the privacy practices of political campaign websites, revealing that campaigns often retain extensive private data for indeterminate time and were likely to share or sell data post-election. I'm sure that many of the experts in the room can imagine the privacy implications of that. Which brings me to good news that are familiar to some and brand new to others. As we gather today on the theme of data and democracy, AI, cyber defense, and national security, William and Mary is also in the midst of a major milestone in our history. And you can understand the implications of this phrase in an institution that is 331 years old. We're establishing a new school that brings together computer science, data science, applied science, and physics. This marks the first new school created at William and Mary in more than half a century. Now, of course, half a century is not a long time for an institution like ours, but considering the technological and intellectual developments in those areas, you can understand the importance of this. This caps years of effort to ensure that faculty and students in these rapidly growing areas continue to flourish. In fact, it was faculty and students who first brought forward their thoughts and ideas on how to expand these areas. Bringing together these departments into a new school promises to sustain their growth, strengthen teaching, expand research, achieve excellence, attract talented undergraduate and graduate students and faculty members, and secure novel internal and external partnerships. I'm particularly excited about the prospect of students and faculty working closely with our regional partner, Jefferson Lab, as it develops its own high-performance data facility, deepening our university's long-held partnership. So for those of you who are not aware, JLab received $500 million from the federal government to establish this high-performance computing data facility. JLab is a national laboratory specializing in particle physics up to now, and since the mid-'80s has offered opportunities for students and faculty from William and Mary to tackle fundamental problems in physics and applied science. The reason why we mention JLab is not only because of the partnership, the deep, strong partnership we have with them, but also to demonstrate how the field is evolving. When you have particle physics, when you have nuclear aspects combined with developments in data science and computing, which is a trajectory to the future. So this new high-performance data facility will allow our researchers to work in real time with massive data sets by labs, supercomputer simulations, and artificial intelligence. My colleague, Vice Provost for Research Dennis Manos, described the importance of this work quite eloquently, and I'm borrowing his words. Wicked problems like eliminating inequality, poverty, and violent conflict, or sustaining democracy itself, don't map onto simple algorithms. New technologies like quantum information systems will help develop data methods to accurately make predictions farther out in time and to find the solutions we know we need. New methods developed at JLab will hopefully allow our researchers to address immensely complex problems with communications, security, and social applications. Perhaps these massive data sets could also help power and expand political research as we saw started by these two excellent doctoral students that I mentioned previously. William and Mary's vision states, people come to William and Mary wanting to understand and change the world, and together we do. I'm eager for the partnerships that will form and flourish from events like this one, which really brings us to the events of today. Our conference will open with a senior leadership panel on the future of data management, AI, and cybersecurity each critical in shaping national defense strategies. Following is a conversation about the delicate balance required to reconcile regulatory compliance, security protocols, and individual privacy rights. The second panel of today will highlight the significance of safeguarding critical infrastructure against emerging threats, and the third will re-examine national security strategies in the context of cyber conflict and emerging technologies, critical conversations that contribute to the need for robust governance frameworks to mitigate evolving threats. The final panel of the day highlights the intersection of technological innovation, democracy, and security. This interdisciplinary discussion will explore how this new security landscape has the potential to reinforce democracy. So I know you're not here to listen to me, but I cannot really let this opportunity pass without really talking about how important the outcomes of today's event will be, not only for the people in the room, but for our institution as well. So I sincerely thank all participants and all attendees who are here in person and online, because you're here, because you participate any way you can, and because you are engaged in this important dialogue. In our shared commitment to advancing the issues of the day, we create spaces of community and connection to gather strength and resources to shape the path forward for democracy. I welcome you into William and Mary's long-established community of scholarship and debate. In partnership, let us usher in a new era of innovation and inquiry. I wish you all a productive and enjoyable conference, and I thank you again for joining us today.
Thank you, Provost DeGoris. And now we have a video welcome from our Congressman, Rob Wittman.
Hello, I'm Congressman Rob Wittman. I have the honor of representing Virginia's 1st District in the United States Congress. I want to thank you for including me in William and Mary's Whole of Government Center of Excellence's National Security Conference. And this year's conference is focused on data and democracy. How timely. We know in this digital world, the role of artificial intelligence is going to be key, and maintaining and protecting data is going to be key too. We know our adversaries, China, Russia, North Korea, Iran, and others, are not going to use data for good purposes. In fact, they'll try to use that against us. They are exploitive. We know we need to be continuing our efforts in cybersecurity. We want to make sure too that we're using artificial intelligence to enable human intelligence, to make sure that we're able to achieve speed in decision making, speed in giving us technological edge. And I'm proud to co-sponsor the National Artificial Intelligence Commission Act that enables a bipartisan civilian commission to look at ways that we put guardrails on artificial intelligence to make sure it's used for good purposes, not for bad purposes. I also led the effort last year in the National Defense Authorization Act to codify the Defense Innovation Unit, which again enables technology to be used for the nation's defense. We look at emerging technologies, and that is a great, great opportunity. I want to thank too William and Mary for some great programs here. The Troops for Teachers program, incredibly impactful on people's lives. The Global Research Center has remarkable outcomes that happen around the world, and many national security professionals are graduates of the College of William and Mary and do great things today. So, folks, thanks again. I wish each of you God's continued blessings. May God bless our great Commonwealth of Virginia, and may God bless our United States of America.
Thank you, Congressman Wittman. 2 administrative notes, and then I'm going to invite the first panel to come up and join me, please. You're going to hear our very short introductions, and that's because Lydia Urban has created a gorgeous program with everyone's bios. You can access that through the QR code there on the table. So we're going to dive right into things. Second, for your Q&A, there will be a microphone that's brought around to you. I'm afraid I'm quite a stickler on that. If anyone in this room is hard of hearing, they will not be able to hear you if you do not wait for the microphone. So please wait for the microphone to come to you, and then we'll begin the Q&A.
The moment before everything comes into focus is alive with possibilities. The empty seat, the blank canvas, the questions waiting to become answers. That's the power of potential. It develops into something greater. It's the reason that what you do today defines your tomorrow. And it all starts right here.
Good morning and welcome. I'm Shawn Abraham, and a professor here in the Business School in the Operations and Information Systems Department. And it's my absolute honor today to introduce our esteemed panel of senior leaders and scholars. I've had the utmost pleasure of serving as a subordinate, directly or indirectly, or as a fellow researcher with each of the panelists. In either my military career, which culminated last summer in 28 years of active and reserve service, or in my academic career. They're here today to speak about the current state and the future of data, AI, cyber, and the interplay with national defense. So on the panel today, we have Dr. John Mateus, who serves as the Chief Scientist and Senior Advisor to the Commander of Air Combat Command at Langley Air Force Base. Previously, Dr. Mateus was employed by the Air Force Research Laboratory and was inducted as a fellow in 2016. Dr. Mateus spearheaded a new NIST lab accreditation program to accelerate digital capability development in 2021 and co-founded the ACC Fed Lab as an innovation hub at Beale and Nellis Air Force Bases. He's an electrical engineer that was conferred as a PhD, an acclaimed scholar and owner of multiple patents, as well as a recipient of the White House prestigious Presidential Rank Award. Next, we have Perrette Prernick, and she's a researcher in the strategy branch at NATO's Cooperative Cyber Defense Center for Excellence in Tallinn, Estonia. Her main research interests are cybersecurity strategies and policies, cyber defense, national security implications of emerging and disruptive technologies, such as artificial intelligence and machine learning, next-generation mobile networks, and cybersecurity multi-domain operations. She's an accomplished author and editor of books and research related to the NATO 2024 and 2023 and beyond cyber strategy. And finally, we have Ms. Eileen Vadrine. She is a member of the Senior Executive Service, and her career spans over 38 years combined as an Army officer in her federal service. She leads the Department of the Air Force's Chief Data Office, Chief Data and Artificial Intelligence Office at the Pentagon, and was recently detailed as the Senior Strategic Advisor for Data to the Federal Chief Information Officer in the Office of Management and Budget at the White House in the Executive Office of the President. She developed and employs strategies for enterprise data management, analytical, digital transformation, and is responsible for ensuring ethical use of artificial intelligence to optimize performance and drive innovation in and around all of the missions and operations of the United States Air Force. She's also serves as an adjunct professor at George Washington University. So thank you, panelists, for joining us today. And we really would like to kind of get started with a discussion more so on the interplay of these topics. And I'll direct it to Ms. Vadrine first, and as we go along, have the other individuals on the panel join in. So Ms. Vadrine, in managing data, artificial intelligence, and cybersecurity across multiple agencies, which you have for, throughout your career, what are the key challenges and opportunities for achieving interoperability, collaboration, democratization, especially in the context of national defense?
Well, good morning. First, I want to say that I'm here in my personal capacity today as I'm wrapping up my federal career. But I really think it's I love this question because we're here at William & Mary, and it's all about people. if you can't have great data, you can't have great AI if you don't have a great team. And so I think it really begins by making sure that you build that team. And so we talk about data pipelines all of the time, but one of the challenges I always ask people is, what is your data talent pipeline? Because you're not going to get to amazing artificial intelligence without amazing data. And so I always encourage my team to look at, how are you bringing in great talent? And if we look at some of the work that has been done in the last 24 months in the federal government with the presidential executive order, we now have direct hire authority for not just data scientists, but ops researchers, and just recently program managers that have AI as part of their portfolio. And I think that's game-changing to bring in great talent at the speed of mission. But it's also about bringing in great young talent. Do you have interns? How do you get those interns to join the team when they graduate? And I think part of that is great collaboration, great mentoring, but also giving them impactful work. And so it's, for me, when I look at how do you start, it's really about building that talent pipeline first, because it's the same challenge that our colleagues out in industry have. Everybody needs a great team to start.
Thank you. And ma'am, if I could kind of expound on that, I was recently at your very just wonderful retirement ceremony, and some of the comments that were made there related to the challenges of engaging across multiple organizations, and how do you kind of convene the differences in policies and the governance mechanisms that may be different in terms of data. I know it takes people to do this as well, but just elaborating a little in terms of how challenging that aspect is, and how can we support it either with technology or not.
Well, I always tell my team to be bold and intentional. And let your partner shine. So as we started this journey, we really looked at, how do you start small and scale fast? How do you celebrate those wins? And I think the place where we got the best value is when you let your partner shine. It's amazing what can happen when you actually allow your partner to really, they are part of the team. So when I look at great use case building, it's not just about having a great technical team of data scientists, data engineers, computer scientists, but you also need those functional experts, the people that know the value of certain data points, and so that you can focus to move faster. So it's really about bringing in a team of great people, and together they can elevate up. But when you have those wins, you have to celebrate the wins. You have to have a great comm strategy to make sure that other leaders, especially those that are resourcing, see the impact of your work. And together, it's always much better. So when you're building your team, communication skills are part of the things that you have to invest in your team. And a lot of people don't think about, like, many of the data scientists and computer scientists that I've worked with, talking to people is not their happy place. So it's really about trying to grow those skills and career broaden them in that area. And they actually start to like it after a while.
Wonderful. Thank you. Dr. Matias, if you could add too, as well, being, at ACC, Air Combat Command, in which you're engaging with multiple people, having multiple organizations, multiple entities, and having to do this collaboration succinctly and timely at the speed of engagement. Can you share some of your insights, as well as how is that reinforced by having that solid team that Mr. Dreen is talking about?
Yes, absolutely. So second that motion. So the ACC patch says people first, mission always, right? So that talent pipeline is very critical. First, before I begin, I want to thank the whole team here. I'm intimidated by the number of schools in here, the talent, the organizations. It's phenomenal. And I want to say, bottom line is that with the multiple disciplines that are represented here, like, that's where the opportunities are. innovation happens at the seams and the threats happen at the seams, right? And that's kind of the theme of this discussion. So I really appreciate all these aspects coming together because we tend to brief our own, right? You go to a UAV community, you talk to UAV people. I'll touch on that a little bit later. But bottom line is I really appreciate being here, and I'm the outlier in the audience here, but appreciate that aspect. One of the key things I think, in addition to the data, we become data-centric, and that, data's the new oil. We say the strategic asset, we got all those buzz phrases. I think the key thing is to understand that we've got to be capability-centric. So what's the problem we're trying to solve, right? AI usually is the hammer looking for a nail. And I think we just have to understand what is the desired outcome. I'll quote Einstein. He said, if I had 1 hour to solve a problem, he spent 55 minutes on understanding the problem and 5 minutes to solve it. I think we're actually doing the reverse right now in a lot of these topics. So, we need the experimentation. We need to try a lot of things. However, we have to be understanding what are we actually trying to solve. Another challenge in the norms of data and interoperability is the fact that we typically look at all the attributes you just asked me about after we've already generated or collected the data, right? So that becomes a huge challenge. So first off, I think there needs to be standards and norms, most definitely, but we really have to look at interoperability metrics. It's easy to be compatible to a standard, but that does not guarantee interoperability. And I could give you loads of examples, more for probably a brownwater conversation, where we have compatibility to standards, but all you need to do is have a metadata field mismatch or units difference in how we employ those standards, and you don't have interoperability. So I'll pause there.
Thank you. And Ms. Piernick, in relating to that, I just wanted to see if you had any additional comments considering the different standards across data that are deployed across the NATO partners, and even particularly in how it's related to kind of sharing cyber threat intelligence information. So can you speak to somewhat about what are the main challenges from what you think are the people, process, and technology perspectives in international cyber threat intelligence sharing that might also align with some of the comments we heard in terms of challenges with standards and interoperability?
Good afternoon. Thank you, Sean, and first of all, thank you for having me. Yes, I agree with your colleagues, and with regards that there is a lack of universal standards in cyber threat intelligence sharing. It's a work in progress, but maybe taking a step back and just recognizing that because there are a lot of challenges to multinational and interagency cooperation in national defense area in general, and those apply also in information sharing, which has become a buzzword, and cyber threat intelligence sharing. So just to name a few, starting from a lack of trust, overclassification, interagency rivalry, conflicting interests, perhaps perceived costs from sharing information exceed benefits, etc. And so those challenges have well been acknowledged by various scholars. Also in a recent joint publication from my center and William and Mary, which discusses those in depth along technical, legal, economic, and cultural dimensions, and offers great recommendations. But I would now come to cybersecurity, and interestingly, according to a recent poll, then almost 100% of cybersecurity professionals believe that we need AI-powered cybersecurity tools to detect and respond to AI-generated threats. And of course, AI automation has been used for decades in cybersecurity industry across the board, starting from detection, vulnerability management, monitoring, threat hunting, automated patching, and so on. So I think it's safe to assume that AI automation, also large language models or foundation models, are used both by the malicious actors, and we have several reports recently been published how nation-state actors have been using the open source large language models. But on the defensive side, then as well, to augment cybersecurity functions. And so I think it is very widely appreciated among NATO, among militaries and cybersecurity community, what the benefits of AI are, and how we should have redundancy also in using automated tools. So I think just to conclude, not to overtake this, that AI already today contributes to enabling better information sharing. However, we still have to address those non-technical hurdles and actually implement those solutions that have been suggested by my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll give Ms. Vadrine an opportunity to speak on how is AI being integrated into kind of data management opportunities within, or solutions within the Air Force.
Well, I think a lot of it is you have to look at where there's going to be potential return on investment. So it's really about looking at how you can take a problem set and use a capability to answer a problem, show value, demonstrate results. And so when I look at some of the examples that are out in open, I always point to our partners at the Rapid Sustainment Office about using condition-based maintenance. So they've been using data in AI algorithms to really optimize readiness. And so I think that there's a lot, I know there's quite a few examples where, but what we've done this year is we've taken our AI inventory and kind of flipped it. Instead of just inventorying once a year, now we have a live searchable inventory so that if you are looking for a capability, look to see, does that capability exist, so that it's more collaborative, so that if there's a capability that already exists, how do you flight follow really fast? And so it's not about a specific tool, it's about how do I take an MVP and possibly scale it out? And that's why I go back to our partners at the Rapid Sustainment Office, because we have amazing airmen that have been taking large volumes of data using AI algorithms to really optimize performance of our platforms. And that was something that it was very early in the journey, and they continue to scale that out. And so I think it's not one thing, it's about a capability of things. And somebody may have a capability that was created for one problem set, but then can be scaled out for a different set. And so I think that it's critical to know what's going out, and it comes back to that collaboration piece. When you know what others are doing, it helps you not just have great capability, but it helps you actually achieve your mission results faster, and but stronger return on investment. And it is also just, you can share those lessons learned, so that I know that early in my journey, not everything was as optimal at the beginning as we would like. And so making sure that you share those capabilities for others to learn from your pluses and your not so awesome examples.
Great, thank you. Dr. Matias?
If I could just pile on. Those of you familiar with TRL, MRL? Right, tech readiness level, manufacturing readiness level. I think we need an AI readiness level, and really to kind of create those norms across these use cases. Again, obviously it starts with know thy data, right, and data literacy, but again, paving the way to that future. So in our world, we have 3,600 RDT&E, so research, development, test, and evaluation. We're doing little r, big D, not so much the T&E. And again, that's where we get the norms, right? That's where we understand the excursions, we understand the risks. And so we need to do more T&E, the test and evaluation, to understand the use cases, understand the vignettes, and how we might use and apply these technologies the best. So I just wanted to pile on from that perspective. And obviously, sitting at William & Mary, I want to say, we need to educate before we regulate, because I think that's a key element of that rising tide, right? So we understand, again, those risks and the norms and the data standards that we need. That's the underpinnings for all of this. And yesterday, I know last night we talked a lot about the shift from need to know to need to share. And it's just interesting, does that have to be an or? Right? And you think about technologies that are available today, we're talking about building trust, but on the same token, technologically, we're saying the words zero trust, right? Zero trust architectures. So it's interesting to say when you look at RBAC, ABAC, role-based access controls and attribute-based access controls that tie to the data, that can tie to the data standards, and having that context in there, I could take the human out of the loop, right? And be able to have machine-based understanding, dynamic digital policies that allow us to share information when and where and how we need to, and be temporal in that, and time varying, right? So there's a lot of opportunities technologically to get after this problem set, so it's not an or, and then we enable collaboration across all of these use cases with a solid foundation.
Thank you.
So AI readiness level, whoever's going to do that project out in the back, those students out there.
Well, we've talked a lot about the benefits of AI and what it could bring in terms of supportive collaboration, but we all know that there are some evolving cybersecurity issues as well. So can you speak to, and we'll continue on with Dr. Matias, some of the issues and solutions on the horizon possibly that deal with ensuring integrity of AI to avoid malicious poisoning, bias, unethical use even in national defense operations?
Absolutely. So not to be redundant, but I mentioned the T&E, right? The testing evaluation, that's very, very critical. You look at large language models, what are they hoovering up, right? They're vacuuming up all the data off the internet. Obviously, there's going to be, misaligned data. There's plenty of experiments and memes out there and YouTube videos about, things you could get AI algorithms to do, right, when fed with certain data. So I think we get that it's out there. Data poisoning, data manipulation, adversarial AI, you probably heard all those kind of terms. That's here and now, right? And those are the things we have to understand what those risks are, understand what the left-right bounds are, understand what we can control, understand what we can't control, right? And that will help us inform risk. And going back to the cyber terrain aspect, I think, we got to quit playing the how do we shrink the time to react to cyber threat actors. I think it's time to say, how do we employ AI to evolve our cyber terrain so we're not playing whack-a-mole, we're forcing our adversaries to play whack-a-mole. What I'm getting after is proactive cyber defense, right? We should be able to control our cyber terrain and how we face the rest of the internet. And we're not doing that, right? Because there's a huge industry on just detecting, right? Intrusion detection and those kind of schema that are yesteryear, right? And so the threats evolved, and we either could try to play that cat and mouse, or we could try to be ahead of. And I think there's huge opportunities from a cyber terrain perspective and proactive cyber defense measures that are available today, not 2040, not 2050.
Thank you. And Ms. Piernick, do you have any insight in terms of NATO and how you're tackling or understanding some of the security risk around AI?
Yes, there have been a number of reports, and also NATO has established isolated environment to actually test AI models and for cybersecurity as well. So, of course, the question is that when we actually deploy those models in real world, what does that mean? The difference between laboratory experiments and the real world. But I would say that in this regard, yes, the partnerships with industry are very important, and also the exercises. This is what we do, what is done at the Cyber Coalition exercise, which is NATO's largest cyber defense exercise. And they use various industry platforms there, for experimentation and defending against also AI-enabled cyber threats.
Thank you. So, and you spoke a little bit about some of the partnerships, and I know, Ms. Verdreen, you're a prominent advocate for partnerships and public-private partnerships in particular, in supporting not only our understanding of data and how it's used across organizations, but also in terms of how it can support cyber resilience. We talked a little about workforce development as well, but what else do you see as the benefit of these partnerships to help us get at some of these solutions, better solutions around AI-driven defense technologies?
Yes, I would like to actually cite, is this question for me?
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead, Ms. Bird.
Okay, thank you. I would like to cite the Secretary General in a recent cyber defense conference where he said that without industry there is no defense, no deterrence, and no security. And of course, this applies also to cybersecurity area. That we need to work with the industry, because as you well know, all the technology is dual use. Innovation is driven by commercial actors, but at the same time, relying perhaps too much on commercial actors brings new risks. And concerns regarding liability and reliability and so on. I would say that that even though the last decade, all summits, big conferences, speeches, we really underline the partnerships. And that's very important. But we still need to elaborate how to fully transform those partnerships to meet those future security challenges. And we haven't yet done so. What kind of new partnerships we need? But having said that, and again, I don't want to take too much time from the panel, from others, there is a list of things which are very encouraging, of course, starting from Diana initiatives, then NATO industry cyber partnerships, various conferences, exercises I already mentioned, and also several advisory groups. And so it's a work in a progress. And for example, NATO Communication and Information Agency has concluded more than dozens of non-profit agreements with different organizations. But still, I think we should think also more comprehensively about the new quality of those partnerships, and also the practical implementation and mutual benefits. So I stop here.
Okay, thank you.
When I look at my leadership journey, when I first started, we didn't always have the most up-to-date technology. And it was really easy to say, no, I can't have that on the network. And so I think that one of, the places that we've moved to is how to get to yes. And I think how we get to yes is really bringing in our really smart industry partners to help us get to yes together. There's nobody that knows their tools better than the creators. And so what my experience is that when we work, especially with emerging tech companies, together we can strengthen that security posture faster. And then the result is it gives us today's technologies now. And rather than dated tools that have their own cyber challenges. When we have older tools, sometimes they're very mature and sometimes not. And so being in the data space, it was not unusual that many people on my team, they wanted tools that were not on the network. And so one of the first pieces that we did was come up with a way to onboard. We called it Bring Your Own Tool. If I had a customer that wanted a tool on the platform, on a platform, how do we bring that safely and securely into our boundary together? And some of them have gone faster than others. I think the one that I was really proud of our team was that we knew we were buying a tool through a competition that was held, and we worked the security component as we were working the acquisition process. And we were able to get it approved to be on the network before the actual procurement was done. So when the procurement was completed, we pushed it that night, and we had people using it at work the next day. And I think that is the speed of relevancy that we're looking. We don't achieve that on every single tool, but when I look early in my journey, it was in my leadership journey, we would buy a tool, and it would take so long to get it on the network that it was time to renew the software. And my leadership was saying, oh, do we really need that? And so, but we can't do that alone. I think that we have to partner with our security colleagues. I tell people, make the Chief Information Systems Officer, Security Officer, that CISO, your best friend. Like, you've got to talk to them on a regular basis. You've got to make sure that at every level in your organization that you are a team with your security team, but bring those industry partners in early, because that can help you identify potential challenges so that you can be proactive to get it done. And many times we see tools come in that were built for one reason, but we have an opportunity to leverage that capability inside to support our mission. Might not have been the intended purpose of the original tool, but it gives us an opportunity to leverage that capability. And many tools that we have back office business responsibilities too. So if traditional business is doing that type of capability, those are tools that we may want in our business set also. But it's my experience is working with that security team and that industry partner, you can safely and securely bring in new tool sets at the speed of mission. And I think that's really what our workforce today is looking for, is having access to the tools they need to work safely and securely, but also smartly.
Right. So that's an indicator of, the innovation in the acquisition process and integrating it with cybersecurity. So as we look to the future, what are some of the other pressing innovations or research priorities and investment areas with that kind of are the showcase the interplay between cyber, AI, and data management? And I'll direct this to Dr. Matias.
I'm in the hot seat. So how many people are here from government or former government? If you just raise your hand. Quite a few people, right? So, I'm out of my element here because usually we always have to have PowerPoint, right? So, but in lieu of that, I got a cyber hardened solution. I had to go analog. So I was in a change of culture meeting, and so anybody here of semiotics? That's when you use the visual symbols to and be able to have a narrative to go with it. So I'm going to tell you what they say because I'm sure a lot of you cannot read it from here. This particular one says outmaneuver bureaucracy. So I'm going to use these to answer questions from the audience, and I'll share them with my colleagues here. The next one is fight for the future by inventing the future. Okay. The other one is big change starts small, right? Because if we look at the giant elephant, we'll just keep staring at the giant elephant. We have to attack it in parts. And the last one that relates to this question and going full circle, we must not hide behind rules and regulations, right? So to answer the question, with this in mind, you think about the yes-if movement, right, and understanding risk. I think the key thing, too, is that we abuse compute resources today. And what I mean by that, to get after interoperability, we do data translators, we do data APIs. Those are great, but when we layer them upon each other, each one of those in of themselves are attack surfaces, right? The threats at those seams, okay? The other thing is you remove yourself, right, your KL distance from those information theory people in the room. You're distancing yourself from the authoritative source of the data. So when I'm trying to inform decision makers, and I'm further and further away from the truth, if you will, you have to think about the telephone game, right? I mean, there's a lot of analogies to this problem set, but we have to get away, we have to have a little bit more rigor in how we're handling this, right? So back to the standards and norms. So I think that's a key element. The other thing I do want to touch on, because being from the Air Force, if I don't talk about flying things, that would be bad. Everybody knows IoT, Internet of Things. See, I say Internet of Threats. Okay, so I'm going to piggyback on that for a second. So I'm going to say a flying Internet of Threats. So when you start looking at autonomous systems of the future, right? Whether it's, and there's so many aspects, that's why I'm so excited here, business school, law, all the folks in here, data scientists. There is that confluence across those communities when you start thinking about commercial transport, right? And how we're going to change that. Amazon delivery on the ground, 2 days, sometimes 1 day, revolutionary, right? And you start thinking about drone delivery, and there's those package porch pirates, right? But what happens now if I'm using drone delivery and all of a sudden it goes to a different place, right? So now start thinking, your cyber tingly senses should go up. And so there's a lot of aspects there that we have to be thinking about. The commercial sector defines that as beyond visual line of sight operations, right? And so Gartner has a whole segment on that. But that's where the commercial sector is going. FAA is also involved now in regulating, looking at UAV, introduction of UAVs into national airspace. So there's a lot going on, but we need to inform it, right? Educate, then regulate. And I think there's tremendous opportunities to look at all of this. And so if you look at, for example, now the threat side, you look at what's happening in Ukraine, no side has traditional air superiority, right? Think about that for a second. When I say traditional, what do I mean by that? But there are flying Internet of Threats, right? And so the key element I want to share with you all, there's a recent news article that came out actually in the war zone. It's going to be, I don't think Mr. Harris is here, but it's going to be picked up by Associated Press here shortly, at least expected to. But there's been some issues right here in our own homeland, right? So there's no sanctuary, and specifically I'm talking about UAV incursions, and just 25 miles to your east at Langley Air Force Base. So the challenge is here and now, the threat is here and now, and why am I bringing that up? Because we could not only help the commercial sector, and when we're thinking about delivering our packages in 2 hours instead of 2 days, all the way to natural disaster recovery, firefighting. I mean, there's search and rescue, huge use cases of all these capabilities in a benign sense. And of course, there's a set of use cases in a nefarious sense. And we have to leverage AI to understand behavioral analytics, to understand what is a threat, what isn't a threat. We have to be able to, we call that identification, friend and foe, IFF, right? So that's where I think AI, right from the find, fix, track, to be understanding from a layered sensing approach. So if the data is not aligned, we're not going to have that fused sensor picture. So I'm going to get sources from everywhere, right? From commercial, from spotters, from people looking up. We're going to identify what's a risk or not. The other thing for the lawyers in the room, or soon-to-be lawyers in the room, to be thinking about, are we ever going to get to a point where a base or critical infrastructure like a nuclear power plant is going to fire a kinetic weapon to protect itself? Right? And then you start thinking about the residential community around there. What does that thing land? There's a lot of challenges that, guess what? It's here and now, right? And again, there are no sanctuaries. So there will be more things coming out in the news. I will not comment on that. But this problem set is very, very real. So right from layered sensing all the way to layered effectors. To be at work and go home, and this was in this past December, we call it Operation Deny Christmas, but to be able to go home in your own country and be wondering what's going on above your head, just think about that for a moment, okay? So past tense happened. These issues are only going to be growing of concern, but when we talk about AI, data, cybersecurity, that confluence is very, very critical, and it's critical not only to our national security, but also there's the economic security of all the elements I just talked about from a commercial perspective. So we appreciate all the great minds that are in this room, and hopefully you guys can help us with this problem set.
And with our last question, before we open up to questions from the audience, we have a lot of students in the audience today. We have MBAs, we have law students, we have government students, policy, and so on. And I'd like you to just briefly give a key takeaway or a piece of advice in terms of these individuals who are going to be next generation leaders, whether they're policymakers, industry leaders, technologists, And how do you navigate and kind of help, what should they be thinking about in terms of how to navigate and shape the landscape of data management, artificial intelligence, cybersecurity for the betterment of national defense? So we'll start with Mr. Dream.
What I tell my mentees is that be ready, be committed to career and lifelong learning, because you have to be ready for the next opportunity. I started as an enlisted soldier in the Army. Being a chief data and AI officer wasn't even on the roadmap, okay? So it's about dreaming big, but also like you have to be ready for the opportunity, because the job or career you may want may not even exist today. And so the other piece is you can make that happen. You really can.
Thank you. Ms. Piernick, do you have any advice for our students in the room?
Yes, I would add that, one of the concerns is, of course, raising awareness and education and talent and competence, and this has been already mentioned during the discussion, but I think it's very important that all organizations or individuals do that, and also cyber experts, for example, understand the limitations of AI tools and to mitigate automation bias and to cultivate what's called calibrated trust to AI, and vice versa, because AI system model designers, developers should understand, and cybersecurity should be secured by design. Those systems should be secured by design. On the other hand, a novel maybe idea, which I haven't heard before, now with the EU AI Act being adopted by the European Parliament, we talk more and more about the risk-based approach to AI regulation. And I would elevate cybersecurity or AI used in the cybersecurity also to those critical sectors like healthcare or national defense and law enforcement, because basically cybersecurity upholds all critical sectors. So I stop with that.
Thank you. And we'll close out with Dr. Matias.
All right, I'll try to be quicker than my earlier discussion here. So the first and foremost to the students, and I'm going to include myself as one of them because, bottom line is we continuously learn every day. Like we were saying, the pace of change is so rapid. I think we all learn something new every single day, and we're all students of that. And I would say we got to go beyond the ones and zeros. Back to the end state capability and the outcomes. We have to focus in on that and make sure we're aligned towards that. And I, from the provost comments this morning, I think it was great to challenge us to think about consequence. I think that's a key element in all that we're doing, right? Because we're trying to think about ethical, responsible AI. Those are great buzzwords, but what does it mean, right? And how do we enact that? How do we practice it? And how do we, get those norms up so we have a common understanding? And lastly, I'll mention with the opportunities and the threats that are at the seams of all of our disciplines right here. From a hardware-software perspective, you can have perfect hardware, you can have perfect software, but the threat space, certainly from a cyber perspective, is at the seams. So you think firmware, middleware, right? And the same thing applies to the use of AI and data. And so we have to keep focus on that and make sure we decompose the problem, break it up in its parts, pieces, understand what is the data we actually need. And if we're focusing on what's the problem we're trying to solve, it makes it that much easier.
Thank you. Well, with that, I'll open it up for questions from the audience. I think we have one in the middle. This one far back, far right.
Thank you. Oh, hello. Hi. First off, thank you all for taking your time to come and speak with us today. Very grateful to have your thoughts. I am Brennan. I'm an undergraduate student here at the college. And throughout the beginning of the discussion, I heard a lot about norms and standards and how this is, vital to OPSEC. This is vital to, national security in general. And particularly when we consider how, public versus private industry or even across our ally network, there are various differences in regulatory policy, various differences in approaches to data security and privacy. I wanted to ask, what standards do you see as vital to national security, standards or norms across, whether that be public and private industry or across our ally network within the next 10 years, and what are the threats to implementing these standards? Thank you.
That's a tough question. Because you go to a standards meeting to talk about standards, right, and to pick one, and you're going to discuss 12 standards, and you get the 13th, right? I'm sure everybody's seen that meme. So yeah, that is a very critical challenge, right? So again, we have to be able to understand. It really comes down to another buzzword, architecture, right? So we have to understand it's going to be a family of standards, quite honestly, right? Because those standards will be associated with different sensors and different elements of getting towards that solution and outcome. So I think that's first and foremost we have to understand and appreciate. To get after the working with industry, key element, you've already heard the collaboration term used quite often here, which is outstanding to have quite the mix of audience here. I would focus in on CRADAs, which, sorry to speak in acronyms, the cooperative R&D agreements that the federal government could have with industry partners. And I think what that allows us to do, in academic institutions, usually we have EPAs, the Educational Partnership Agreements. But to me, I would still say we've done that, and actually Ms. Stone here from Air Combat Command has effectively done that with universities. When we do a CRADA above and beyond an EPA, we can share much more data. In fact, you could even have a DD-254 attached to that. Anybody know what a DD-254 is? So that's getting into more sensitive data, bottom line. I want to get to last night's conversation. But we could then share more relevant data and learn from each other. So there's those opportunities to partnership. We have tools in the tool chest now to do those. Yes, if, right? Not saying no first. And I think we just got to exercise them better as a community. We have to understand, and now the we here is the DoD, that the R&D budget is actually driven external to the Department of Defense now. So we have to pivot and understand to use our tools that we already have. Don't complain about JSIDs and regulatory, whatever. We have tools in the tool chest. We just got to exercise them more frequently. I'm jealous of hearing about the JLab element there in that ecosystem. Hopefully we could get Air Force and NASA, our partners, who I'll be meeting with later this afternoon, on these kind of topics they already alluded to. So I think that's what we have to get after as a community.
Ms. Piernick, do you have any insight on the challenges with the standards across your different partners and how you navigate that?
Yes, of course, NATO has own standardization office, but more broadly, when we speak about standards, there are European and also global standardization organizations who do a lot of work in AI and cybersecurity. And for example, one example is ENISA, or the European Union cybersecurity agency, who has published various certification schemes for 5G, for cybersecurity. So I think I wouldn't say that some standards are more important than the others, but I think in discussions what we have to do is differentiate between whether we talk about ethical principles, norms, what is the regulative frameworks, and then what are actually the technical standards, because sometimes they get convoluted in discussions. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think we have time for maybe several other questions, unless Ms. Vadrine wanted to add anything. Okay. So we have an individual in the back.
Good morning. My name is Nathan Colvin. I'm the Army War College Fellow here at the College of William and Mary. My thanks to the panel, ATA, as well. I want to play off of the comment that Dr. Matias said about inventing the future in the realm of relevant data especially. So currently, large language models and other AI draw significantly from the internet. We know there's some problems there for military applications and appropriateness of the data, but also that it's kind of a self-licking ice cream cone. As AI produces data, it's eating that data back up again, and sometimes to the point of corruption. So I wonder, as we think about the future, the Department of Defense is a major data generator, whether that be from daily emails, battlefield management systems, and looking towards the future towards JADC2. Are there already programs in the works to scrape those data generators so that we can create digital twins, large models, and other things that we can do towards in products such as enhanced digital twins that we could experiment with, or experimental predictive mission command systems or mission planning software that can use more of a model like a hurricane prediction system does, where it shows you several relevant options that could happen with predictions, as opposed to the military decision-making process that we do now, which is very direct and linear, and other planning software applications. I'm sure there's a number of applications, but as far as planning the future goes, are there already things in the works? What are the risks and opportunities to pulling that and scraping that data? Thank you.
All right, I'll take a crack at that one. So let's see, which sign can I hold up here? I'll hold up this one as the answer. Big change starts small. Or equivalently, I'll say, hey Siri, can you answer that, please? Bottom line, you're absolutely right. We are working towards that, right? Because the human can only absorb so much, right, cognitively. As we look at cognitive workflow analysis, the human factors element to all of this, which is key. And then that T word, trust, right? So how do you build trust? So we have to do the T&E, the testing evaluations. We understand what we're trying to do, what we're trying to answer, where's the data set's coming from. I'll say one of the key challenges that we have to appreciate is that we have to be able to weight those data sources and sensors, right? So, for example, in what you just articulated, we talk about COA generations, right? Courses of action for decision makers. Sometimes an open source information source, if you will, can actually be more prescient than something else, right, on a different level, security level, right? And that'll be temporal in nature, right, as we do the overall find, fix, track, target, engage, assess, and we get through that assessment, right, the sources of data for all of those letters will be time varying and changing, and so we got to create a model in which those are weighted, so we understand and appreciate what are the different trust levels, and again, but that involves human onto the loop, I'll say, right? And because we have to be watching over that, we have to build that trust. And I'm glad you brought up digital twins. Yet another buzz phrase in the digital engineering world. So getting into model-based systems engineering is very, very critical. So we just talked about, sensors to data to decisions, right? As we work across that whole continuum, we have to build systems-based models to understand all those interdependencies. So if I get bad data here, right, what is that cascading effect? So I understand the consequence, and then a commander understands the risk, right, that operational risk of accepting that decision or course of action. So we're at the cusp of that. We are working towards that. Obviously, we have to do that as a joint community, and I will close there.
Well, thank you very much. And I just want to thank the panel overall for giving us such great insight on the future of the interplay of these topics that we've been talking about, but also really honing in on some of the risks and benefits or the balance that needs to happen between the interplay between AI, cyber, and national defense and cybersecurity in whole. So thank you so much. Please join me.
Thank you so much. You can leave that. Thank you so much. That was a fantastic panel curated by the William & Mary Business School. Now we're going to be shifting to our next engagement here. This panel is going to be curated by the Data Science Program and Professor Stefanidis. So I'd like to invite the panelists to please come up to the front, and we're going to play a short video showcasing one part of our data science program.
In the context of AI, I think it's really important for us to understand that the world is changing around us very rapidly because of these technologies. Even jobs like my own, as a professor at a fairly prestigious US-based university, these jobs are still at risk of being not necessarily replaced, but changed in really fundamental ways. So I have to start answering the question, how can I provide more value, right, over these AI algorithms? And that's a question that I think everyone needs to start really thinking about is, when you're using these tools, how can you yourself add value above and beyond what AI can do? That's a really interesting question. I'm Dr. Dan Renfolo. I'm a professor in applied science, and I work a lot in the data science program as well. The title of the lecture is going to be Everything is AI Awesome, Rise of the Machines. So this lecture, we're really going to be talking a lot about kind of the light and the dark side of AI. We're going to talk about the incredible potential that it has for us as a society, And we're going to talk a bit about the really scary things that come along with that, the risks to our society, the types of kind of economic upheaval that's likely to come out of that. We're also going to talk a little bit about how William and Mary researchers are contributing to this emerging paradigm of knowledge. It's important to remember with all of these new tools and technologies that there are, of course, risks, but we as a society have learned how to deal with these risks in a wide range of different contexts. So when we think about AI and the fears that we have, think about when cars first came. Everyone learned how to cross the road. We figured it out. We had to put in crosswalks and some other, stoplights and other things, but we figured it out. We're at the same stage here, right? The cars are coming down the road. We haven't quite figured out how to cross the road, but we'll get there. And when we get there, I think it's going to open up a world of potential for what humans are capable of.
Could you tell me about Brzezinski's statue?
Okay. So, thank you so much for your patience. As you know, we have our panel set up here. We have one more panelist joining us. In order to try to allow more time for questions, I'll try to have a very, very brief introduction of our panel. We have Anne Philly is actually joining us online. Anne is a privacy evangelist, and she has been doing that with various companies, including, latest Citi, before that, American Express and others. We have Andrea Matusin, who is joining us from Penn State. She's a law and engineering professor over there. She's with the second best program in football at the Big Ten. I'm an Ohio State graduate, as you probably gather. Then we have Rob Cochran, who is a proven organizational risk and cybersecurity leader. We're following up with Ed Turinsky, who is a cybersecurity thought leader with DTS. And then I'm particularly happy to have Przek Brazalek joining us, because that makes up for 30 years of people asking me how I pronounce my last name in the US. So we have prepared the panel in terms of 2 questions that the panelists will make their comments on, and we will have a round of them giving their comments, and then we'll follow up with questions that you would have. And the first question that we have asked our panelists would be, what, in their view, are the most notable recent or emerging developments in compliance, cybersecurity, and privacy in light of the content of the workshop today? And we'll start with Anne. Anne?
Thank you. So I've worked in the privacy space for about 20 years and really appreciate the chance to speak at a cyber conference around national security. I think the first thing I'd like to do is set out what we mean by privacy, as well as cyber and compliance, since those are the topics for this panel. And I think, as the provost said, need to be balanced when we speak of national security. So privacy really is defined as being free from public or government attention or unauthorized intrusion. And nowadays, it includes the ability of people to keep their personal information confidential. So being free from anyone, intruding on your personal space, like going into your house or searching your car, and from collecting and using your personal information without your permission or knowledge. Privacy has been recognized by countries as a basic human right. And when we speak of cybersecurity, privacy typically means data privacy and is personal information in digital form. But I think when we speak of national security, privacy means the broader concept of privacy. Others on the panel are more experienced with cybersecurity, and we'll talk about it in more detail, but basically it's measures taken to protect information and secure the information on which the information, and secure the infrastructure on which the information resides. Privacy is intrinsically linked with security. You can't keep personal information confidential if it's not appropriately secured. But when we hear a lot about cyber criminals and what goes on in the cyberspace, we learn that most people are after the personal data for nefarious uses. And then compliance generally is about adherence. So when we talk about privacy, compliance as it relates to privacy, we typically mean adherence to or obeying the laws and regulations that govern privacy or adherence to a set of standards or policies. Compliance is usually evidenced through activities and controls that form what we call a program, and aspects of both a data privacy program and a cyber program always has a compliance component. For privacy programs and for cyber programs, however, typically they take a risk management approach, and I think one other panelist mentioned this. So a risk management approach to compliance, so they go beyond just mere compliance with the laws and regs, and meeting the compliance standards are not the focus of the programs, but actually protecting and securing the data is the focus of the programs. As far as emerging developments in privacy, we're all talking about AI. I'll get to AI, but over the past 8 or so years, we've seen a lot of activity in the enactment of new and the amendment of existing comprehensive data privacy laws. So this is really what's going on in the privacy space. It started with the passage of Europe's General Data Protection Regulation, and that law impacted a lot of other countries' laws, including a lot of the countries in Africa, Brazil, China, India, Japan, the list goes on. And the US states, we're starting to see over the past couple of years, the US states actually enacting similar laws. So it's very active on the regulatory side, but as this conference is about, the real emerging development impacting privacy is, of course, the technology, and specifically artificial intelligence and machine learning. So other speakers have mentioned this technology enables the automatic collection and that hoovering up of data that includes personal data. AI feeds into decision-making by companies, at least in the private sector, about things like job applications or credit applications, but for governments, it'll be used for national security purposes. The technology is evolving very rapidly. Its impact on individuals drives the need for privacy protections to be built into the technology and into the models. We're starting to see the changes to privacy laws with AI as top of mind. So another panelist mentioned this, Europe just passed its AI Act. Europe will be looking and determining over the next couple of years the impact of that act and how it works with that Europe's privacy law. Canada's draft revision to its federal privacy law, it's all driven by AI. So those are what's going on in the privacy space, and I think I hand the mic over to Andrea.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I'd like to thank the organizers for giving me the pleasure of being with you here today. So to shift us a bit into the more in-depth discussion from the computer security side, I'll offer a slightly different but hopefully consonant framing on the relationship of privacy and security. And this is one that I've adopted in my scholarship, so, law/engineering professor, obviously I have to reference my scholarship, right? That's my job. For me, and I think for many of us who work in this space, privacy is about the relationship of an individual human being to the various organizations that exist in that person's life, whether it is a negotiated relationship constitutionally with government through governmental organizations and legal regimes, or in a one-on-one negotiated relationship, negotiated in some cases, with the business entities that the consumer interacts with on a regular basis. All of those click here to, let us requisition your kidney kind of end user license agreements in terms of use. In theory, those are supposed to be negotiable. But anyway, so privacy is this negotiated relationship. Security, on the other hand, uses a different unit of analysis. It's the organizational unit of analysis. So when we're talking about security, we're talking about organizational defense, successful defensive attacks against confidentiality, integrity, and availability of those organizations, systems, and the assets that they defend. We might be talking about a safety critical system. So what we're talking about is defending the lives of US people. And I think that stake and what's at issue here is sometimes an important differentiator. So the stakes in security, failure is not an option when we're talking about safety critical systems. And you can see concentric circles overlapping between these two spheres. So think about the Strava incident where you had a national security revelation in the aggregate, even though you had it happen because of a fitness tracking app giving away the locations of individual human bodies. In that case, you can frame it from the individual soldiers' perspective as a privacy problem, but from the security standpoint, it's a national security problem because the aggregate release gave away that knowledge. So what we're seeing now in the context of our AI, and I put that in air quotes because that term is so slippery and means different things to different people, and that precision is critical to keep an eye on. And this isn't our first rodeo. We had a round of AI R&D 20 years ago, and then there was an AI winter where R&D dried up. And so we've been here before. But the technology specifics of AI systems matter. A supervised system works very differently from an unsupervised system. An expert system works very differently. In each case, you have a different attack surface. You have a different threat profile. And we're not transferring the lessons of security that we've been honing for the last, in the modern era, at least 40 years. The first congressional testimony that I can find about security flaws in national security architectures and in private sector computer systems dates back to the early 80s. And it makes sense, right? Because President Reagan and the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act, he was on top of this stuff. So when we see this perhaps lack of robust conversation and alignment of discourse between security and the people who are building the AI systems, and the policy conversations not necessarily using the same terms, starts to make people like me who are coming at this from the security side a bit nervous. And I'll just introduce one more concept from my scholarship. It's the idea of reciprocal security vulnerability. Problems in technology follow the technology. It doesn't matter if the code's deployed in the private sector or the public sector. The problem will follow the code. Physical and digital security are overlapping. So security is never just cyber. It's always physical at the same time. Fastest way to kill a system, take a sledgehammer to the servers, pull the plug. Right? A physical infiltration of an insider attack is a very effective way to eliminate a digital problem. National and international security are interwoven because of reciprocal security vulnerability, and human and mechanical systems are interwoven. So internal controls and governance are going to be just as important as your threat monitoring, your threat modeling, and your detection systems. So public and private sector alignment is part of this conversation, particularly as we see increasing attacks on infrastructure, on our soil, CEG Volt Typhoon, for those of you who follow the news. And so the path forward, and this will be my last point, is to think about three key dynamics that are lawyer ready and judge ready and regulatory agency ready. And I call this security CHI, C-H-I. Context, harm, and intent. What is the context of deployment? What are the stakes that are triggered? Harm, what is the full scope of possible injury? Is this a potential life-ending kind of event if something goes wrong here? And intent, how much do people know and when do they know it? And I'll talk more when it's my second round, but there are certainly unfortunately, some companies that are pushing out product into the market where they have actual knowledge that the product has serious flaws that will impact physical safety and digital safety. I'll just close on this. As someone who grew up in the Reagan era, I'm just gonna do a little throwback here. None of this is really new. So Reagan told us, trust but verify. That's the approach we need here. And just to kind of not be too much of a downer, some of you may remember the Brady Bunch and the infamous Marsha episode. Well, we have a little bit of that VC hype cycle going on. A few years ago, it was cyber. Now it's AI, okay? That is not the kind of measured, thoughtful approach that we want long-term when we're building a robust, resilient economy, national defense, et cetera. And I'll stop there.
Thank you. Rob?
Thank you. I'm going to offer my comments from the perspective of 20 years of dealing with victims from an FBI standpoint of cyber crimes. The things that I noticed, probably the largest, was the paradigm shift from when I entered the FBI in 2002 and started my journey as an agent. seeing the more symmetric nature of cyber operations, where it was nation state versus nation state. With exception, some nation states would target high-valued intellectual property, especially in the defense industrial space, but largely the nation-state actors stuck to targeting governments and militaries. Jump forward to 2024, that whole game has changed, and it's changed significantly. Now we have nation-states and nation-state-backed threat actors targeting individual companies for intellectual property so that they can compete in the economic space, not in the government and military space. And it happens daily. So how does a company, a small company or a small to medium-sized business, protect against a nation-state actor using tools that have been developed over the course of eons and that are at the highest level of technology? You can imagine some of the previous speakers, with their technological understanding and with our DoD's capabilities, if we started targeting individual companies in country A, B, or C, you can imagine how quickly we would be effective at taking control of that company's information. So companies are faced with this right now, and I think my military colleagues will all agree that defense in perpetuity is a failed strategy. So right now we offer the next hack that comes out, the next company that's owned, the next ransomware that makes the news, so that Wall Street can make a decision to buy or sell shares of that company over the course of the week. This impacts real people's lives. You students that are in your MBA journey right now, you're going to enter these companies that are going to be making decisions based off of perceived risk. And I would share that you've gone through the CMMC journey over the course of this week, and CMMC is a beast. It was born out of the abject failures of the defense industrial base community to protect our defense information. And I sat in front of hundreds of CISOs and IT security folks and CEOs, small and medium-sized businesses that were working in that area, who didn't understand the technology that they were giving access to from the DoD. If you don't hear about any DoD networks being targeted or attacked, one, because operational security, we won't disclose that information. Two, because our DoD networks are highly secure and protected in most cases, with a few exceptions. But then you take that same information and you give terabytes worth of that protected information to a small to medium-sized business subcontractor within the defense industrial base space. They not only don't understand the technology, they don't have the protections in place to protect the information, they don't understand who's targeting them or how they're being targeted, and for the most cases, it takes about 200 days for them to even learn that they've been targeted and the data's been gone. And largely, it's either my colleagues or another agency who knocks on the door and says, hey guys, you have a problem. There was somebody who spoke about it before, said that the government wouldn't disclose that. I will tell you that was potentially accurate 20 years ago, but we open the coat usually, with some exceptions, to offer information to these businesses of what was taken, how the exploit got in, and how they can fix it, but the damage is done. So what I offer is perspective of, I spent 20 years dealing with victims, both individuals, companies, corporations, and I saw the results of that failure to understand the technology. AI is just another buzzword, but it's just technology. And like I told the students earlier in the week, any technology developed for the benefit of mankind will automatically be exploited by bad guys. It will automatically be done by bad guys at speed that we can't compete with, because this is what they do. This is what they do. They sit around trying to find ways to harm mankind through theft or other means. So I offer this. For most of the companies out there that you're working with, their security is a secondary thought. It's an afterthought. Whether it's DevSecOps, when you're doing software development, it has been an afterthought. We apply a security patch afterwards. Instead, why don't we develop software, why don't we develop our business practices with security as a foundational part of that thought? CEOs and CISOs are responsible for revenue and risk. So everything we talk about here is to the benefit of the company when we can mitigate risk by simply implementing foundational cybersecurity practices. This isn't new. It's not crazy overcomplicated. NIST and CISA and these groups have produced fantastic frameworks. The cybersecurity framework is one of the best frameworks that any company, any organization can use. It's scalable. A 5-person company can use it to protect themselves from 99% of the technologies out there that are being targeted against them. So I urge you to engage in the understanding that this isn't a technology discussion, this is a risk discussion. Protecting your employees' information, protecting your information, and protecting the government's information should be an absolute priority for you as future leaders. And I encourage you to take the steps to learn about the security frameworks that you can easily implement at any stage within your journey. So thanks.
Thank you. So, Ed? Ed, yes.
Excellent. Thanks for having me here. Rob, that was great. I'll kind of caveat off of that, go from the compliance and build into the security and the privacy side. So for me, compliance is that foundational piece that every company should have. And a lot of companies do ignore that. And so, if you were a CEO going to the board or going to the SEC, and you're going to hand over your financials, and they say, hey, are these audited financials? Give some certification. You say, oh, yeah, I think so. That's what people do in security. They're like, I think we're secure. We definitely, we took care of that. We have Microsoft, we have GoDaddy, we have all these cool technologies we're implementing. So compliance should be your foundational point. And so if you do that as a core business function, then you can go into kind of your next layers of beyond security. It's kind of what the first panel talked about. You have to get into the next layer. You got to defend, and then you have to then look at what's going on in your world. And then how you comply with these controls is what you have behind the door. So the controls will say, hey, protect your information. Well, is that a lock? Is that a deadbolt? Do I have to put a cage on the door? Well, it depends on what's on the outside and what's on the inside. So, like back in the day when I was at William & Mary, I had a beat-up Nissan truck, and I left it unlocked with the keys in it because I wanted it to be stolen. But not that I drive anything more today, but I have a Jeep that I really like, and it's out there with the locks and the keys in my pocket right now. So it's what's behind the door and how important that is. And so, in the national defense, they have layers of defense for things that are unclassed to controlled unclassified to secret to top secret to all kinds of crazy stuff. And they think about that. So in the commercial world, you have to think about that too. And I'll get to privacy in a second. And then the other side is what's on the other side. Who's trying to get in? For my kids, when they were little, I didn't even need to lock the door to my bedroom because they couldn't reach the handle, So it wasn't a big deal. And then they became toddlers, became a big deal because then they could. And then I locked it, and then they figured out that little key thing I put above the door that you can press and get into it as teenagers. So got more sophisticated. As the adversary got more sophisticated, I had to get more sophisticated. So, and then going into tying that into privacy in the last piece. What I say to commercial companies who aren't being beat over the head by DOD to do these things or by some compliance requirement or some certification they have to get, I said, your credit score is now going to be your compliance score. People are going to ask you, the younger population, they understand this. So if I'm going to give you my personal information, I want to make sure you're securing it. So tell me how you're securing it. Tell me what your score is. And if you know anything about compliance, there's scores all over the place, from negative 200 to 110 to, SOC scores to ISO scores, whatever you want. The new generation understands the importance of their personal information. They don't want to lose their identity. They don't want to have to figure out how to turn off all their credit cards, their debit cards. It is a huge pain and, what to do that. So they would rather avoid doing business with you as opposed to have to take care of all that stuff, because commercial companies say, oh, how many letters have we gotten about, oh, hey, your personal information's been hacked, Target, we'll pay for credit monitoring. And most people are like, well, I have 6 credit monitoring, credits. I have more credit monitoring credits than I think of any credit in my life, I should be rich by now. But people on the commercial side and customers on the commercial side are going to start to ask these questions. The DoD's been asking these questions of suppliers for a long time. And they've been saying, oh yeah, we're secure, we meet those standards. And now they're finally checking, and guess what's happening with the Defense Industrial Base? They're all freaking out. So you're actually gonna audit me? You're actually gonna check it? You're gonna look at my financials? You're gonna look at my balance sheet? These things are important, and they kind of goes all through security, compliance, and privacy.
Thank you. There's one in front of you.
I couldn't have asked for a better segue, so thank you, Ed. I will go a little bit off script because I'd love to build on the previous panel and the current panel a little bit, so bear with me. But I think it really is, my professional focus is really on digital identity and emerging technologies, but personally, I'm also a big fan of privacy-enhancing technologies. And really the concept of trust and verify has become really huge, and I think in the business space, and really getting businesses to move from just looking at transactions and looking at interactions. Because while every transaction is an interaction, not every interaction is a transaction. And you have to really know better who you're dealing with, who you're working with, who is actually your customer, your user, who is actually making a payment for that service or that product. And I think we've become over-reliant on government IDs or verifiable IDs, right? And I would argue that 95% of your interactions on a day-to-day basis and the password managers that you use don't require like an actual digital identity unless you're buying a house, unless you're opening a bank account, right? But most interactions that you have in your life don't require it. And that's where kind of data breaches and AI and advanced machine learning comes in, because I'm also tired of data breaches. I mean, I think multiple services, all of you as well. And we're kind of moving into the space of, I think John's words, internet of threats, right? That there are multiple surface threat vectors, multiple ways to actually overtake your account, really take over your identity, commit fraud. And I think for businesses, to Rob's point, it's really just a trade-off, right? You talk to some product teams or service teams that will say, hey, it's a cost of doing business. And so if something is a cost of business and is built into your model, then you're willing to accept some of those trade-offs. Now, in national security, it's a little bit different because you have to define that cost of doing business is really, really, can be really painful and have huge implications. But really, I think, a lot of fraudsters today are investing in identity like aged wine, right? You create synthetic identities, buy them by the thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, if not millions, and you just keep on trying and keep on trying because everybody's defense model is actually sort of fine-tuned to try to catch, and you try to bypass it. And so I think for those of you who do financial analysis, it's like doing Monte Carlo on your identity, right? And just creating thousands of versions and see which one gets through. And it's kind of goes to a point of, I think a personal anecdote. I was moving from Texas to Virginia. One of the last things I thought of is that I need to ship my car a few days before we have to leave, and I dropped my guard. My phone suggested my email. There was a data broker, sort of a shipping broker, and I said, you know what, fine, it'll be fine this time. I've actually stopped answering my phone calls since last summer. I don't answer my phone calls anymore. I mean, the relentless attacks, and I think the vectors, coming from multiple angles, phone calls, voice messages, SMS, emails. Half of the social media and communicators rely on email. The other half rely on phone numbers, right? So you can imagine sort of the sophistication hit on all platforms, WhatsApp, Signal, Telegram. I mean, it's gotten so sophisticated, looking at my LinkedIn profile, it's crazy, it's absolutely crazy. And I think the story from this is kind of going back to Ed's point, is that I think we're kind of on the cusp of a new era of privacy as a service. I mean, I think that's a point that Anne was making a little bit earlier about privacy, and the focus on that is there will be tools, there will be sort of the younger generation looking at ways to protect the privacy and really being to evaluate the business before I give you my data, before I kind of make that reveal. I want you to earn that trust. And I think the message here for me is that it's really all about, I would add communication, ways to communicate with you as a user, and a way to attack you, right, is now multifold. Because as we've gone online, there's sort of a multiple ways to reach you, and I just need to tire you enough to find that breach. And so I think it'd be really interesting where that reputation will start mattering to us as we conduct business through multiple channels. So.
Thank you, President. The second round is we will try to address how these evolutions are actually affecting us from a national security point of view, because initially we saw how all of these things are affecting us as people as well, institutions, companies and everything. But if we try to focus on the national security aspect of it, in light of the focus of the conference, would you like to provide your comments? So we'll go through the reverse order that we followed before. So President, you start again.
Okay, more of me, I guess. So I also will go off script a little bit maybe and say, I think it's not all that bad. I think there was conversation around standards, conversations around how do we protect the users and companies. And I think for me, going back to the earlier maybe point about privacy as a service, I think there's some interesting technologies and developments around the horizon in the startup community. So one of them is, I would say, tokenizing biometrics. So being able to really sort of move away from exchanging images or even encrypted templates and move into full tokenization, right? So it's irreversible and really cannot be replayed as easily. And that's huge, right? That's huge for privacy, huge, I think, for the industry as well. I think there's a dearth of companies that are increasingly offering privacy as a service, and so being able to essentially create a fully synthetic identity and be able to represent yourself in the digital fora wherever you go. And I think, to me, that's a question maybe even to the audience and my panelists as well, as how will we look? I think our models have been so trained to identify synthetic identities and say, hey, if you're synthetic, you're bad, done, end of the story, I kick you out. But as we increasingly move towards a situation where millions of people will try to actually hide behind a private identity because they want to have a one-to-one relationship with that company or a 1-800-Baskets place that you're signing them up for once a year. What will happen is our models will have to start looking actually at not only is this identity or this user synthetic, but then actually looking at, is it actually a good user or bad user behind it, and actually have a need to find other signals and other trust anchors that will help you unveil and kind of verify in a privacy-enhancing fashion, in a user-respecting, consent-driven way, right, and be able to do it. And the reason I think national security comes into the picture is that I think to Rob's point, the bad guys will follow, right? They will do the same thing, and will essentially, this approach can break kind of the existing credit bureau national identity models, because we have, 8 billion real identities in the world when you look at users, and maybe you will have 800 synthetic private identities out there. How will you differentiate them, right? How will you actually decide, who's who?
Excellent, thank you. Ed.
Kind of to go off of that, I'll start, from the bottom up, or just say zero trust architecture. We're all done. No? Trust is the key, in my opinion, to national defense, and kind of building it from the bottom up, starting with your supply chain, going from the most vulnerable pieces and trying to once again do business with people you trust. If they're not locking their doors and the way into your building is through their building, then you have a problem. So trust is inherent, and as the prior panel talked about, then you layer in that piece of what is the software you're doing business. Do you trust Microsoft? Do you trust Amazon? US based, US servers, US data, US personnel. Oh, now we get to the personnel piece, which was a conversation last night. You have to have people you trust in those positions too. And it's a game my kids played for a while, was Among Us. I don't know how many of you here played Among Us, but it's a video game. I don't even know what it is, but where everyone looks the same, everyone's colored, and you try to find the imposter. And so it's a social engineering game as you get to it. And really how I see is start with the bottom, start locking your doors, build that trust with software, with tools that you know you trust, and then you can take the advantage of doing more offensive and trying to look and using AI and using these intelligences to look at what doesn't look right. You know, why is that talking to that? That firewall shouldn't be talking to that firewall. But why is Ed in this network and then over in this network and then over in this network? It doesn't make sense for his job. And it's not the and or sharing information. It's putting it out there, creating an environment of trust, and then using the tools available and just human intuition. I mean, we are the greatest strength and the greatest weakness in this whole piece of the puzzle. But I think using that greatest strength of people to apply these technologies, AI is I'm not going to say it, I was going to say Copilot, sorry Microsoft, but AI is your wingman. They are one there helping you and supporting you, and same with these tools that are out there, but the human is in the lead. And if you think about that, and we have to think about security differently, because the adversaries are ahead of us right now, we need to stop that. We need to be ahead of them. We need to be out there and hunting them in our own network, because that's what they are. They come in, they sit in there for a while, and if you look at and you go back into it, they get in with easy means, then they keep going layer by layer, and then finally when it's ready, they attack. You know, it's not something when they're just, oh, heck, here, let me just figure this out and then attack. So using the talent of people, educating people on what this is about, and having humans work alongside with the great technologies we have, I think is the next step and next advancement in security.
Thanks, Rance.
So I think to follow up on some of those points, we have a national security conference, and I just want to, I think the way we talked about the asymmetric paradigm shift of nation states and militaries targeting economies and businesses, I think we need to understand that national security isn't just our DoD and our intelligence community brothers and sisters being responsible for protecting our national security, because our economy and our Defense Department and all those, they're intertwined now. There is no more separation, especially when it comes to building, well, for this area, when building ships, building nuclear aircraft carriers, building technology that gives us that edge on the battlefield. What has separated us and made us the greatest country on the face of the planet for the last however many years is our ability to create through educating our folks to think independently. And if that technology or that ability is stolen from us immediately after it's being developed, then we have to understand that this isn't a DoD fight. This is an individual fight. And this goes to the issue of the value of information. Is your personally identifiable information any less important than the widget that goes to making the ship? I would say no. And coming from an FBI guy, where they typically will say, you know, you're the anti-privacy guys, you steal all our information and use it for, I don't know, whatever crazy schemes the press makes up, but the most recent one was injecting some type of tracking material from the COVID thing. And I had a neighbor who actually asked me, and I was like, well, who the hell is tracking all those people, and how do you recharge that battery once it's inside you, you know, for tracking? But trust me, as my dog groomer, I can tell you categorically that the government does not give a crap where you are. We don't have any interest in tracking you. Little segue aside, but I would say that it's really important for us to continue to innovate and to protect that information and treat that information as a valuable asset. Information is a valuable asset. And we sometimes forget about that information because we deal with it so much during the day. And like my colleague said, he stops answering the phone because we're flooded with the criminalization of our technology right now, that the internet. And I talked to some retirement community home. You know, these folks, these are the old folks that still have the flip phones and still carry the big holster with their phones. And, you know, they believe in when somebody of authority calls them that they have to respond to it. And if somebody using that position of authority is a scammer, and what happens over the course of that is society starts to break down because we stop respecting those ideas that anything goes now. And so I think that PII, CUI, classified information all has value, and it needs to be protected, and it needs to be protected within the private sector as well as up to the intelligence community.
Thanks so much, Rob. Andrea?
Yet another fantastic segue, thank you. So building on the excellent comments from my co-panelists, one of the key distinctions that sometimes we gloss over is the distinction in trust between trusted systems and trustworthy systems and people. And so that distinction is the whole pie. It's knowing which systems and people you are relying upon are trusted, and which systems you know to be a correct placement of your trust. Trustworthiness. Trustworthiness is earned and verified. Being trusted is just sometimes because you connected something to something else imprudently. And that's the critical difference that sometimes gets glossed over. And to that end, having a symbiotic relationship between the human systems and the technology systems is at the core of that dichotomy as well. The most efficient system will be some combination of human experts and technologies that are trustworthy. However, the worst case scenario is to have a combination of expert humans and an untrustworthy technology that undercuts the efforts of the humans. So with that, I'll offer one framing thought and then one concrete suggestion that will be controversial, I think, in this room, but that's what makes for good Q&A. So I think part of this conversation in both the national security and in the commercial context focuses on three kinds of exploitation. Exploitation in the technical sense, meaning the leveraging of vulnerabilities in order to gain access, lateral compromise, et cetera, lateral movement into compromise. And so this involves hardware, software, and corporate governance processes and organizational governance processes. When you don't have robust oversight and governance, you have an internal control failure that then facilitates the ease of other forms of technical exploitation. Legal exploitation, we are seeing a shift where people are choosing to build products in some cases that they have actual knowledge are going to cause harm. And sometimes there's a financial calculation that happens where the people who are making the decisions figure they're going to be on to their next job by the time the legal mess hits the fan, and someone else will be cleaning it up. That is not legally okay, and it's something that requires reinforcement through enforcement in many cases, which will connect with my second, more controversial point. And finally, the third form of exploitation is partially in the way that we are thinking about business models and our tech economy generally. Very little of what we're building is truly new. Some form has existed in sci-fi in the broadest sense, but also there are historical precedents for a lot of it. And so without learning history, we sometimes don't recognize that we've been past this oak tree before and there are breadcrumbs around it, and maybe we should follow them. So outmaneuvering bureaucracy can happen partially because there's sort of a malicious variant of Grace Hopper's forgiveness, not permission mantra, which in some cases is the way that things get done, but in some cases it can end badly, and we need to be able to tell the difference in those circumstances. We do not want an economy or a national defense driven by many versions of Theranos. So when we think about all of the different technological and oversight failures and governance that happened in that instance, we need to detect that kind of a situation early, and we need to have people step up and call it for what it is. And we haven't been great about doing that. So the alignment that we need to think about. And that's a magic term in tech circles, by the way. You hear a lot of discussions of alignment of technologies and builds and such. Very rarely do you hear the people who are building, in particular our AI systems, talk about alignment to the values of our Constitution, alignment to our hundreds of years of democratic governance and baselines of law. Instead, you, for me, uncomfortably hear them talking about alternative systems of governance. And I, for one, like the one we have. Okay, so with that, here's my controversial discussion point. In January 30th to be exact, I published a Lawfare post where I advocated for a new Bureau of Technology Safety. Why do I think we need a new bureau? There are these three kinds of exploitation gaps. And so what we are missing, in my mind, is a single point of coordination across agencies as a help, not a usurpation of authority, but a gap-filling agency that helps to align this whole motley assortment of interests across the government and fill in enforcement gaps. So one branch would be an enforcement branch, another arm would be a policy and rulemaking arm in line with APA, obviously, for the law students in the room. And the third branch would be something along the lines of a pilot projects arm. So a DARPA-like construct for the private spaces of our domestic governance. We are great at thinking about innovative new military projects and looking forward, but we really don't do that with our own domestic infrastructure. We really don't do that in making sure that our people are thriving. And when you have basic gaps of internet access still in this society, we cannot build a society reliant entirely on internet access being perfect when that's just not what exists. And that will be a hindrance both in a commercial sense and in a defense sense. So for any of you who are interested in these ideas, the Lawfare post is called It's Morning Again in Pennsylvania. If you are interested in these ideas, or if you like groundhogs, this post is for you. And I'll stop there.
Thank you. And with that, we will go back to our trusted and trustworthy panelist, Anne, through Zoom.
Thank you. So I wouldn't be doing my job as a privacy evangelist if I didn't take this opportunity to remind everyone of the importance of privacy values in cybersecurity and national security activities. So no one's going to disagree that cyber threats are real, that national security is important. We all agree on that. But governments will always say that it's in the interest of the country to take certain actions in the name of national security, and individuals' privacy rights should not be sacrificed for national security. We can go back to what happened in World War II to just see where that kind of approach can lead. Europe's recognition of privacy as a human right actually, and the cornerstone of the law there was instigated by what happened in Germany during World War II. And if people think that that doesn't happen in the United States, you can only think of what happened with the folks of Japanese descent and their internment by the US government in the name of national security. So all that is real. It's within our grasp of history. More recently, we've had to, and I think Rob referred to this, we've had to provide personal health information because of the COVID pandemic. Governments got involved there, and it was for benefit of the world and humans that they were collecting that information. But what's happened to that information since? Do we know that? And I think similar things happened after the attacks on 9/11, where we're still providing personal information through body scans, through searches to the TSA, and again, what happens with that information. I think governments have to be able to demonstrate that privacy is incorporated into its activity. The provost said there needs to be this balance. And some of the questions that the governments ask, is it the minimum amount of data that was collected to achieve the purpose? Is the data being stored for only as long as it's needed and not used for any unnecessary or secondary purpose? Is the data not accessed? Is it secure? Is it not shared unnecessarily? And in cases where it can be aggregated and otherwise, minimized the harm to individuals for their personal identity, have they taken those kind of actions and put those controls in place? only when the governments embed privacy into its activities will they maintain the trust of the people they support. And trust has been mentioned several times. We don't need just trust with our business, associations, but we need trust in our government. And I'll end there. Thank you.
Thanks, Jonathan. So that allows us 5 minutes or so for questions from the audience. Okay.
Hi, this question is for Rob Cochran. You talked about the value of PII and CUI in addition to classified information and the need to protect it. But then the question is, where is the balance between security and privacy and the utility of the information? I have in mind the standard military alert roster, so everybody's name, address, phone number. Some people consider that PII. How do you use it if you have to keep it secure? And in more recent years, we've been running up against that kind of thing. How do you share a unit roster securely and yet have everyone have access to it for utility?
If I had the answer to that question, we probably wouldn't be sitting here today. This is, I mean, the whole purpose of why we're here is that balance, right? Protecting information while at the same time making sure that the information has use. And privacy is a key concern. It's a key concern for government officials. It's a key concern for military officials. And I would argue that it probably needs to be more of a concern for our private sector folks that willingly sell your information for gain. Whereas, the intent behind a unit roster is, in the case of a significant event, the command has the ability to contact the downstream soldiers and their families to, ensure that they have they're interconnected. So I think one of my colleagues talked about the intent behind the data, and I think in that particular case we have to understand while it is relevant that there are phone numbers and contact lists on there, and it needs to be protected in the course of daily business of dealing with data. At the same time, there's significant relevance in that information, and it's been utilized to the benefit of the family and the soldiers to ensure that if something does happen while they're overseas, that their family members have the ability to stay in contact with the command to ensure that they know what's going on. So I don't have the answer. This is going to be a struggle because data now with AI and the other parts of it are going to be even more relevant. We need thoughtful leaders who that are philanthropists that understand that this is important to the public and that there is a balance between security and privacy. And I think that's the two aren't. It's not a binary either or. This is something that we can do together. We just need to understand and respect the institutions that are working very hard to try to tackle this issue.
Thanks so much. Another question?
Hi, my name is Derek Kernis, two-time alumni of this great business school, and helped support Professor Abraham with the CMMC Sprint Week this week. And I bring that up because this week with CMMC, we taught the first year students a lot about confidentiality of the cybersecurity triad. One of the things we didn't focus on a lot is integrity and availability. That's not part of CMMC. And in some of the comments that were made earlier, like from Ms. Feely about protecting the confidentiality of the information with privacy, Rob had mentioned nation-state and nation-state-backed threat actors looking for intellectual property, so protecting confidentiality of that. What are we seeing, what are you all seeing from the federal government, from private industry for the other two parts, for integrity, maybe more integrity, not necessarily availability, because we're seeing a lot of organizations use cloud service providers that have availability in their service level agreements. But to use Ed's point about financials for compliance, what I would be worried about is if a nation state actor gets into a network and they're trying to steal intellectual property, They're not necessarily going to be deploying ransomware because they don't want to be found out. But while they're in that network, they could mess with an organization's financials to make them not compliant or to make poor business decisions with bad financial information before they exit that network. So I'm wondering what government and what private industry are doing to increase cybersecurity awareness of integrity and availability. Thank you.
So who would like to take that?
I can. So I am happy to report that there is a shift in enforcement activity on the part of some agencies toward expressly considering issues of integrity and availability. I know we're running low on time, but I would point you specifically to the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau's recent enforcement in ACI, which has, in the defined terms, expressed consideration of integrity and availability concerns, and that was part of the fact pattern. Admittedly, it was a private sector scenario that dealt with a contractor, but it involved integrity and availability concerns as much as confidentiality concerns. So there is growing awareness in some enforcement activity around those questions. However, I think your question is very well posed because we have not adequately focused on integrity and availability concerns. The SEC's new rules around disclosure of material security impacts and threats that codify what should have been practiced already for the last 20 years, just going to say that. That is an express statement similarly that would trigger disclosures around integrity and availability, compromise, or material threats, materiality being used in the context of securities regulation. In case, for those of you who aren't familiar with it, it's a defined term of art in securities regulation.
Thanks so much, Andrea. I think that this brings us towards the conclusion of this session. I think that one of the points that we have to keep in mind is that as we try to look at this nexus of security and privacy, whereas the understanding of security is more or less quite concrete, the notion of privacy is evolving over time, right? And new generations like my daughter, who is a digital native, she has a different perception of what privacy is than what I have. And that's going to be one of the challenges that we are going to be facing as we're moving forward with it. But with that, I would like to thank our panelists for an amazing panel. Thank you. And we have a break now, right? Perfect. Thank you.
During this upcoming break, for those online and those in the room, you're going to hear from the Washington Center talking about some of their programs. We're also going to see one of their short videos. This is your opportunity. However, while people are talking, we do these kind of live action things to get up and network. We will have our keynote address beginning promptly at 11 a.m. So you're going to hear me call us all back to order about 2 minutes before then to take your seats. And of course, please mingle, change tables, anything you'd like. So we are on break, and you're going to hear from the Washington Center shortly. Thank you.
William & Mary specifically chose to build a Washington Center in Washington, D.C., because this is where things are happening.
Our location is really perfect as a central hub for both students and alumni. Obviously, there is a large concentration of William & Mary alumni in Washington, D.C., and for us, alumni are a lot of why our programs run so smoothly. D.C. is a clear, perfect place for us to have a campus in the city.
Having it here in DC, giving students that sort of DC experience is one of the things that makes the Washington Center so valuable.
So the Washington Center offers students a chance to experience what they're learning in the classroom in real life. So all of our classes are experiential learning based. Students go out and about to different sites and have speakers come into the classroom, or they're doing an internship so that they can see how the theories that they are studying manifest in real life.
One of the most enriching things that I have done while being a faculty member here at William & Mary is taking my course to the Washington Center. I teach the exact same course here in Williamsburg, but it looks so different in DC. So taking students out of our lovely Williamsburg bubble and planting them in a new environment gets them out of their comfort zone and forces them to really lean into the uncertainty and make new connections between what we're talking about in our content and how they connect it to their personal lives. And so to me, this is akin to a study abroad. This is study away, but it's study away with impact. This is a different type of learning.
Our experiential learning model is one of the best ways to learn about your career path. When students go through an internship program, using that experiential learning model to include reflection, to do your internship and then think about it and make connections and then go in and test the waters, try it again, that they're leaving these programs more career ready, which means they're more readily hireable by employers when they graduate.
So I had 2 internships for half of the summer. I was with Senator Warner in his communications office, and for the other half, I was with the House Committee on Veterans Affairs. Being able to get experience on the Hill for anyone aspiring to be in politics is super helpful. Through the Washington Center, I learned about how to make and sort of foster the connections you have with your internship supervisors, with your colleagues, and having the experience itself, but also being able to use those connections definitely helped me get my first role after graduation.
When you do liberal arts, it's about how those themes are applicable to today. And I think that's something that the Washington Center does really well.
I think the William & Mary Washington Center is a great example of how a liberal arts institution can teach students how to think and how to prepare themselves for life after college.
And now, for those of you online, we're going to hear from the Washington Center.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alexandra Weisberg. I'm the events coordinator at William & Mary's Washington Center. Our director, Roxanne Adler-Hickey, is also here today. I'm pleased to be here to support our great partner, Kay Floyd. Sorry about that, but we're happy here to support our partner K Floyd and the whole of government team at this event. Thank you for the opportunity just to share about the center. Thank you for the opportunity to share about our center today. Is it better? Good? Perfect, thank you. As you saw in the video, the Washington Center, which is William and Mary's campus in DC, has been located up there for over 20 years, where we offer both
This is your 2-minute warning before the keynote address. All right, if I could ask everyone to bring their conversations to a close and take their seats, please. In many thanks to Professor Sean Abraham, we have a fantastic keynote address for you today. It is my distinct honor to welcome Eric Goldstein to William & Mary virtually. Mr. Goldstein serves as the Executive Assistant Director for Cybersecurity for the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, CISA, as of February 19th, 2021. In this role, he leads CISA's mission to protect and strengthen federal civilian agencies and the nation's critical infrastructure against cyber threats. We have Mr. Goldstein for about 35 minutes. At the conclusion of his remarks, I will help field some Q&A. Sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. It is a pleasure to be here. I am sorry that I cannot be there in person on the lovely campus, but I am very glad that I can join the group nonetheless. I'm going to try to keep my comments brief and to the point, because really the best part about joining a forum like this and a group like this is the chance to really have a conversation and really hear what is top of mind for all of you and how we can improve our work together really as a country. But it's an opportune time for us to be holding this forum and to be having this conversation because the cybersecurity risk facing our country is changing before our eyes. And it's changing in a few key ways. You know, when we think about cybersecurity, it really is an interaction between the threat, because we know that cybersecurity inherently is a discipline because of malicious actors doing malicious things. Changes in technology, because malicious actors can't do malicious things without technology to exploit and abuse, and people, who of course are the solution to the cybersecurity challenge that we are facing every day. So I'm going to talk a little bit about each of those three pillars, what we in CISA and the broader US government are doing in response, and then how we can work together, particularly with academic entities like William & Mary, to make sure that we are making progress with the right urgency and the right measurable outcomes over time. But let's start by talking about the threat environment, because we really are in a new era in the cyber threat environment that I think perhaps has not gone fully remarked upon in the overall national and global discourse. You know, some of you might have seen a really compelling hearing before Congress, before the House Select Subcommittee on the threat of the Chinese Communist Party, where our director at CISA, Jen Easterly, the directors of the FBI and the NSA, all spoke about the cyber threat posed by cyber actors affiliated with the People's Republic of China. And to quote an old trite saying, the through line of the hearing was, "This time is different." And it's useful to pause for a moment to really reflect upon why the cyber threat that we are seeing today is different, not just in degree, but in kind. You know, historically, we were really concerned about cyber intrusions, and we focused on cybersecurity to protect the confidentiality and integrity of sensitive information, right? We knew that, for example, PRC-affiliated actors were focused on stealing information from the US government, from academia, from the defense industrial base, something that former NSA Director Alexander called the greatest transfer of wealth in human history. And we know that actors during the SolarWinds campaign were focused on targeting federal agencies to steal sensitive information for national security purposes. And we saw increasingly a bit of disruption through the scourge of ransomware campaigns targeting critical infrastructure and small businesses across our country. But even in those incidents, the disruption wasn't the point. The disruption was intended to extort a ransomware payment. What we are seeing now with PRC-affiliated actors called by industry Bolt Typhoon is pre-positioning of cyber attack capabilities on American critical infrastructure with the intent and capability to cause disruption and destructive impact in a way that is intended to sow societal panic in the context of a future geopolitical conflict, likely around Taiwan. This is really a different caliber of cyber threat than we have seen previously, because we now see both the intent to cause disruption and destruction and the prepositioning and ability to actually cause that destruction and disruption, in fact. And if you partner that with the continued epidemic of ransomware intrusions affecting organizations in the US and around the world, if you combine that with the continued targeting of organizations to steal sensitive information, perhaps to enable future access for disruptive purposes, we are in a very concerning time in the cyber threat landscape. And of course, we have to intersect that with the increasing inherent ubiquity of technology as enabling all of the functions of everyday life. And there's really two aspects to call out with the, what I will call the technological intermediation of cybersecurity. The first is the fact that cyber intrusions don't occur in a vacuum. Cyber intrusions also don't usually occur because our adversaries are developing and deploying some novel, exotic, never before seen kind of technique. The vast majority of cyber intrusions occur because there was a defective technology product, or there was a technology product with a default configuration that was insecure by design. And the National Cybersecurity Strategy that was published a couple of years ago makes this point very clear, that we have designed a technology environment in this country in which accountability for cybersecurity is shifted from those organizations most able to bear the burden, meaning the technology providers who design and produce the technology upon which every American depends, to the end user organizations, the school districts, the water utilities, the small businesses, the universities, who are in fact unable to successfully defend themselves against a persistent, concerted, well-resourced attack. And so that is why CISA is so focused on what we call our secure by design efforts. This philosophy that it is possible to build more secure technology. It is possible to eliminate classes of vulnerabilities that we know adversaries exploit every day. It is possible to have more trust in technology and get out of this world of chasing software updates and patching in perpetuity, a cycle that is inevitably behind the speed of the adversary. But moving to that future is the only way for us to see a real curve, a real decline in the rate, in the impact of cyber intrusions affecting our country and countries around the world. And of course, we also know that technology isn't static. We know that the last few years have seen extraordinary migration of organizations to use cloud environments, which carry with it tremendous benefits for security, efficiency, scale, but also require, again, a clear recognition of the accountability model to make sure that cloud providers, as with any other provider of technology, are accountable for the security of their infrastructure, of their environments, and that we are not externalizing costs onto end user organizations that are not able to bear that burden. And of course, we are now in the middle, perhaps not the middle, perhaps the first chapter of the artificial intelligence revolution, which is inevitably going to have extraordinary impacts, first of all, on how all of us use, interact with, benefit from technology in our daily lives, and is going to have real impacts for how malicious actors undertake malicious cyber activity and how defenders are able to protect their networks. I will say today, we at CISA are excited about the opportunities of generative AI to help cyber defense. We think that a lot of the high toil, high burden cybersecurity activities can in fact be done better, more quickly, more effectively. Things like triaging alerts, things like finding vulnerabilities in code. We think AI has an extraordinary upside to do that kind of work. But we also know that adversaries, both nation states and criminal groups, are extremely interested in leveraging AI for their purposes. And although we aren't yet seeing that kind of malicious adoption and deployment at scale, we know that even today, adversaries are using AI systems to do things like write phishing emails more effectively, to do things like research vulnerabilities in a way that allows them to weaponize exploits faster and more at scale. And we know that's going to continue because AI, of course, ultimately is a tool. And it is a tool that can be used for good and for ill. And the calling for all of us, and the calling particularly for many of you in the room who are still in school, is to make sure that as we as a society embark headlong into this AI era, that we are doing it with safety, with security, with trust, with equity top of mind. At CISA, we released some guidance with countries around the world a few months ago, focused on designing safe and secure AI systems. And under the President's Artificial Intelligence Executive Order, we are now focused on providing further guidance to ensure that critical infrastructure deploys and uses AI in a safe and secure way. But we have to be appropriately humble about where we are in the trajectory of AI development, use, and adoption, and recognize, as I mentioned a moment ago, that we are in extraordinarily early days. And frankly, it exceeds most of our imaginations to reflect upon where AI will be even a couple of years from now. Noting that looking in the rearview mirror, most of us are blown away by what tools like GPT-4 can do today. And so recognizing our inability perhaps as a species, to look over the horizon here. How can we build in the right safeguards, the right controls, the right governance to ensure that, in fact, in a cybersecurity context, AI does in fact yield a net benefit for the defender and not for the attacker? Which gets us back to our last pillar, just focusing on people. You know, our advantage as a country, our advantage across the free and fair democratic countries around the world is our human capital. It is our ability to innovate. It is our ability to be entrepreneurial. It is our ability to prioritize the values that we all hold dear. And that is never more the case than in the use of technology. It is never more the case than in cybersecurity, when frankly, we are working against adversaries who do seek a very different model for the global internet, who do seek a very different model for the use and abuse of technology as a source of control instead of as a source of innovation, of growth, of freedom. And so for everyone in the room today, I'll just leave us with a few asks. The first is, if you are still in school, consider public service. And the great thing about public service, particularly somewhere like CISA, but not exclusively, is it is a way to learn, it is a way to grow, it is a way to give back, and it also doesn't have to be your avocation for the rest of your career. You know, here at CISA, we are really proud that we have brought in leading team members from the private sector to come in for 2, 3, 4 years. They go back out and do some great work, and maybe they even come back in. And so would strongly encourage, whether you are an engineer, an MBA student, a policy student, a law student, whatever your chosen discipline, there is space for you in cybersecurity. And that's particularly important when we reflect the need for our technology and cybersecurity workforce to reflect the diversity of our country, because we know that that diversity is in fact our strength, is in fact our source of resilience. And we need the broadest possible range of perspectives, of backgrounds brought to bear if we are going to confront the extraordinary transitions that we are up against even today and the years to come. And so the first ask is consider public service. The second is consider the implications of technology in whatever career path or avocation you choose or are on today. It is the case that no organization, no sector is immune from cyber risk. No organization and no sector is immune from the extraordinary disruption that is likely to occur through the scalable adoption of advanced AI systems. And so today is the time for us to be deeply investing in ensuring that both cybersecurity and technology risk are not niche issues for the network administrators in the IT departments. They are core issues for business leaders. They are core issues for legal teams. They are core issues for senior executives. And I know that we have a lot of MBA students in the audience today. And so my call to all of you will be, as you enter into or continue into the workforce, as you rise up the ranks to be senior leaders, CEOs, founding startups, recognize that managing the risk of technology to your organization, to your customers, to your employees, and to the country is your core responsibility. And it is not a responsibility that can be outsourced to an IT team, to a security team. It is the responsibility of business leadership to manage security and technology risks as a core business imperative. Because that is the only way that we will align investments, we will align resources, we will align accountability in a way that can reduce risk over time. And I will just note, we have seen extraordinary change in this space. The fact that now the vast majority of boards of directors in this country receive cybersecurity briefings on a regular basis, the fact that many boards are standing up cybersecurity committees, the fact that many boards now have a cybersecurity expert as a voting director is extraordinary. And it's a sign of real progress. But we have a ways to go. So the only way that we're going to see the change that we need to in both addressing the risks we're facing today and the extraordinary risks that we are facing tomorrow is to make sure that we are growing and building a workforce in this country that reflects our diversity across every axis, and making sure that we treat cybersecurity as a core business issue that is the top of mind for every C-suite executive and board director in this country. So thanks for taking the time hearing me chat a bit today. At this point, I would love to field any questions that the group might have.
Thank you so much, sir. I believe we'll have some microphones coming around. Who would like to kick us off and have some of the first questions? While the microphones are making their way around the room, I might actually go ahead and kick off. Sir, since you're speaking with a huge student body here, as well as people that are from outside of the university, we often wonder, what is the thing that keeps you up at night, and how would you fix it? What are some kind of things that you're tracking that the students could maybe put their entrepreneurial minds to?
Yeah. So the number one issue that keeps me up at night is we face a dramatic resource asymmetry in cybersecurity. We have organizations being targeted with cyber intrusions, small businesses, local utilities, school districts that simply don't have the resources to bring to bear in their defense. And we have adversaries, whether multinational criminal groups or nation states, that are putting extraordinary resources against the problem. Now, government can be part of that solution, right, in providing grant funding, free services information to make up part of that asymmetry, but that can't be the whole solution. And so there are absolutely opportunities for innovation, for entrepreneurialism, to help us think through how can we make it easier for under-resourced organizations to use technology in a way that helps them achieve their business goals, their mission objectives, in a way that also is cost sensitive and is responsive to the risks that we're facing every day.
Wonderful, thank you. Please raise your hand, and Matt's going to come over with the microphone. Matt, up at the front of the room. One moment, Mr. Goldstein. Our runner's coming over with a microphone.
No problem at all.
Hello, this is Iria Jufrid. I'm one of the faculty here, and I wanted to thank you personally because your last comments were really directed at the students and giving them ideas and encouragement on how to face together some of these challenges. And I think that my question is perhaps a hope. You are addressing this group of students who are ready to go into the workforce, but do you agree, and what are some of your thoughts about how do we get the younger generations? And I'm really thinking about K-12, right? Because some of these tools and this kind of ability to think creatively and putting privacy and cybersecurity by design at the center of what we do should start very early on. What are some of your thoughts? Thank you.
It is such a good question. Thank you for raising it. It is absolutely the case that we need to be focused on our students at the youngest ages, right? And I have young kids myself who are just starting school, and thinking through how we build a next generation workforce. Even though the idea of my 5-year-old entering the workforce is hard to imagine, that's what we need to be focusing on today. And so making sure that we have teachers and schools that have the resources, the expertise, the curricula to be educating even students at the youngest ages in basics of STEM, basics of computing, principles of cybersecurity even, is absolutely essential. Now at CISO, we work with a group called cyber.org to provide curricula to thousands of teachers around the world. And certainly there are efforts across the US government that are similar, but frankly, we again are facing a real scale challenge. And I know that the numbers of K-12 school districts that do have certainly dedicated computer science or dedicated cybersecurity curricula are still too low. And so I do think that there is a role for us here to think through, first of all, how can we make sure that we are maximizing the availability of resources, of curricula for school districts across the country? And how can we make sure that we are making clear that technology and cybersecurity is a viable career pathway for every student in this country? And making sure that it is seen as an option and an exciting option so we can broaden the base of students who see this as a field of interest.
Thank you. Next.
Thank you so much. That was absolutely fascinating talk. And my name is Margaret Hu. I'm on the faculty at the law school. And I had a couple of questions. The first question was when you said we're probably not in the realm of a difference of degree, but a different in kind. And very chilling about the idea of disruptions in order to sow discord and destabilize a democracy. And also, I was wondering, in addition to those types of disruptive forces, your thoughts on cyber intrusions for the purposes just to smash and grab data if you're trying to build AI arsenals, and whether or not that is something that also keeps you up at night. And then my second question was, thank you so much for your call to public service. I spent 10 years in the Justice Department. And what are the ways in which, given all of the allure of other types of private industry professional opportunities that might be available, that you can try to further incentivize those who are graduating into service, and particularly into CISA?
Yeah, thank you for both of those big questions, and thank you for your time at DOJ. On the first one, it is the change in the threat environment and the intent of our adversaries is deeply concerning. At the same time, we can't understate the prevalence continuously of, as you noted, intrusions designed to steal just massive volumes of information. And I think there was a time a few years ago where there were some really big breaches where adversaries just stole extraordinary amounts of data. Think the Office of Personnel Management, Equifax, the credit rating agency, Anthem, the insurer, where at the time, I think many of us in the field, maybe sort of shrugged our chins and said, why would an adversary want this much information? And they're not selling it on the dark web. What are they doing with it? I think you fast forward a few years and you see the advancements in machine learning and AI, and then the light bulbs start to go off a little bit, right? And say, if our adversaries have a corpus of data this rich and this broad about both Americans and people around the world, and the ability to leverage modern AI systems, what can they learn from that data that they can use in other contexts? And so I do think that remains a very real concern. To your great question about entering the federal workforce, I will first just speak to CISA directly. We have a number of paths for students both leaving college and leaving graduate school to join us. I'll just point folks just very easily to CISA.gov/careers. We actually have a really neat program called the DHS Cybersecurity Service that provides a easier, faster, candidly higher compensating way to join government service than the traditional USA Jobs path. And I'll just emphasize, we are hiring for people with technical backgrounds, policy backgrounds, legal backgrounds. And so really, we're looking to build the multidisciplinary workforce that the risk requires, and many other agencies have similar activities. So I will just call out our colleagues at the NSA as well, who have an extraordinary internship program where team members are able to grow and develop throughout their careers.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. I'm Sean Abraham, professor here in the business school as well, and thank you for addressing those comments to the MBA students who've been working really hard all week with Professor Giuffrida and I to get an understanding of cyber risk from a business perspective. But there is somewhat of a roadmap or a landscape for cyber authorities across the United States, and there are differences in scopes and missions for those agencies and institutions. And sometimes it could be a little hard to navigate that, especially from a business perspective as a business leader. And I wanted to get your understanding, or if you could expound on what is CISA's role in helping manage the equities and responsibilities around cybersecurity, whether it's from reporting, aiding organizations to get through attacks, or even just sharing information amongst entities?
Fabulous question. Thank you for asking it. So, CISA is a really cool agency, and we are actually a bit of a unicorn agency. There's no other agency like CISA in the entire world because we are not a regulator, we are not a branch of the armed forces, we are not an intel agency, we are not law enforcement. We are exclusively a voluntary civilian cybersecurity agency. And so what that means is we provide voluntary services, assessments, guidance to organizations that want our help. When organizations experience an intrusion, we have team members deployed across the country who can render aid and help the organization evict the adversary and get back on their feet. And we provide platforms and fora to ingest information about cybersecurity risk and then analyze that and share it quickly, widely, and broadly to help other organizations mitigate the likelihood of similar malicious events. The world for CISA is changing a little bit in the next year or so because Congress last year passed a new law that mandates reporting of cyber incidents by certain critical entities to CISA, which is a really exciting new authority because it will, for the first time, let us understand the breadth of cyber risk facing our country, give us more valid data with which to conduct analysis and provide guidance, and allow us to render aid more effectively. But our role still remains focused on voluntary cybersecurity information, services, tools, and support, working closely with our partners like the FBI and U.S. Secret Service, whose goal is to identify, attribute, and impose costs on entities violating federal laws in cyberspace. Our partners at DoD, who are focused on imposing costs on our adversaries abroad, and our partners in the intel community, who are focused on gaining that rich understanding of what our adversaries are doing and why to inform our collective and shared efforts. And so there is really no pillar of this U.S. government cybersecurity house that can exist without the others, but CISA has a unique role here as this voluntary source of domestic cyber defense.
Thank you, sir. Yes.
Yeah, hey, sir. My name's Pete Lees. I'm a Major General Wright MBA scholar here. So first, thanks for being here and thanks for your service. The question I have is, we talked throughout this sprint week of really looking at businesses and their cybersecurity posture. As leaders, we obviously got to make sure that we're in accordance with that too, personally. And kind of as I've looked at really my generation, a lot of stuff online, and we're kind of seeing the ramifications of data privacy and stuff right now. So as we kind of, I guess my question is, are there resources at CISA, or whether it's private sector as well, for us to, not only education, but to us to get a look at our data footprint, as well as clean it up, some of the practices? My thoughts is, reach out to, X service. They do it for you, but stuff as well from the CISA standpoint to help educate our leaders of taking care of themselves first, so they're setting that standard, if that makes sense, sir. Thanks.
It makes perfect sense, and thanks for your work as well. A few months ago, CISA launched a new national campaign called Secure Our World, and that is really focused on a few small steps that every American should take to improve their own cybersecurity. So it would encourage folks to check that out, but it is things like use a password manager, make sure you are updating the software on your mobile device, use multi-factor authentication on all of your accounts, really things that everybody from sort of professionals to our kids to our grandparents should be doing that are going to dramatically reduce risk. And really our goal is to keep things really simple, because cybersecurity is not something that most Americans have time to think about in their daily lives. And the more that we can say, just do these 3 or 4 things and you will dramatically reduce your risk, that's the place that we need to be.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Excuse me. Allergy season is kind of hitting the face. My question is about some of the recent signals coming from Ukraine and Russia that Russia may seek to involve Oh, is that better?
That is much better. Thank you.
Good. I'll start over. My question is about some recent signals that are coming from our NATO allies, indicating that Russia might seek to transition into a full NATO conflict. And this includes some signals such as doubling their troop count along the Finnish border following Finland's recent NATO membership, to the German and United Kingdom governments starting to signal to their populations to prepare for conflict. My question is about the amount of infrastructure vulnerability that is created with cybersecurity networks. I doubt that the average American citizen is going to have the luxury of insulation in future conflicts that they've enjoyed with things like the global war on terror. What can we do from the industry standpoint to strengthen the signal of urgency that this is not just about bottom lines and margins, but is actually, access to clean water and energy?
Yeah, really well-phrased question. Thanks for asking it. So immediately after Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, we stood up a new national campaign called Shields Up. And the goal of that campaign was to really drive exactly the right message that you just conveyed, which is two oceans do not protect us as a country from cyber risk. And every single organization, but particularly those that provide critical functions, water, power, communications, on down the line, need to be investing right now to manage the threat that we are facing. We saw pretty extraordinary uptake and adoption and investment in the few months after the full-scale invasion, but that level of focus, of energy, of investment is hard to maintain over a multi-year period, as your question implied, given other business imperatives and business requirements. And so that's why we feel it is so important for cybersecurity generally to be a consistent, persistent top priority for every business leader and board of directors, because we know that the geopolitical environment is going to shift in ways that are not always predictable. Our nation's cyber risk will shift as a result, and we can't be in a world where we invest parabolically based upon the risk environment of the day. We need to sustain investment over time. And that's why, I am optimistic about the role of many of you in the business school to enter the business community and really drive the kind of sustained focus on risk management, not just for the corporation, but for the country, that we really need.
Thank you very much, sir. I think we're going to have to leave it there. Please join me in thanking Mr. Goldstein.
Thank you all. It was a pleasure.
Now for some administrative notes. Making sure I don't have the big head behind me. We're going to be moving into what we call a working lunch. So everyone please stay in your seats. Some of our wonderful staff are going to come around wedding style to release your tables to pop in and out to grab your lunch. During this lunch portion, you're going to hear from some of our fantastic undergraduate and MBA students. First, you're going to hear from the William & Mary Global Innovation Challenge. We let them go up higher in the queue because one of them has to go to class, and I would get in a lot of trouble with my boss, the Vice Provost for Academic Affairs, if we didn't do that slight adjustment and wiggle. The students from the Project International Peace and Security are workshopping their ideas right now. So as you ask questions, they might need to take that under advisement and come back to you a little bit later on. Please encourage that level of networking. With that, I would like to introduce my boss, the Vice Provost for Academic Affairs, David Yalev.
Thank you, Kay. Really, what a terrific and engaging conference. I know that my boss, the provost, several hours ago said this, but I want to say it again. What a terrific job Kay and her team have done. If we could just give them another round of applause. So as the Vice Provost for Academic Affairs, one of the real enjoyable parts of my job is this moment, having the chance to honor and highlight the very best of what our William & Mary undergraduate minds can do, from innovative policy briefs to working with NATO and small non-influential entities such as Microsoft. I think they're pretty small. For William & Mary students, extracurricular and the notion of what an extracurricular activity means may routinely include such subjects as allied nations countering disinformation, looking at how China's strategy in Indonesia is helping to subvert that nation's sovereignty, identifying renewable resources, maybe even curing cancer. Throw whatever in that you want. The bottom line is there is no limit to what these students can do and will do. We are not kidding when we proclaim that the purpose of our internationally recognized undergraduate educational program is to liberate and broaden young minds, to produce men and women with vision and perspective, as well as specific practical skills and knowledge. And as you've seen, and as you're about to see, we have been and are continuing to do exactly that. So let me start by introducing you to the William & Mary Global Innovation Challenge, or WIMGIC for short. The university is very pleased to announce that WIMGIC has been selected by NATO headquarters for a third year to host the Countering Disinformation Case Challenge competition together. Wow, that's a handful right there. So, if there's somebody in this room, if you would like to be part of that, perhaps as a distinguished judge or as a mentor, please connect with this team. Founded in 2017, WIMGIC is an undergraduate-led organization dedicated to two things: to providing students the opportunity to practice skills and to developing knowledge that is crucial to creating solutions to world problems. Through their case challenge competitions, WIMGIC promotes interdisciplinary collaboration and applied learning opportunities among students, policymakers, practitioners, and researchers. In short, WIMGIC establishes a space for students to create innovative, sustainable solutions to global issues, whether it's deep sea mining or disinformation, while challenging traditional methods of international development and security. This is about getting undergraduate students around the entire world to lend innovative and sustainable perspectives to solve complex global issues. We're going to hear right now from George Hage after a short video. A short video. A really short video.
I think we might be having a small IT glitch. Students, why don't you go ahead and take the stage?
Hello, everyone. I'd first like to thank Vice Provost Stila for his kind introduction. I'm Justin Eng. I'm a government and economics major at William & Mary, and I'm the Director of Operations and Development for WIMGIC.
And my name is George Hage. I am the Director of External Relations for WIMGIC, and I study government and Russian, Eurasian, and Eastern European studies.
The William & Mary Global Innovation Challenge, or WIMGIC for short, was founded in 2017. It's an undergraduate student organization that provides students the opportunity to practice skills and develop knowledge critical to creating solutions to global real-world problems. It's run through a 24-hour style hackathon. WIMGIC hosts 2 case competitions a year. One, our partnership with NATO on international security, and the other, our flagship competition on international development. Our flagship competition is actually April 12th to 13th. And for the first time, we'll be inviting mentors and students from other universities on campus to compete. Our NATO competition is the biggest case competition in WIMGIC and NATO history. It's hosted over 400 undergraduates from 100 teams, 60 universities, and 15 countries, all across the NATO alliance and partner nations.
And as Justin just referenced to, we are currently focused on our flagship competition, which extends our hybrid model to welcome undergraduate students from other universities onto campus for the very first time. They will compete alongside William & Mary students in person and receive mentorship from industry professionals, some of which are in this very room. The flagship also features a limited networking session for in-person judges, mentors, and students, also running alongside our virtual competition, which includes students from all over the world, including North America, South America, Europe, Asia, and Africa. During the competition, spanning 24 hours, students will receive a yet-to-be-released case and devise a solution. They'll choose from 4 streams, including governance, social entrepreneurship, business, and technology. Past cases include cybersecurity, disinformation, and election interference, focusing on the regions and sustainability in Guatemala and peace building in Darfur. Students will receive mentorship from professionals in the field, and their solutions will be presented to a panel of judges, all professionals in international development and security. With connections to over 800 plus students who've competed over the last 8 years of WMJIC and 100 plus mentors and judges from around the world, WMJIC is a wonderful opportunity for both professionals and students to interact with each other involved with the organization, many of whom will be the next generation of leaders. Mentors, in particular, will bring their swath of knowledge and experience in development and sustainability and security to aid teams in creating their proposals, while judges will assess presentations according to WMJIC criteria, guidelines, and of course with heavy emphasis on their own individual experience and expertise. Mentors will commit to the evening of April 12th and the morning of April 13th, Eastern Standard Time, while judges will commit to the afternoon of April 13th. Most will participate virtually, but some mentors will be at William & Mary in person to mentor and advise students from William & Mary or the local region to compete. If you're interested in being a mentor or a judge, please reach out to me at the email above, or please reach out via the QR code on the next slide.
Our events would not be possible without the kind contributions of our sponsors. Our sponsors include NATO HQ, the Society for International Development, and our very own Whole of Government Center of Excellence. Our events, sponsored by our partners, allow us to connect to students, mentors, judges, and others from all around the world and join us in creating innovative proposals to real-world problems. WMJIC believes that strong relationships are key to maximizing the impact of our case competitions and to create sustainable change. And we welcome partners from all institutions, sectors, and regions of the world to join us. For our future of WMJIC, we hope to grow this network of students, mentors, judges, partners, and others to get more individuals engaged in innovative security and international development. We will continue to develop WMJIC as the premier case competition globally in creating solutions to solve issues in international security and international development. We believe that young undergraduates also have an important role in solving the greatest challenges of our era. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. We are now going to hear from the Project on International Peace and Security, or PIPS for short, our undergraduate think tank where talented students craft novel policy solutions to emerging international security challenges. By engaging students in rigorous and creative foreign policy analysis, PIPS represents an innovative approach to undergraduate education, enabling students to interact with analysts and policymakers in meaningful and influential ways. During the year-long program, PIPS fellows identify international security challenges and develop original policy recommendations. They are supported by research interns, typically freshmen and sophomores, who learn the craft of conducting policy research and writing briefs. Fellows are mentored by a broad network of scholars, policymakers, and military officers throughout the research and writing process. Today's student presentations are what we call an early reveal of projects and white papers that will be finalized and presented in Washington, D.C. to the policy community at the end of the semester. So at the end of these presentations, here's your opportunity. We want to hear from you. We hope that in the spirit of mentoring, you'll ask these students questions and raise points for their consideration. They would like nothing more. Students, the floor is yours.
Okay. We had one who couldn't make it, so we're going to have to flip through the first set of slides. Oh, never mind. We're good. Awesome. Hello. My name is Brennan Michael. My project is entitled Avoiding the Fate of Melos, Regional Entrapment Fears and U.S. Aspirations in the Indo-Pacific. In response to China's increasing power and assertiveness, the United States is seeking to cultivate allies and partners in the Indo-Pacific. Washington aims to deter potential aggression in the South China and East China Seas through a network of formal and informal alliances. Washington's traditional approach to the region has been identified as through a highly centralized hub and spokes alliance system with a geographic focus on Northeast Asia. However, in response to growing challenges, Southeast Asia has been identified as a crucial area for strategic competition. The United States seeks to supplement its emerging partnerships like AUKUS and the Quad with regional security engagements with Southeast Asian states. However, U.S. efforts to form strategic partnerships outside of its traditional treaty allies have had mixed success, largely due to the United States' complicated history in the region. The United States principally seeks to overcome its reputation as engaging episodically in Southeast Asia, characterized by brief periods of high-level diplomacy, followed by lulls in the relationships. As a result, countries in the region question the credibility of U.S. security commitments and fear the U.S. is an unreliable partner in the long term. To ease these fears, the United States has taken an all-hands approach to relationship building under the Biden administration. This includes a number of high-level security dialogues, new multilateral forums, and a number of expanding foreign military sales and joint exercises in the region. As the United States sees it, its primary challenge is courting countries in the region. Its primary challenge to courting countries in the region is overcoming abandonment fears. Abandonment in alliance politics is a fear of becoming over-reliant on another country for defense, and a country foregoing its defense commitments in the event of a conflict. Scholars argue that small states, including in Southeast Asia, are more prone to abandonment fears due to their inability to protect themselves from an aggressive great power alone. As a result, the United States has sought to signal a strong commitment to states in the region. However, in an effort to do so, the United States has also foregone the other side of the alliance politics security dilemma, entrapment. Entrapment is the fear that defense commitments will rope a country into an unwanted conflict and is centered in the Southeast Asian perspective. States in Southeast Asia are wary of any rigid commitments to the United States, despite the United States being the security partner in the region. States in the region are concerned not only with the credibility of the U.S. foreign presence in the region, but also its desire to seek security commitments like access, basing, and overflight agreements. This combined with the United States' increasingly overt strategy to constrain and contain the United States, or constrain and contain the People's Republic of China, makes countries in the region fear they're becoming pawns in another great power conflict. However, countries in the region evoke the story of Melos, a small island that sought to be neutral during the Peloponnesian War between Athens and Sparta. It serves as a cautionary tale to the two neutral states seeking to avoid the brunt of great power competition. States in the region are concerned about China's rise, but they don't see it in the same terms as the United States. The United States sees China as its number one foreign policy priority and assumes countries in Southeast Asia have a similar calculation. However, the reality is much more mixed. In fact, countries in the region, according to polling done at the National University of Singapore, are less fearful of China's rise explicitly and are more afraid of the implications of great power conflict in their region vis-a-vis the United States and China. The countries have the highest threat perception of China, Vietnam and the Philippines, and are therefore the most interested in security assurances from the United States, but are also the most geographically vulnerable to China's aggression, and therefore have the highest fears of entrapment in a regional conflict. Despite U.S. rhetoric to the contrary, the region still largely perceives the U.S. as forcing them to pick a side. This, combined with the United States' strategy with China, makes countries fear that engagement with the United States will lead to entrapment in a regional conflict. As a result, countries in the region seek to pursue multi-alignment, or a form of hedging, where they seek to disaggregate their partnerships across different parts of international relations. This includes trade, security, and diplomacy, centering ASEAN in their perspective, preferring economic engagement with China, while also wanting security assistance from the United States, but only to a certain extent. As a result, countries in the region are seeking to avoid rigid commitments to the United States. This has important implications for the U.S. strategy to court these countries within the region. These three main implications. First, the United States has misdirected its resources and focused its efforts on allocating resources to relationship building rather than areas of explicitly common interest. This is particularly prevalent in security cooperation efforts. Second, they fail to understand and adequately address the entrapment fears of the region. The United States undermines its own abilities to create relationships by pushing things like access-based and overflight agreements that may be perceived as infringing on these countries' sovereignty, while also not leading to substantial benefit for the United States if it doesn't happen. Third, and most crucially, if countries in the regions are not primarily motivated by the threat of China and instead seek to avoid the negative consequences of potential conflict overall, then countries in the region may be less likely to assist the United States in the event of a contingency, which would undermine the United States' plans in the region. In response to this reality, I propose three policy recommendations. First, the United States can embrace strategic autonomy in the region. What this looks like in practice is centering ASEAN in the region and working not to create a sphere of influence in the region, but to maximize the strategic autonomy of each individual state. While this may lead to the U.S. not maybe getting explicitly what it wants from every country in the region, by emboldening strategic autonomy, it can also undermine PRC efforts to similarly influence the region. Second, the U.S. can centralize regional institutions. Countries in Southeast Asia have been threatened in the past by new multilateral and new minilateral organizations in the region, like AUKUS and the Quad. They fear that this dilutes their impact in the region, and they prefer ASEAN centrality. By centering ASEAN, the United States can commit to the region in a traditional way without threatening the autonomy of states in the region. Lastly, the U.S. can support domestic capacity building, including through co-production and production of equipment to contribute to deterrence in the region. This can be done when things like foreign military assistance directly are politically charged or less efficient, and allows countries to build up their own domestic base in order to provide their own deterrence. The U.S. must be careful to understand the precarious positions of states in Southeast Asia. States in the region seek to maintain their strategic autonomy and, above all, avoid being entrapped in a conflict spiral in the region. By embracing autonomy and centralizing regional institutions, and by supporting domestic capacity, the United States can overcome barriers to cooperation, deter the People's Republic of China, and help countries in the region avoid the fate of Melos. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for your attention during this working lunch today. My name is Annabelle Richter, and I'm a current research fellow with the Project on International Peace and Security, otherwise known as PIPS. Today, I'm here to discuss my ongoing PIPS project, which focuses on China's subversion of resource sovereignty in Indonesia, with specific regard to the nickel industry. I'd like to begin by discussing three aspects of nickel to provide a better idea of this industry's importance to the future of clean energy, fair trade, and international industrial cooperation, especially as these sectors affect American security interests. In 2021, the U.S. Department of Defense listed nickel as extraordinarily relevant to U.S. security and commercial interests in its annual Strategic Critical Minerals Report, and for good reason. Nickel's unique composition has made it a key component in the production of stainless steel, high-capacity batteries, and superalloys used for defense industry manufacturing. However, just 3 countries across the world control 100% of global nickel supply's recent growth: New Caledonia, the Philippines, and Indonesia. As expressed in this graph, Indonesia leads far and above its fellow top nickel-producing countries, a statistic which has become increasingly relevant to foreign policymakers after Indonesia passed a complete ban on the export of raw nickel in 2020. To date, any foreign entity who seeks to benefit from Indonesia's lucrative nickel industry must now invest in domestic refineries if they want to leverage any control over the ore's processing, or else purchase refined Indonesian nickel at a much higher price. Notably, a significant number of Chinese companies have taken advantage of the terms of this ban to set up their own nickel refineries in Indonesia, which primarily export their finished products back to the Chinese mainland. Moving on from supply, we have demand. One increasingly popular use of nickel is in the production of high-capacity lithium-ion, or Li-ion batteries. Recent studies suggest that the battery sector's nickel demand is expected to hit 35% of total nickel demand by the year 2030. With their high energy density and capacity retention, Li-ion batteries are crucial to global decarbonization efforts and the ambitions of nations around the world working towards a net zero energy future. Indonesia initially implemented its nickel export ban as part of a much broader green energy initiative intended to situate it as a new leader in the fields of renewable energy and electric vehicle production. However, since the passage of the nickel export ban, experts have raised serious concerns about the feasibility of Indonesia's plans, especially as Chinese corporations have bought up many nickel refineries in the country to service their own demands for processed nickel. With the presence of these companies, serious violations of environmental, social, and governance standards have arisen, undermining Indonesia's hopes for a greener future. Bringing it all together, we have the impacts of compromised nickel supply chains. Given its geographic rarity and valuable industrial applications, securing access to nickel and other critical minerals remains a pressing and often overlooked aspect of foreign policy. With more and more countries relying on massive imports of nickel to meet their own domestic demands, cultivating strong relationships with resource-rich nations like Indonesia is more important than ever. The United States recently elevated its relationship with Indonesia to a comprehensive strategic partnership with this need in mind. A joint statement from the leaders of both countries highlights a commitment to work together to reduce supply chain dependencies and vulnerabilities, promote supply chain transparency, and expand access to secure and sustainable critical mineral sources. Ahead of a projected global nickel shortage, ensuring that Indonesia's critical mineral and export regulations are free and fair is of paramount interest to leaders of the American public and private sectors. With a more nuanced understanding of the power and fragility of nickel supply chains, the threatening nature of China's monopolization of the Indonesian nickel industry becomes apparent. In the past 10 years, the Chinese government has funneled more than $11 billion into Indonesian nickel projects. Much of this funding has occurred through obfuscating methods of financing and informal agreements, which threaten Indonesia's self-proclaimed goal of resource autonomy. Despite the passage of purposeful legislation intended to add downstream value to the Indonesian economy, China has been the primary beneficiary of Indonesia's nickel export ban, utilizing Chinese-owned industrial parks in Indonesia as the testing grounds for research and development initiatives and securing its own personal supply of critical minerals in the process. To conclude my presentation, I've put together a visualization of a case study from my working paper, which traces the multi-level involvement of state-owned and private Chinese companies in the Weda Bay Industrial Park, at both the management and infrastructural level, as seen here, to the tenants and export recipients. If you have further questions, please feel free to find me after the lunch. Thank you so much for your time and enjoy the rest of the presentations.
Thank you all for listening. My name is Leo Serini, and I will be sharing my progress into researching how violent white supremacists continue to use online gaming networks to cause violence. There are three main lessons I hope you learn in the next 5 minutes. First, violent white supremacy has been and continues to be one of the most threatening forms of domestic violent extremism. Second, these white supremacists catalyze real-world violence by recruiting through online gaming's communication networks. And third, existing policies to address the exploitation of gaming are inadequate and require creative solutions. White supremacists make up a large part of who the FBI and DHS refer to as racially and ethnically motivated violent extremists, or REMVs for short. REMVs do violence, quote, in furtherance of political or social agendas which are deemed to derive from bias often related to race, held by the actor against others, including a given population group. The GAO has reported that in recent years, around 1/3 of domestic terrorism incidents have been conducted by REMVs. Around 2/3 of fatalities have been caused by REMVs. But let's refocus on white supremacists specifically. Many of them perceive that the white race is under threat. For example, believers in a so-called Great Replacement theory believe that there is concerted effort to undermine white culture and white power by changing demographics within the country. Notably, not all white supremacists who believe that the white race is under attack conduct violence. However, ones who do typically subscribe to a theory of accelerationism. And accelerationism has three main ideas. First, that society is damaged beyond repair, or that we're rapidly approaching that point. Second, because society is failing and normal political means cannot fix the problem, society must be broken down and rebuilt. And finally, the beginning of society's reconstruction can be accelerated by acts of violence that destabilize the current order and lead to civil unrest. Accelerationism inspired the deadliest act of domestic terrorism in U.S. history, the 1995 Oklahoma City bombing, which killed 168 people. Accelerationism is not inherently ideological, but because of its popularity with many violent white supremacists, their attacks have been influenced by the ideology. For example, both Anders Breivik's massacre in Norway, which killed 77 people in 2011, and the Christchurch massacre in New Zealand, which killed 51 people in 2019, were accelerationist in nature. Violent white supremacists often attack as lone wolves or in small cells. However, their violence is not coordinated or encouraged alone. Oftentimes, violent white supremacists are radicalized in communities of like-minded individuals who provide logistical and moral support for violence. Recently, white supremacists have exploited online gaming networks to develop their radical communities. These extremists spread their ideologies through in-game chats, as well as gaming-centric social media sites like Discord and Twitch. Gaming communities are particularly vulnerable to extremist exploitation for three reasons. First, some gaming subcultures are permissive of racism. These groups often view racist messaging as edgy yet harmless and don't respect outsiders who suggest otherwise. Next, tech companies' machine learning moderation tools are improving, but they still struggle to catch the constantly evolving coded language of extremists. And finally, roughly 30% of gamers are between 10 and 17 years old, and they may not understand the implications of extremist messaging. White supremacists exploit these vulnerable populations and networks often by spreading messages on publicly available platforms. And if a gamer expresses interest or at least open-mindedness to this idea, they may be invited to more private communities where they're exposed to more explicitly extreme rhetoric and sometimes calls to violence. Current solutions for preventing radicalization on gaming platforms mostly rely on moderation. Both game companies and social media sites like Twitch and Discord try to enforce guardrails on gamers' messaging and voice calling. Microsoft's Xbox has updated their codes of conduct to explicitly prohibit violent extremist content and the use of hate group symbols and profile pictures. And these companies then warn, suspend, or remove accounts that breach these rules. In the public arena, the GAO recently recommended that the FBI and DHS improve their ability to receive information from tech companies about extremist content on their platforms. But although moderation technology is improving, so are extremist abilities to work around it with coded language of memes, symbols, and acronyms. Because moderation is still helpful, but it can only limit the supply of extremist content, not the demand to produce it or consume it. Right now, there are very few programs that interact directly with gamers to counter this threat. But by mobilizing popular gaming streamers to engage in counter speech or using esports for outreach, we could help create pro-social connections that limit gamers' receptiveness to extremist content. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. My name is Abigail Taylor, and I'm excited to talk to you today about the potential implications of Chinese debt for nature swaps in Africa. At their simplest, Chinese debt for nature swaps have two parts. First, a lender country identifies a heavily indebted country to give debt relief to. The debtor country then uses savings it would have used for debt servicing in order to conduct an environmental project. In the past, these environmental projects have been focused on ocean and forest conservation. But a new model called Debt for Development or Debt for Adaptation swaps now use these funds to promote green infrastructure development. Debt for nature swaps were first created during the Latin American debt crises, and since then, they have been a controversial tool, partially because there are concerns that debtor countries have to follow the conservation demands of lender countries. Additionally, concerns have been raised about the efficacy of these swaps. However, due to the post-COVID-19 debt crisis, as well as growing concerns about climate change, they have come back into focus. At COP28 last year, major multilateral development banks announced the creation of a Debt for Nature swap task force aimed to increase the number and size of swaps. African leaders, such as President Ruto, pictured here, have expressed interest in conducting these swaps, both with the United States and other actors. China has not done a Debt for Nature swap yet, but it has several reasons to do. The first of which is protecting its investments. Over 60% of Chinese lending profile is in debt distress, with amounts only going to grow in the future. Debt for Nature swaps allow China to de-risk its investment profile. Additionally, Debt for Nature swaps are a way for China to improve its reputation as a lender. Recently, China has gone from being the world's largest lender to the world's largest debt collector, which does not bode well for it reputationally. Additionally, Debt for Nature swaps provide a way for China to improve its green reputation. President Xi Jinping has emphasized the importance of greening the BRI, and this is a way to do so. Unfortunately, while Chinese Debt for Nature swaps in Africa appear to be benign on the surface, there could be many negative implications for African countries and US-Africa cooperation. First of all, Chinese debt renegotiation has historically increased the net present value of loans, making countries worse off in the long run. Additionally, China may mandate the use of Chinese firms and Chinese labor in projects, limiting technology and knowledge transfer between China and African countries. Additionally, Debt for Nature swaps mean that African countries will have to follow the conservation demands of China instead of following their own development plans that are best for them. And finally, the mandated use of Chinese firms and companies in these Debt for Nature swaps mean that US companies will have less opportunities to engage with African countries over international development. There are two strategies that the United States can employ to ensure that these negative effects do not happen. The first is using the US's role on the new Debt for Nature swap task force to create standardized practices to ensure that recipient countries are the ones who benefit from these swaps. This can mean ensuring that technology and knowledge are transferred between debtor and lender countries, and ensuring that local stakeholders are consulted in the planning of these swaps. Secondly, the United States should negotiate with China to ensure that these agreements are transparent. However, unfortunately, China has been historically reluctant to increase transparency within its development finance institutions. Therefore, the United States should also support institutions like AidData that promote open source examination of Chinese development finance in order to have a third party examining these. In conclusion, Debt for Nature swaps do have risks. However, debt forgiveness is needed for many African countries. And in the long run, Debt for Nature swaps from China could contribute to increased macroeconomic stability among African countries. However, the United States can only capitalize on these benefits if we prevent China from receiving tangible benefits from swaps. However, the US must be prepared to engage with a more sustainable Africa, which means that the US must step up existing programs like Power Africa and also promote new programs such as policies under the Development Finance Corporation. Thank you so much for your time, and I look forward to speaking with you. Thank you.
So far, this has been the kind of working lunch we could all like. They do the work, we eat the lunch. We're going to flip the roles a little bit here. I'm going to ask the students who presented to come take a seat up here. And we have about 10 minutes or so, and we're going to give you guys a chance to ask questions, point out some other concerns or issues that you'd love the students to follow up on. We're going to have some microphones coming around. You're doing your Phil Donahue imitation there? Okay, so why don't we start with you, sir?
Hey, thanks, guys. That was brilliant. I'm always so impressed, and I definitely feel like I need to go back to school. But I'm interested in your thoughts on, you identified very clearly what the threat is of online extremism. How do we fix it?
That's $1 million question, right? And short answer is we're working on it, or I'm working on it. Very macroscopically, PIPS projects typically take one of two paths. One is identifying a security threat that no one's really talking about or is being under-discussed. The second is taking a threat that's decently well-known and then coming up with a novel solution that's also can be implemented by real people. So I'm more in that latter path, and the way I've approached research, especially because I tacked onto this particular topic pretty late, was I've been more so focused on understanding the problem than I'm going to spend the next month really understanding what solutions are out there, what ways are they inadequate, and how can I fill that gap. So the vibe that I've gotten so far is that, as mentioned, there's a lot of focus on moderation. And that's fine insofar as you want to stop the spread of messaging that already exists. But I think that part of solving the problem is making people understand the steps to radicalization and making them not open to that messaging and being receptive to it if moderation does fail. So I've seen a lot, both in terms of the literature, but also just my anecdotal experiences, that there's a disconnect between gamers and both just regular gamers and popular gamers who are influencers, and how they view the policy community and also law enforcement, the outside world generally. I think that there's a misunderstanding that some people in the professional space who do extremism work think that every edgy 14-year-old who says kind of out-of-pocket things must be prone to violence or something there, and that's just not true. I think that there's a lot of people who can say things that they wouldn't want a job interviewer to know about, while also understanding that violence is wrong. So what I'm trying to think about is there a way that I can bridge the understanding between practitioners and real people who would be affected by policies in a way that will make real gamers open-minded to the fact that maybe some part of their community does have a problem that needs to be addressed, but also make sure that people who are trying to solve the problem have a good grip of it. So that'll take me a little bit, but that's the plan.
Thank you. Next question or comment? We have a person up front. We have a person up front. They're right there.
I have forgotten your name, the nickel person. Yes.
The nickel person, yes.
Yes. What is your name?
If things go well, we'll call you the quarter person.
Is this, oh, okay.
Yeah,
My name is Annabelle Richter.
Okay, great. So are there any, so I'm wondering if we could do an end run around Indonesia and then the whole China thing. Are there any technological advancements in battery production that actually just replace nickel with something else, or even replace both nickel and lithium?
Yes, so there's currently some work being done to substitute what is known as nickel matte, which is the primary component in those lithium-ion batteries, which I displayed a graphic of earlier. But so far, they haven't been as effective. To date, the reason why lithium-ion batteries are so in demand is because they're the best at what they do. An important factor with electric batteries that I've learned from my research, I'm by no means an engineering, so if anyone wants to correct me, please feel free, but their ability to really store high amounts of energy and not combust is critical to what makes them work. So unfortunately, as of right now, there's no real policy recommendations around avoiding nickel in terms of maybe finding an exact replacement. There are some comparable lithium-ion batteries which use maybe more cobalt and less nickel, but ultimately nickel will always be involved in the process.
Thanks for both the question and the answer. More questions, comments? Any questions or comments? Yes, in the front. And then we have another person in the back. Yes.
Hi. Actually, a question to all of you is, what happens next with your research, whether there's follow-on or the conclusion, or if nothing, then will you continue this just as a work of passion?
So how about with the two people who haven't spoken yet?
Yeah. So yeah, this has very much been, can you all hear me all right? Okay. This has very much been a continuation of lots of interest, I think, by all of us before this process started, and also will probably continue into the future. For us specifically, we have a symposium on campus here that is exclusive to us in mid-April, and then we also go to DC, and we will do individual meetings with think tanks and policymakers, and then also hold a symposium near the White House in DC as well, late April.
Hello? There we go. I think Brennan put it really beautifully. And I think something I would like to add is in the past, PIPS Fellows have had some really incredible opportunities to share their research as well. I know past PIPS Fellows have been featured on podcasts and have published journal articles and magazine articles. And so that's definitely something we can carry forward with our research. Thank you.
So I don't think you guys will be just laying on your sofa watching reruns of anything, I guess. I don't think they know what reruns are. So. We had another question from the back. Yes, sir.
Hi, I just want to say thank you so much for the presentations. I thought you all did a lovely job, and you should be proud. And I just want to first ask a question to the man with the long hair to the right. Yesterday, we were given a presentation about a government employee who was able to leak sensitive information through Discord. So I'm just wondering, do you think that Discord should be more heavily monitored? And if so, how?
I think that's kind of requires a nuanced answer. My understanding of the Discord leaker is that yes, that happened, but it was less of I'm radical and I'm motivated by some certain like racist ideology, and more like I'm trying to appeal to like these teenagers who I'm getting approval from. So I think that certain policies that would have addressed, that would have solved that specific issue wouldn't necessarily apply here. But I do think that Discord is an interesting situation because it has been a hub for organizing people online. And that's part of the reason why both white supremacy, but also other forms of domestic violent extremism have been able to foster. It's easier to spread ideas. It's easier to make those ideas seem like they're normal and not problematic. It's easier to share logistics. With that being said, moderating a private company is always a tricky situation, both from the perspective of getting anything done in government right now, and also considering is this a First Amendment issue? So I'm not too sure of the exact, here's this we're gonna change in Discord's platforms, but I do think that it has been consistently a method for organizing both larger scale, more prominent attacks, but also maybe less violent, but also problematic nonetheless instances of radicalization.
Thank you. Other questions, comments? I think we have time for at least one more question, right? Okay, well, at least one more. See, she said I was her boss. She's the boss. One other question? Yes, ma'am. Final question. Go ahead.
I just want to echo the sentiments from my teammate, Jason. We were all at the table like, wow, we're not that smart in undergrad, but this was incredibly impactful, and I do wish you all the best. I like to consider myself a lifelong learner, and so I was reminded of when I was in undergrad working as a Ronna McNair scholar and just sitting on a panel, but you guys, no notes, and to all the questions, no nervousness. So thank you for being brave, and thank you for the work that you do, and yes, to you as well. But that's all I had to say was just, I think it's amazing. I love this. I love learning, and I love when you can learn. Like, this is probably the first time many of us have heard any of these topics that you guys have discussed today, and so that's what the value that you guys brought, I know, to myself and my teammates here at the table, so thank you.
It's a pretty good way to end the panel, so thank you. We're not done yet. The next group we have speaking today is the group we call Disinfo Lab. They are a student organization featured at the NATO Youth Summit right alongside WMJIC. Based at the Global Research Institute here at William & Mary, DisinfoLab is the country's first undergraduate-led Disinformation think tank. DisinfoLab is committed to producing novel, public-facing research and software solutions to address current developments in politics, technology, and the intersection of the two. Using a multidisciplinary approach, their team of undergraduates combines their collective strengths in data science and political science to map, track, and inform about disinformation. They're going to showcase some software solutions at the intersection of politics and technology right now that is part of their incubator. And so we are thankful to Microsoft's Democracy Forward for supporting DisinfoLab with multiple grants, and we look forward to the launching of a pilot program supported by them in May. The podium is yours.
Great. Thank you so much for that introduction. So, hi, I'm Jeremy Swack. I'm a senior at William & Mary, majoring in computer science and data science, and I'm one of the co-directors of DisinfoLab, which is the country's first undergraduate-led mis- and disinformation think tank and software incubator. We're more than just a research lab. In addition to producing original research, DisinfoLab offers a unique entrepreneurial experience where students get to build the next generation of software that fortifies their information environment. Today, I'm excited to share two products that started in DisinfoLab's incubator. First, I'd like to talk about Frientify, an all-in-one manipulated media detector. As I'm sure many of you have seen firsthand, whether it be on the news or on social media, the line between real and fake digital content has never been more unclear. Take a look at these headlines from just this past year. With the rise of generative AI, it's easier than ever to produce realistic images, videos, audio recordings, and even live deepfake video calls that promote or support a misleading narrative. In fact, experts in AI predict that as much as 90% of online content may be synthetically generated by 2026. More than ever, it's imperative there are ways to uncover the truth about the digital content we see every day. That's why we're creating Frientify, a platform built to see through the dangers of generative AI. We're leveraging cutting-edge computer vision research to build a platform with the most robust detection capabilities on the market. To ensure our platform can detect a wide array of digital manipulations, we're developing a proprietary detection system that is able to identify deepfakes, cheap fakes, and other types of AI-generated content. But we're not just stopping at detection. To build trust with users, our detection models have built-in methods that explain frame by frame and pixel by pixel how a model came to its conclusion. That's what sets us apart from our competitors. Here's what we've built so far. Users are able to upload videos to the website to obtain a detailed digital forensics report. This report tells users exactly what kinds of manipulations are present in a video, which pixels have been manipulated, and where frame-by-frame manipulations are present. In this case, the model has accurately detected that this video is synthetically modified, flagged the specific pixels that show signs of manipulation, and extracted these relevant manipulated sections for the user. Since beginning development last year, we've received $17,000 in non-dilutive funding, including support from Microsoft Democracy Forward, the William & Mary Charles Center, and Hampton Roads Start Peninsula. After launching our MVP at the end of 2023, we're continuing development and anticipation for our first pilot program, which will give users the ability to try Frientify for themselves. We're looking for beta testers across a variety of different industries, including defense, intelligence, and academia. To learn more about Frientify and our beta testing program, visit our website at frientify.com. On to our second product. With 2023 bringing breakthrough after breakthrough in artificial intelligence, we sought to leverage this technology to bolster informed decision-making. The result is Verba AI, a cutting-edge open-source intelligence platform that helps everyone, from specialized analysts to casual news consumer, know what's happening when it's happening. In today's rapidly changing world, staying informed is crucial, but information overload can hinder our ability to grasp the full picture. Consider the ongoing Israel-Hamas war. If you search the web for the latest updates, here's what you'll see. Dozens of headlines spread across dozens of news outlets. Only some of these articles are likely relevant to you, but you'll have to tediously parse through each one to figure it out. And then there's the question of what news you aren't getting. What are non-English news outlets saying about the war, and how does that compare to our reporting at home? That's where Verba AI comes in. If you search Verba AI for the latest updates on the Israel-Hamas war, here's what you'll see. Key insights from news outlets all over the world, all in one place. We designed Verba AI with input from dozens of professionals working in defense, intelligence, and policy. We've developed proprietary AI pipelines that monitor, enrich, categorize, and query real-time news from over 230,000 news sources worldwide. Although we're leveraging cutting-edge technology, we're dedicated to building a platform that is intuitive to use for everyone, no matter their experience with emerging technology. For example, you can quickly query our database with natural language prompts, like you would with Google, or by discrete filters, something like source, country, or date. And after submitting a query, you'll always see the most relevant news headlines accompanied by a 5-bullet-point summary. If the article piques your interest, you can click on the hyperlink headline to dive deeper. If not, you can keep on scrolling. Let's take a closer look at this article, which highlights the value of Verba AI. This article is from O Globo, a top Brazilian news outlet. And it's originally written in Portuguese, but Verba AI has generated an English language summary for us to skim. Non-English articles like this would rarely make it into your conventional news queries. But thanks to our expansive database and multilingual translation, they're easy to access on Verba AI. As a result, users can easily inform their research from international, national, and local perspectives in a way they never could before. Verba AI is live at verbaai.org, and I encourage you all to give it a try. Since founding the company, we've had the opportunity to serve as keynote speakers at the Next Gen Information Quality Conference, and in April, we'll be launching an election mis- and disinformation tracker in collaboration with the League of Women Voters Virginia. We're still in the early stages, and we're eagerly looking for additional beta testers to give the product a try and let us know how we can improve it further. Thank you so much for your time. If you're interested in learning more about Verba AI or Frientify or joining one of our beta test programs, feel free to reach out to me over email, or I'll be around to chat as well. Thank you.
Nearing the end of the working lunch. We now have 2 student MBA teams, or should we call them MBA student teams? This is the home field advantage, as we are in the business school, so we're going to give them their full due. They are now going to speak to you guys about their Sprint Week experience. Come on up. They've got a built-in influence.
Good afternoon, how we doing? Hey. All right, so I come from supply chain and I have zero background in cybersecurity prior to this Sprint Week. It's really the first time I've been exposed to the elements revolving around the cybersecurity landscape. So the CMMC compliance requiring companies entrusted with sensitive information and progressively implementing an advanced level of security depending upon the sensitivity of the information they are entrusted serves as various parallels in the corporate landscape. To give you a very, very brief synopsis of my takeaways from this week in the Sprint project in which we conducted is how compliance and striving for an enterprise in which security and awareness of the growing threat landscape need to be at the forefront of our business decisions. And what we learned this week, I believe that my MBA cohort and I can draw upon all these skills and tools to just ensure that security and awareness are at the forefront of how we make our decisions and combat the threat landscape. Thanks.
In addition to what Aaron said, I think this was just a great opportunity for us as MBA students to see it risk through a business lens, and that's really what I took away from it. I have a military background, and so I think about risk assessment and risk management through a military lens, but I don't necessarily think about it through a business lens. And so this Sprint Week really taught us how to quantify risk to senior leaders when it comes to the financial implications, when it comes to like critical assets, that really generate value for our business and its shareholders. And so I think that's one of the key things that I learned. And we learned about some really cool tools that are out there to help companies and help leaders quantify risk in different ways to be able to convey a narrative to senior leaders that this is important and this is something that they should consider.
Something that I learned was from the board presentation itself, where we received a question on, so one of our strategic recommendations was to move to CMMC level 3. And we said that because there were other factors that we wanted to consider that weren't just the financial implications and the risk level. So the question was, could we quantify those extra added values that we said we would give? And I think it showed the importance of, when you're in a board meeting, to have measurable metrics to support your recommendations. Thanks.
So I think just to follow up on what Merlin said, one of the most important things we really learned in this is that, you know, this isn't a if scenario, it's a when scenario, right? We're at risk all the time, and there's really no way to insulate yourself from cybersecurity risks and threats. And because of that, there's a huge human element to this, and it's incumbent upon leaders and management to really make decisions not just based upon finances. When we did the quantitative risk analysis and the financial analysis, we really found that, you know, it was cheaper to go to a certain level of risk, right, level 2. But level 3 really protected our data and national security in this case in a much more meaningful way, right? So it is really about the human element here just as much as it is about the business element. And I think that's what I'll take away from this. Thank you.
All right, so like my other fellow colleagues, before this week, I really had absolutely zero experience or exposure to cybersecurity, so I didn't really know what I was really getting myself into. And one of the key takeaways I'm going to have from the end of this sprint week is how businesses should really prioritize improving their cybersecurity systems and kind of think of it as a beneficial investment rather than a formality in terms of checking a box in order to meet certain compliance standards. One question that we kind of talked about before we presented yesterday was the fact that ransomware is obviously more expensive than other types of malware, and we really tried to take a deeper look as to why that is. And one thing that stuck out to us from the business perspective is that you're kind of losing money in a twofold way, if that makes sense. One, you're obviously not going to be able to access your systems, and you're going to have to either not pay or ultimately pay tens of millions of dollars. And on the flip side, your operations are kind of halted in the water, and you're not going to generate any revenue. So kind of just businesses prioritizing boosting their cybersecurity systems and really thinking of it as a true investment rather than a formality is something that'll stick out to me.
So like Caden said, I didn't have a vast knowledge in cybersecurity. I'm prior military, so the most I knew was the cyber awareness training that we had to conduct every year. I'm pretty sure some of you guys done the same training. What I'm taking away from this is that, you know, having put together a team that we all didn't have a lot of knowledge in cybersecurity, so we had to pull from different experience that we had. So some of the team members were really familiar with finance, so they were able to pull from that that knowledge that they had. I have a little background in operational risk management because we're taught that a lot in the military, so I was able to pull from that, and we were able to get through it even though we didn't know a lot about cybersecurity. So that's what I take away.
So my group basically discussed the financial implications of not being compliant with cybersecurity protocols. But I feel one thing I learned is also that we need to be socially responsible, not just to our investors, but also to various stakeholders throughout the company. That's the employees and the customer also. So cybersecurity is not just about financial aspects, but also it goes way beyond that. We need to be more socially responsible. Thank you.
Okay, what I learned for the previous days is team collaboration, because you have to trust your teammate, then work together, you know everything. Yeah, thank you.
Despite having a non-technical background, this week I learned a lot about CMMC compliance, the importance of cybersecurity, not just in financial aspects, but also supply chain and the global markets as well. And I would like to thank my amazing team for constantly supporting me, and also the management for organizing this. Thank you.
Let's give some applause to the whole group. So our working lunch is nearly concluded. Hopefully, in between bites, you heard something that you liked or sparked an interest in you, and you want to follow up on that, do something further. If you are interested in working with any of these amazing students, undergrads, MBAs, or others, we are happy here at William & Mary to connect you. You can reach out to Kay Floyd's office or to my office, the Vice Provost for Academic Affairs, and we will find a way to engage you. The students want to work with you, and hopefully it is a mutual. So I want to thank you for your attention you've given to the students today, and I think it's truly an expression of the spirit of this entire conference. Thank you.
All right, I promised Kathleen Jabs I'd work in breaks this year. You are now on a small break until just before 1 o'clock. We will have a prompt start. We have 2 extremely exciting panels, as well as a special address by Major General Ring this afternoon. So enjoy, take a break, and then please, of course, feel free to come and claim some of the empty seats up at the front. I promise that none of the speakers bite. All right, thank you. This is your 2-minute warning. We're going to start right at 1 o'clock. All right, if I can please have our next panel come join me here up at the stage. This panel is going to be focusing on securing critical infrastructure in the age of AI and other emerging technologies. And it is my absolute pleasure to hand this over to our moderator from the law school. So this is curated by the law school, as I mentioned at the beginning. So Iria Gilfrida, it is your stage.
Good afternoon. I think we may have a speaker. All right. All right, good afternoon. Thank you so much for not only attending the conference, but to attend the conference after lunch. Because I think all of us feel a little bit of postprandial somnolence, right? It's the post-lunch slump. And I don't know if you've had any of the cookies. They are very, very good cookies, but they have a lot of sugar. So expect the sugar crush coming any minute now. But before that happens, I promise a very, very interesting panel. I'm going to read the title, Securing Critical Infrastructure in the Age of AI and Other Emerging Technologies. I'm very fortunate because I'm accompanied in this journey for this panel by 3 eminent experts in the area. I'm going to start with Glenn Ballard. Thank you very much for joining. Glenn is the president and CEO of Dragonfly. I will then have the pleasure of working with Dan Bowden, which is Marsh Global CISO. Hi. And last but definitely not least, Dave Berg, Group Head Cyber at Kroll, a firm that I actually used when I was a commercial litigator in London. I used your London counterparts. So what we'll be doing is very similar to the format in the morning. I'll be asking some questions, but I invite the audience sort of to think about some questions. And yes, MBA students, I am looking at you. But I'll start first, so start thinking. One thing I should have said, I want to invite everybody to read the full profiles, otherwise we'll have no time if I read them all. Glenn, if you don't mind, I'm going to start with you. You've been a pivotal figure in the cybersecurity industry. How do you perceive the current threat landscape against critical infrastructure, especially concerning the integration of AI and emerging technologies?
Thank you. And just before I start, and this is repetitive from a panel that I was on earlier this week, but I want to thank William and Mary for having me. It's an honor to be here. Like I said earlier this week, we will not be solving this complex and critical issue that we all face today around cybersecurity. And it's you, and it's especially the MBA and the students out there that are thinking outside of the box and bringing innovations to us and to the market to be able to solve cyber and working together to do that. So thank you for having me back on campus to talk today. From our standpoint, we've been lucky from a company purview. So we've been in business for a little over 16 years, around working in cybersecurity services in critical infrastructure, both on in the federal space, the state and local, and then also commercial critical infrastructure. We've seen that threat landscape emerging or evolving, and it's from 16 years ago, it was password exploitations, it was DDoS, it was just similar across all industries around that threat. What we're seeing today is that threat model has become extremely complicated and complex, and there's multiple technical threats. There's and hundreds, if not more, threats to critical infrastructure. But I'll talk about three today in general. One is around supply chain. One is around insider threat. And then the third one is around nation states. And then I'll close with kind of a spark of an idea or a spark of a risk that could potentially turn into a threat that I was talking to a gentleman last night on. So that first one around supply chain. So data is ubiquitous, but also organizations are ubiquitous now. To be competitive in the market, we are all partnering together in different industries to be able to provide services to our clients. As a result of that, we are dependent on our suppliers, we're dependent on our partners, we're dependent on our clients. And if a risk or a vulnerability exists in that supply chain, it affects all of us, and it affects the whole critical infrastructure protection environment. A good example of this happened last year or the year before around the SolarWinds attack, where SolarWinds, a technology that was embedded in many organizations today, and then that had insight and monitoring around very critical components of clients' networks. They were breached, and the adversaries were able to access many environments because of that risk and that threat in that supply chain. The second area is insider threat. So many of you know, the fireside chat last night was around insider threat, and so of course that typical insider threat exists in critical infrastructure today, where someone has sensitive data and they leak it into the environment. But what is happening with the emerging technologies and AI being introduced today is that there's insider threats is increasing, and it's increasing unknowingly. So imagine an engineer or a cyber professional working in a nuclear power plant that is developing what's called a NERC-CIP compliance policy. So the policies and the architectures around how to protect our nuclear assets. And they're using generative AI to help improve their work, and they put in, here is energy company X, and please create the architecture and the policy around that. And here's some of our documents to be able to help create that document for us. And so the leakage of data unknowingly into these generative AI machines can have a very bad impact into the environment. The third one is around nation states. So we've all been talking about that today, yesterday, and throughout this week. What we are seeing, and this week the administration and the administrator of the EPA sent out a letter to all of the governors in the United States around two very relevant and real threats that are happening into our water systems today. And there were 2 nation states that they have evidence that they are pursuing and have the capabilities to attack those water systems. So those are the nation states are well resourced, they are well trained, they have the staff and the organization around to be able to attack the critical infrastructures. And just to add on a new threat that is actually more of a risk now, but it sparked last night when I was talking to one of your esteemed colleagues from the business school, and what they said was that the emergence of AI in critical infrastructure is very similar to cavemen and cavewomen identifying fire. And so fire is very dangerous if not used properly, but there is a huge opportunity to be able to bring value to the market. And so I think we're at a point right now where AI is a risk that could turn into a threat, and one that we will need to make sure that we have governance around and that we're managing properly. So.
Thank you very much, Glenn. Thank you. Dan, if I may, I'm going to turn to you. I hope you can see me. If I turn my head, you're going to just see the back of my head. You are the CISO of a global organization, Marsh, but you were also the CISO of Centara Healthcare. What unique challenges do you face in securing critical infrastructure across various geographical regions, considering the rapidly evolving nature of cyber threats and technological advancements? And so there's an additional question whether there are specific concerns for the healthcare sector that perhaps are slightly different from other sectors.
Very good, thank you. I'm very happy to be on the panel. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
All right, just since I'm in remote, decided I should check on that. It's interesting, so just speaking my current role and an organization with Marsh, we're a global risk advisory company. And we advise other companies, so any given risk, it could be natural risks, storms, earthquakes, fires, floods, and then financial risk, geopolitical risk, military conflict, employment, any aspect of running your business. And we do that globally across regions. And so we've, over time, have been able to gather a lot of information in an actuarial sense about claims for insurance and for coverage based on threats being realized and understanding what the impact of those are. And I think what we're learning is that you need to examining what is it that your organization or is trying to accomplish, and then what are the threats that would disrupt that. And in terms of cyber threats, we're also the world's largest cyber insurance broker. And so we have learned a lot of information about what are the threats that could affect a particular sector, and tries to advise clients what does a success look like for them on a given continuum. And over time, what we're trying to do is help organizations know not just how do you protect yourself. That's always the first question organizations ask, but how do you then detect and respond and recover in an event? And I think that's the key thing now, where I would say there's the assumption of disruption. So we've experienced some kind of an issue, a disruption of service, and how do we move forward? And how do we partner with others in that? Who do we rely on? Maybe it's a key supplier that we count on that's having a major disruption that affects our business. And it's really awakened a new aspect of the job was challenging. Cybersecurity was challenging in the beginning, as Glenn very well articulated. Back in the day, when we started off with passwords, every time we've added more business functionality, we've increased that threat surface. And now we also, national companies, global companies, our supply chains are sprawling, for some organizations, dozens, hundreds, or thousands suppliers that we count on. And so it's important to understand, how do we survive if one of those, or how does our business keep moving forward, and how do we support our stakeholders if one of those were to experience an issue? My time in healthcare, I was, as mentioned, I was at 5 years the CISO at Centera, and before that, 10 years in a combined academic, a major research institution and health system at the University of Utah. And healthcare is interesting. The reaction to a business disruption, I think some organizations have an approach, well, we're not going to pay, we're only going to recover on our own. Healthcare, there's a challenging situation with patient safety. And very well-versed healthcare organizations have done the work to know, after a certain number of minutes, hours, days, what does that increased risk continuum look like for potential adverse events for patients? And so they're very mindful of that. And I think that's, some people criticize healthcare organizations for paying, but at the same time, they're balancing how long to recover, whether I do it myself or whether I try to pay my way out. And a lot of organizations just immediately execute both paths. They say, we're going to rebuild our infrastructure to try to get through this, but at the same time, we're going to work with law enforcement and others to figure out who is this actor and what are the odds of us being able to recover if we pay. And so it's a big challenge for healthcare. And those of you who've been following the Change Health cyber event that's now dragged out over weeks of time, Change Health is a very central cog in the healthcare supply chain wheel in terms of a data clearinghouse, a payment clearinghouse, and has national impact on several provider practices of all sizes. Just a single doctor in an orthopedic office, all the way to major health systems, and a huge percentage of the pharmacies nationally were affected by that outage, and they're still working to recover. And so it's interesting to figure out what does moving forward look like. And I don't have any inside knowledge with United Health or Change Health, but you can all who have done cybersecurity can imagine they're having business continuity discussions about, in the future, how can we restore this service that was lost to so many of our stakeholders. And so I think that's, in terms of whether it's geography or sector, because sometimes you can, a single geography could have a cascading impact across the whole country, or a single company could affect, organizations across various geographies. And I think that it all comes back to the basics. When I first jumped into cybersecurity a long, long time ago, we started off with a threat template. And it started off with, floods, fires, earthquakes, and then went down to cybersecurity risks, insider threat, et cetera. And what's the likelihood? What's the impact? And I think those are the basics that organizations will need to continually revisit.
Thank you very much. And I think that the discussion about healthcare is probably the best, if not most dramatic example of how cyber moves from the cyberspace to the kinetic space. And I'm borrowing terminology from the armed forces. Things that happen in the cyber world. A disruption of service for a healthcare provider means that some patients may die. I was in the United Kingdom at the time that WannaCry essentially shut down the entire NHS system, so the nationalized healthcare system. And patients died because they had critical surgeries that couldn't be performed. So it's probably one of the difficult, amongst obviously many, but one of the areas that we can visualize probably better. Dave, if you don't mind, I'm going to turn to you. You have extensive experience in cybersecurity. How do you foresee the role of AI, both in terms of mitigating or exacerbating cyber risks for looking at critical infrastructure? And are there any specific area where AI can be, again, either a very effective tool or a very dangerous tool?
To answer the question, let me just give you a little bit of context on my experience and my perspective. So for the last 6 years, up until 3 weeks ago, I was at EY, leading the cybersecurity team in the Americas. It's a very large, commercially focused, really transformation-focused security team working in for large, typically Fortune 500 multinational corporations, really in every single sector. As a component of that role and responsibility, one of the things that EY does as one of the largest audit firms in the world is study cyber intrusions that occur in the EY audit base. And I think that's an interesting point of view because every single EY client is generally a very large company, sophisticated company, likely understands cybersecurity and spends quite a bit of money on cybersecurity. And so what our cyber team would do is perform a shadow investigation of the external parties that were brought in to perform the more comprehensive intrusion investigation. And the reason that that is undertaken for the MBA students in the room is that the auditing firms have a responsibility to be able to comment on the strength, the integrity, the reliability of the financial reporting infrastructure and process. So ostensibly the reason for that shadow investigation is to just understand whether or not any of the financial reporting infrastructure was affected by the intrusion. What the team did very nicely is chronicled the underlying statistics surrounding what was observed. So one thing that's important to note, and this may have been covered previously in this session, but I think it's worth restating, is that after the invasion of Ukraine by the Russians, there was a significant decrease in the number of ransomware and other kinds of disruptive cyber intrusions. I mean, a significant drop. About 10, 11 months after the invasion, the number of intrusions began to tick up. And what we've seen really over the last, say, 9 months or so is a steady and significant increase in ransomware, business email compromise, and other kinds of, APT and other kinds of serious intrusions. And that pattern and that trajectory continues upward. And I don't see any reason why that trajectory is not going to continue, which is, I think, important to know and is concerning. But kind of flipping back to what the audit firms at EY, what we studied, what we saw in these intrusions in very large, sophisticated companies was many of the most weak and fundamental security controls were compromised. And one of the ones that I will talk about is very successful attack technique of just basically social engineering. Calling up a help desk, duping the help desk operator to reset a password, declare or share credentials. And so the whole, the attack pattern unfolds from there in terms of escalating privileges and pushing tools and targeting content, et cetera. Very concerning because this is not any kind of AI-driven technology. This is actually extremely fundamental. And I will come back and answer your question about AI, but I did want to mention that. For the last 3 weeks, I've moved over to Kroll, which is the world's largest commercial incident response firm. And what the Kroll team sees and has been working on is a massive, massive number of ransomware attacks, business email compromise attacks, other kinds of cyber intrusions all over the world. So Glenn talked a little bit about critical infrastructure, and one thing that is clear, and perhaps and I think it's very important that you know this, is that these attacks happen everywhere. Every single country on earth, with the exception of the location where the bad actors reside. It's very crystal clear when you look at color-coded global maps of the volume of attack activity. You can see there are places where there's no attack activity. That's probably where these attacks are coming from. But nonetheless, I mentioned that just because Glenn also talked about the importance of supply chain, and supply chain is I think a massive issue when it comes to cyber. I was in a meeting with some of the folks that are responsible for a sector called advanced manufacturing or mobility. These are the biggest manufacturing companies in the world, and many of them are here in the United States. And what they noted is that about 96% of the manufacturing capability in the United States is delivered not by the Fortune 500, but by small, medium-sized companies that are in the supply chain of the largest companies in the world. And now coming back to Kroll, most of the Kroll, the hundreds and hundreds or thousands of intrusion cases that we see at Kroll are affecting the small and mid-sized businesses. We do work, also in the large corporates. But I think there's a really important, observation here, which is that these attacks are happening everywhere. They're not happening randomly. They happen with sophistication. There's a reason a company is targeted. It may be, now this is sort of going to tie into my comments around AI, it may be just due to the fact that the bad actors are better at adopting new technologies than we are as the good actors. The bad actors are incredibly intelligent. They're adaptable. They move fast. They figure out how to use technology. And so they absolutely are using as much automation as they possibly can to help them efficiently run their multi-billion-dollar business that keeps growing and growing every year. I mean, and I think it's also very important to keep in mind that the bad actors on the other side, they are business people. They run a great business. They run a business that grows fast year over year, compounds. They get better and better at what they do, and they get more and more efficient. And this is, again, where I think AI on the pernicious side of the house is a real problem. Because when the bad actors can do what they do with greater speed and efficiency, it creates a far bigger problem for all of us. In military parlance, because I see some what look like very senior officers in the room, and it's an honor to be in the room with you, gentlemen and ladies. The military will talk about military doctrine, first, second, third offset. And the third offset is the concept of a warfighter, a single warfighter, being able to do the work of 100 or 1,000 warfighters. I think we're seeing that kind of third offset emerging now, unfortunately, more effectively on the side of the bad actor than on the defender, because of the power of AI, the power of being able to scour information. And when a bad actor is conducting a social engineering attack on a help desk operator and a challenge question comes up, they can very quickly and in real time assemble the correct answer to the challenge question using large language models that they can query very, very quickly. On the defensive side of the house, I mean, I think that every single cyber company that's got financial backing from venture capital firms and private equities is talking about how successfully they're adopting AI into their products and their tools. And I think that's aspirational. I don't think we actually see it fully manifest, in reality, certainly not at scale in commercial products. One of the areas where we definitely see very successful, called early stage adoption of AI is on the security operations side, where there are complex tasks, assimilating a lot of information. This is a way in which many SOC operators are operating faster and closing the gaps and operating with speed, which is, I think, extremely important, because speed is, I think, the final thing I'll comment on. The threat actors now move faster than ever before. Companies like CrowdStrike and Microsoft, they talk about mean time to detect, and they're trying to get down into sub hours and minutes. I think the threat actor that we face today moves unbelievably quickly to execute their attack activity, really set the stage to move into the ransomware demand motion. If the threat actor does not wish to be detected very, very often, as everyone in this room I'm sure is aware, they're very good at evading detection. And I think evidence of that fact is, whether it was in the Big Four or now at Kroll, we have offensive or red teams that are hired to do to hack for the sake of good, to be able to understand and really exploit the weaknesses in security controls. Our team succeeds 100% of the time. That's not a good statistic. And so the point is that if you're sophisticated and you wish to compromise a system, it can be done. And the most sophisticated actors have really extraordinary tool sets, which are very, very hard, can be very, very hard to detect. So this is I'm going to try and turn this into a little bit of a positive spin. There's a great deal of opportunity. There's a great deal of wealth that will be accumulated as these technologies are properly applied. But the problem is significant, and I think it's actually now moving faster, perhaps because of AI and other technologies than ever before.
Thank you very much. The points that you are making are resonant of something that we heard during the week. We had a team of lawyers from Constantiuda's incident response, or from a legal perspective, that highlighted exactly how business-like are these threat actors. They are not spotty teenagers sitting somewhere. There may be a couple of spotty teenagers, but for the most part, this is a business that is run with efficiency. And so we have to combat by addressing it in the same way. And this is sort of one of the great themes that I like to talk about. The response has to be interdisciplinary. And in the real world, interdisciplinary means a connection of public and private sector. So it's sort of an open question to the three of you. How can collaboration between public and private sector be enhanced to strengthen the resilience of critical infrastructure against these cyber threats, especially in light of the rapid rise of artificial intelligence and other emerging technologies? Glenn.
I'll kick this off. So if you had asked me this question 5 years ago or 8 years ago, I would have said a lot of work needs to happen. There needs to be improvements around declassifying data faster to get it out to industry, to get it out to critical infrastructures. I think there has been a lot of improvements in the last 5 to 8 years in that. I think there's been improvements in the government's space to clear individuals out in the critical infrastructure organizations to be able to pull that data and make actions on it. I absolutely believe there's more improvements that are needed in that area. But where I think there is a gap today is in a third layer, and that is in two spaces, but very similar. So it's the consumer into an organization and the B2B relationship of organizations. And so from a consumer standpoint, if I'm going on vacation and I'm staying at a hotel or a resort and I provide my privacy data, my credit card data, how do I trust that organization that they're going to use that data properly and are securing it? And so is there a scorecard that can be created for me as a consumer to understand and where my risk is and who I should be working with or putting my dollar to? And very similar and larger is the B2B relationship. So I spoke about it earlier, the supply chain. We're only successful with our partners and our partnerships. And from a company standpoint, we have suppliers, we are suppliers, and we work with our clients. In that ecosystem, how do we know who to work with and how to work with them? And what is our risk to us as an organization? So again, is there some type of information sharing that can happen to the B2B relationships? And is there a information sharing that can happen to B2C relationships?
Thank you very much. Dan, do you want to share some of your thoughts?
Absolutely. I think this is an interesting topic, and I agree. 10 years ago, it felt like there was a huge vacuum of information about what do I do about threats. Now, I think we've crossed over to there's so much, organizations don't know how to digest and consume it. And maybe an interesting MBA project question is to go back to 1950 and see how many presidential executive orders asked just the internal government entities to do a better job sharing threat intel amongst themselves. And I think you can just look at some, whether it's domestic or global events that have happened that seemed that were a surprise, but someone somewhere knew. And the challenge was, when the intel goes, how do we close the loop on making sure it was properly valued by the recipient so they know what to do with it. And I think now in the ground game, if I'm a small, medium-sized business owner, or if I'm in a large company, and I feel like I got this rainstorm of threat intel. And how do we close the loop to start determining what are the valuable pieces of threat intel for my organization, and how do I report that back to someone so that we know when threat intel about my sector comes from this source, there's a higher efficacy rating on it. And it's tough. I'm not saying this is an easy fix. It's not. It would be great if we could figure a way to solve that problem. And I'm, serve on a few, organizational and tech company boards where they're trying to figure out how can they tell you this is the next vulnerability to patch. For sure, do this one first above all the others because it's going to be the next big software exploit that's going to happen. And it's very difficult, but I think that's this collaboration. It's now how do we take this great load of intel that we're being given, and how do we learn to dispose of it in a way, that disposition process that's of the greatest value. And then it changes. So as soon as you figure out everything you got today, what to do with it, there's a whole new pile tomorrow and the next day. And so then what's the curation of all that data? What's the aging out? When do because anything you try to do and absorb is kind of a tax on your resources. You only have so many people and resources and bandwidth to consume and react to all of this. So it's a huge challenge. I love the question. I don't know the answer, but I know I think I'm learning more and more as I get older about solving the problem, and I have some grandchildren that I'll try to coach up on this. Hopefully they'll figure out something more about it than I have.
We count on it. David, do you have some thoughts?
Yeah, I do. I think I have three thoughts that I want to share on this point. I mean, the first is I'll go back to that the war in Ukraine, that the Russian invasion, and I talked about the decrease in the number of ransomware and other cyber intrusion attacks immediately following that invasion. I think there are I have two theories as to why that happened. One, many Russian assets were just redirected to focus on Ukrainian infrastructure and Ukrainian technology, and therefore the business was redirected elsewhere. The second is that there was, I think, an unprecedented level of cooperation between the United States law enforcement and intelligence community, and I would say not just the United States, but likely our allies as well. But we'll focus on the United States for the sake of this conversation, to direct much more aggressive, call it offensive takedown of key command and control nodes around the world to really debilitate the bad actors and their infrastructure. I think it was unbelievably important, and as far as I know, I think it's unprecedented. And kind of a side comment is I remember a number of years ago I was out in California visiting some Kleiner Perkins backed venture capital companies that they were investing in. I was looking at this threat intelligence company that was formed by a couple of guys that came out of NSA, and what they were showing was a live demo of their intelligence gathering apparatus looking at a command and control node that was actively and in real time being used to attack many number of law firms in the United States. And I watched this and I'm like, is this a demo? And they said, no, this is happening now. I'm like, wow. So the point is that there are certainly ways and means of studying what the adversary is doing. I think the historic law enforcement and intelligence philosophy was what, the intelligence is more valuable if we can watch and study and learn. And so I think there's a shift that's taking place, which is important. And again, we saw examples of that around the time of the invasion in Ukraine. That's an example of cooperation between intelligence, law enforcement, and many technology companies to affect change. That's important, and that may need to continue. I think another idea that's interesting is if we have to study other systems. And what I mean is I've spent time many times going over to Israel and met with a lot of the Israeli cyber defense community. And one of the models that I was pretty fascinated by was Israel's. It's obviously a much smaller country, but they're operating in a very dangerous part of the world. They're very sophisticated at sharing intelligence between public and private sector, and there's actually a great deal of support that is provided to the private sector by the public sector, and really kind of in a coordinated way. So what I wonder is, are there better models, of that variety that perhaps we should study and adopt? That certainly we have to recognize the United States is enormous, and it's not easy to do things at that kind of scale. But it's something to consider. The third public-private idea to think about is, I cannot tell you how many times I've had law enforcement colleagues or former law enforcement colleagues, or even active U.S. law enforcement colleagues comment on the fact that there's far more really good threat intelligence or intelligence of attacker information that sits right in the information systems and infrastructure of corporate America. Some would say 80% of the intelligence sits in the private sector. So I think one other comment that I would make is that, from a Kroll perspective, we've got a team of an army of folks that are from the FBI, Secret Service, and intelligence agencies. We know that because of the volume of cases that we see, we have we understand about a 10-day advantage, a kind of a threat intelligence advantage of where particularly the ransomware actors are, where they're moving. And it's that 10-day advantage, while maybe not large, is enough to get the attention of some of the largest institutions in the United States who are saying, we want that, we want to understand that. And so what I'm saying is, I think the third area for cooperation is to figure out, really how to get more of this actionable intelligence out of the private sector and into the hands of the public sector operators, so that we can better protect ourselves. And let me just add one final idea. Many years ago, the FBI would reach out to a victim organization and tell them, you have a problem. And many years ago, there wasn't a lot more information that was provided other than to say, you've got a cyber problem. What the FBI has done, I think, very nicely over the intervening years is providing more specific, actionable intelligence to corporations. I think that's actually an incredibly important model. And so this kind of ties back to some degree perhaps to the Israeli model, where we know more than any other country in the world about what bad actors are doing. And I think the question for us from a policy and strategy perspective is, how much can we convert that kind of intelligence into actionable information that U.S. companies, large and small and mid-sized companies, can take action on quickly to try to counter this threat faster and maybe in new and different ways.
And I think the challenge of what all of the three of you have suggested is not just the scale and the rapidity in which the technology is developing, but also the fact that as we try to improve this flow of communication, we have to be aware that the persistent threat actors are also looking at what we're doing, right? They want to be in the middle of the communication, the data sharing. And so it's building these trust models with almost a zero trust approach, right? Now, thinking about risk, and MBA students, this is really a question for you. Considering the interconnectedness of critical infrastructure systems, how do you approach risk management and contingency planning to ensure the continuity of operations in the event of a cyber incident or a technological disruption? Dan, I wonder whether we can start, so I should look at that way. I wonder whether we can start with you, just to change the order of speakers.
It's interesting. I think that it starts with impact assessments. And what is it that what we do and what's most important? So if there are 5 things we need to get done, how do we rank those by importance? And that's how I start the risk assessment process is then, and depending on what kind of organization you're in, maybe number 4 and 5 you just stop doing in the event of a sort of a catastrophic event. But 1 through 3, it's important enough. It's a critical infrastructure service. or something in your community or in the nation that you've got to figure out how to keep that going. And we can learn this through cyber events. We learned it through the pandemic when just the different manufacturing was affected. A lot of people had no idea that maybe several national companies relied on one single provider in the middle of Wisconsin, to give them key equipment that they needed. But that's what I think you've got to start with, is that business impact assessment of your key services that you provide, and then start breaking that down in terms of, all right, when we get into the threat template, the cyber incident portion or the technology portion that we count on to deliver those services, one, is it how quickly can we recover on our own? And then what does delivering that service look like without having the technology capability? And I think those are the things that, in terms of planning for continuity of operations, you've got to do that. And it's a challenging thing to wrap your head around, but the very mature organizations I've seen on continuity planning, they have plans scripted out, just assuming there is no technology. Well, what do we do? Or maybe all we have now is phones. We have a mobile net. We have the mobile network, and we're doing phone calls. And do we have everyone's phone number? Are those things available? But I think that's how I would start. My approach is what are those services, and then let's start doing impact assessments, and then figure out where's the line. What do we have to do to support the stakeholders, and just start modeling out scenarios. This is the work that I think it's very enlightening to what the important things of your business are and how to actually get things done. I've heard organizations talk about payroll. Well, I need to figure out how to make sure the payroll system stays up and this and that and the other. And then finally I heard the CFO say, well, I have the bank's number on my phone. What if I just call them and tell them to cut all the same paychecks they did last time? Well, you're probably 95% good on that, right? And you probably there's some cleanup to do with people who left or came, but it's that kind of thinking that has to take place, I think, when you start doing that and taking that approach for contingency planning.
Thank you. Dave, I guess you help a lot of clients, right, in doing precisely this.
So hopefully at some point in your life you've gone into a giant warehouse and seen kind of a warehouse operation. When I go into them, I'm amazed. I'm amazed because of the ability to accurately track inventory and the movement of products or parts. And I start with that because I think everything that Dan said is right around business impact analysis. But I think this problem has to be approached from the bottom up and the top down. And from a bottom up perspective, the reason I talk about accurate inventory is the only way to be good at cybersecurity is you have to know very precisely what you are responsible for protecting, and you have to know the configuration of every single piece of technology that you are responsible for protecting, whether it's physical or it's a virtualized device or machine. And in my experience working for many, many companies, some of the biggest companies in the world, most companies are not good at this. We oftentimes will go into Fortune 500 companies and do an analysis, an asset inventory of computing devices, and find that the company is protecting 50 to 60% of the computing devices, which means 40 to 50% of the devices that are part of the enterprise are not known about, not protected. And that's a real problem. And you really cannot, and you'll hear in the conferences, you hear the security professionals always talk about, you got to nail the fundamentals. It is true. And it absolutely starts with something as simple as extremely accurate asset inventories. And it gets, much more, there are many layers that go on top of it. I think the other one that's a fundamental that has to be nailed is identities and entitlements and privileges that are allocated to assets, to processes, to applications. People come, people go. you have to be able to manage the access to infrastructure with extreme precision. So from a bottom-up perspective, I think precision really, really matters in cyber. Now, from a top-down perspective, I was trying to remember the name of the model or the character, but if you may remember ever seeing Terminator 2, there is a character, the Terminator, the modern, not the T-1000, whatever the next iteration was. He gets shot by Arnold Schwarzenegger and just kind of morphs into he fixes himself immediately into his natural state. That is an example of resilience, and that is exactly what we need in cyber. We have to engineer systems that can take a hit and just bounce back and recover fast. And there's an often cited example is some of the engineering that took place, at this point might be a decade ago, at Netflix, where they designed specifically infrastructure to be able to be blown out and self-heal and fix itself. And it was actually apparently written to be that efficient because the engineers didn't like getting waked up in the middle of the night and have to go into their offices in Seattle and fix the infrastructure. And so they've built a highly resilient infrastructure that can just take hits and recover. I think this is one of the major areas where most large corporations, most companies really fail, is to actually be able to have resilient infrastructure that to reach a point where you don't really care if some of the production environment is hit by a ransomware attack or is bricked and destroyed. You've got an ability to recover fast, roll back very fast, and essentially reset a system, a process, an application to its baseline, and be able to restore all of the production data with precision, so really nothing's lost. I think there's a massive amount of work to be done in that space, and again, I think it's very hard because of the lack of precision from the bottom up, and also just from the top down.
And I'll just echo what both Dan and Dave said. So cyber is not IT is not a cyber problem, and there is a need for precision and evidence-based models. And so what we've done with some of our clients today is to bring that real-world, real-time monitoring of their environments. And so Dave mentioned the inventory of assets. So there's millions of software assets and hardware assets and identities in our clients' environments. And so we have coupled that with analytics, AI, and next-gen security operations center and log management capabilities to start correlating that data. We've coupled generative AI around that because there's terabytes of data that are needing to be processed. And while we're doing that, we're able to put quantitative risk measures on top of that to show an organization where they're at most risk across the enterprise. You also talked about the convergence of the IT and physical worlds. And so we work a lot in critical infrastructure, which includes both IT assets and OT assets, so operational technology assets. And we are working very closely with our clients to help them identify their risks in real time and the configurations and vulnerabilities in those environments. Because they're real-time systems, we can't work on those systems and do the penetration testing or the monitoring in real time. And so we've helped our clients in building digital twins of the real-world environment, and using that twin environment, we are injecting vulnerabilities. We're trying to penetrate the environments. We are testing the asset management approaches around that. And as a result of that, the physical world in the OT environment has become a lot stronger and more resilient, and we're able to quantify the risk of that real-world environment that was not touchable previously.
Thank you very much. And I can see the MBA students updating their their presentation with this information is incredibly valuable. I do have a question that would help very much my law students, but I'm not going to ask it. Instead, I'm going to ask a more general one, considering time restrictions. So for each of you, considering that many in the audience, as you know, are fantastic MBA students and therefore tomorrow's business leaders, what is one takeaway about securing critical infrastructure that you would want to share with them? And just what that is. Maybe we'll start with you, Glenn, the other way around.
I would say that you're part of the solution, so you are a puzzle piece in decreasing the risk and mitigating the vulnerabilities and bringing innovation into cyber.
I'm going to point back to the notion of studying success that's happened in other places. And I think that if you look at the way the Ukrainians have been able to respond with a lot of help from a lot of important institutions and companies, but what you have in Ukraine right now is an incredible ability to be able to fend off nonstop, both kinetic and non-kinetic cyber attacks that are going after critical infrastructure. And so there's I think a very interesting reliance on cloud infrastructure to enable protections and operation of critical infrastructure. I think that's very important. So what we have here, for you guys to take away is to figure out how to use emerging or advanced technologies as much as possible to run processes that historically may not have relied on those kinds of technologies. And since we're talking about AI and Gen AI in this particular session, I think it's, there's a great deal of positive impact that can be made, as well as money to be made by figuring out how to use these emerging technologies in new ways to both enable businesses and to protect businesses. I think that's the final thing I want you guys to take away. Much of cyber really talks about defensive and protection. I think that really where this space is going to go and where you guys can make a big impact is to figure out how do you just design systems that are highly secure but also make businesses better, safer, more secure, maybe move faster. You don't need to slow down. You can actually you can be more secure and go faster. That, I think, is a very important frontier to contemplate.
Thank you. Dan, over to you.
Thank you. Along with those points, I'll kind of summarize mine into the idea of just lift where you stand. And there are a lot of great resources that are available that you can take into the environment you're in, whether it's while you're in school or whether it's when you start a job, and dig into this. And there's a lot of great information that's been shared about critical infrastructure, published on CISA's websites. There's great information about incident response out there. FEMA, if you consider what they do, it's incident response. And the concepts are the same. And I've written probably a dozen research papers about incident response and recovery. And oftentimes I find that the concepts are the same. And I think that within your organization, I definitely love that concept of, can we just immediately absorb an attack and move forward, but at the same time figure out if you're at an organization that's less mature, how do you help them sustain, support their part of the mission for critical infrastructure, and then hopefully recover and improve after that.
Thank you. I think we just moved quickly to question time. There's several hands. I'm going to rely on fantastic Lydia to fly through the room.
Thank you for your presentation and comments. Very well said, outstanding, so thank you. I'm a retired healthcare supply chain executive, and although my own organization was not impacted by this, approximately 10 years ago there was an issue in the industry with counterfeit products such as mesh, sutures, and other supply products. Is AI developing or working on a way to identify when counterfeit products like that come into the marketplace?
I'll take a stab at it. I think the answer is yes, and I think it has a lot to do with, and I'll give you an example. I mean, Google a number of years ago released into open source something called TensorFlow. And what TensorFlow, which is a very mature, very, very powerful, open source technology, what it does is it's exceptional at doing visual recognition of images. And so it really has extreme precision looking at an image of something and recognizing what it is. I think what we know today is that TensorFlow and its offspring are far, far more capable, which would lead me to believe that there will be, this is on that creative side of using AI and these kinds of technologies to be able to likely take, precise photographs, perhaps even using various kinds of microscopic or even X-ray imaging of parts or components, and be able to discern what is genuine and what is not. So yeah, I think there are many ways this is just an example of using imaging technology to discern a real product from an unreal product. I think the other thing that would go into this is just the ability to train technology, to use AI to learn, show the image, show the machine many copies of what real looks like, and it can discern what is real from what is not. That's one idea.
Perhaps we'll take a second question.
Good afternoon. Thank you, gentlemen, for being here. My name is John Pettigo. I'm a part of the MBA cohort. All week we talked about CMMC compliance, and the bulk of these compliance controls are on the front end. What I mean by that is how can we safeguard and secure ourselves against a cyber attack? However, some of the controls are on the back end. How do we respond? When I put that responsive hat on, I kind of think of it in two tiers. One tier is how do I recover my company's data or PII or whatever has been attacked. And I think Mr. Cochran did a good job on Monday of telling us how we can do that from a business standpoint, especially finances, and who we can reach out to. But I also put on the hat of maybe a counteroffensive. And Mr. Berg, when you mentioned where we can kind of look up points of origin of these attacks, we did that back here, and it's crazy. But I can't help but draw parallels to the battlefield, looking at like artillery measures or other direct attacks on the ground, and how we can see points of origin, points of impacts, and do a counteroffensive. We've become the best dang military in the world at reacting to those overseas throughout 20 years of combat. But however, this is a different kind of adversary, different kind of enemy. I understand this may be a difficult question, a little bit out of your expertise, but from your foxhole, how do we get better at counteroffensive? How do we get better at going after those adversaries when they're able to maybe even alter that point of origin each and every attack?
Well, I mean, I can take a shot at that. I'm glad we have these DoD guys here in the room because it's probably not going to be the private sector that's going to be able to go out there on the vanguard. Okay, yeah. So that was an advertisement to stay tuned for the next briefing that's coming up. I think that the policymakers are going to have to figure out how to answer that question and become more aggressive. I talked about that a little bit earlier in terms of public-private partnership. I think we're going to see it. I think we're going to see, more. This is where we're going to see more systemic government-type responses, whether it's DoD or it's the intelligence community or the law enforcement community, in a coordinated way taking action. But I actually hope we will see more of that. The other, I think, practical answer to your question is, this is where this concept of resilience is so critical. I mean, because, you will get blown out, and so how can you quickly recover? And what's interesting about it is it's actually much harder to really recover systems than people really understand, which is why it's so important. In the NIST CSF framework, the last domain area is recover. When I talk to boards of companies, and I'm talking to them about the performance of their security program, I'm saying, you actually might want to put a lot more emphasis in respond and recover now, because you're going to have to use those processes. They have to work. They can't be the kind of thing that's just like a simulation. These systems have to recover. That's why I talked about, the Terminator, whatever, that Terminator 2 guy. That's what computing needs. You have to be able to recover like that. I mean, that's my view. Dan or Glenn?
It's interesting, I guess, and I've never worked with the NSA But frankly, I've always assumed they have the capability for that kind of methods of counterattacking, identifying threats and counterattacking. And considering what I do and how long I've do it, I've assumed they have that capability and hopefully are exercising it. So that's my view, and maybe a little snarky, but that's kind of where I've been after 30 some odd years of being a CISO and security person.
Now, I would love to take the last question. I see a member of the audience. I am on strict orders to meet time, so I invite you to please come and approach our speakers, and please, everybody join me in thanking them for their fantastic contribution.
Thank you very much. Now it is our distinct honor to welcome the Adjutant General of Virginia to the stage. Major General James Ring serves as the Commanding General of the Virginia Army and Air National Guard, heads the Virginia Department of Military Affairs, and serves as the Senior Military Advisor to the Governor of Virginia. He's responsible for providing Commonwealth of Virginia and the United States of America with a ready force of more than 8,000 citizen soldiers and airmen, equipped and trained to deploy globally as the combat reserve of the United States Army and the United States Air Force, and ready to perform emergency response operations under state and federal authorities. Sir.
Good afternoon, team, and I will keep us on time. So y'all got me for about 25 minutes, and what I'm going to provide for you this afternoon is going to be a primer on your National Guard. Part of it is I go through these slides, and I will go through them relatively quickly, so I'll leave some questions for the end, and that is so that you do know where your Department of Defense, and most importantly, where your National Guard is an integrated part of our nation's defense works within the cyber domain. And yes, to answer the last question that was provided to the last panelist, do know that we do have not only militarily offensive cyber, but as well through other agencies within the National Security Agency, CIA, and others that are absolutely operating in the cyber domain and space. Okay, overall agenda, you can see that, but and for those as I just said, I'm going to talk about the National Guard, where we exist within your total Army and Air Force. Then I'm going to transition to our cyber force structure within our Army and Air, and then I'm going to talk some of the challenges and some of the best practices that we've been doing right here in the Commonwealth in those spaces. Okay, with your National Guard, so know that we as your National Guard, we are the Combat Arms Reserve of the United States Army and Air Force. It should not be lost on us as we are here at William and Mary and not far from Jamestown, that as we look at as the founding of this great nation that started with a small colony that landed on May 14th in 1607 at Jamestown, that's where your militia construct began, and that is where able-bodied citizens that would concurrently stand to serve in defense of the common security. From that, as our nation started moving forward through our colonial time and decided we wanted to declare independence from a king, we created a Continental Army and a Continental Navy, and those were formed out of your militia forces. What you see on the slide in front of you today is our total Army and our total Air Force. And the big part there is to recognize our Army is now the smallest Army since prior to World War II, of approximately 944,000 total soldiers, and the Air Force is right at about 500,000 airmen. As you go through those bullets below that, within the regular Army and the regular Air Force, that's your active duty forces. And your National Guard, which is what I'm going to be giving you a primer on today, are those that fall right in that mid-band, as we call the Component 2. And you're going to see we have about 325,000 Army National Guard personnel and about 108,000 Air. And then as you see the next tier of that, which is Compo 3, that's our U.S. Army Reserve and Air Reserve. The big important as we go through that on the bottom line is from your National Guard, Army, Air both, we comprise between 40% of the combat arms reserve of our total Army and our total Air Force. And in some areas, we provide above that line in capability, and cyber is one of those of where we are. This big map, which is just a map of the world, and I'm not going to take you through each of these blocks for time, but that is your total Army and Air National Guard in a day of the Guard that we are deployed around the globe every single day in the tens of thousands in support of our DoD missions worldwide. And that also includes operations here in the homeland when we're federalized, and I'll talk through that construct in a bit. Okay, with that, with the Virginia National Guard, who are we? So as Virginians, we are known as a medium National Guard state. We are comprised of around 7,300 Army National Guard personnel and about a little over 1,200 Air National Guard. And as you see the pictures to the bottom left of infantry, we do everything that the Army does. We have the 29th Infantry Division headquarters resides here in Virginia. We have combat infantry brigades and artillery and armor, cyber, and to the right there, as you see, an F-22. We fly the most advanced aircraft right across here at Langley. Within fifth-gen aircraft, we're also there in intelligence and in cyber and logistics, as well as engineering as well. This is a big part, and we could spend all afternoon, of which we won't, in a 25-minute primer, but it really is the authorities of your National Guard. And it is important for us as citizens, and as y'all study the framework of cyber, that legalities mean a tremendous amount of how we operate within the cyber domain and the cyberspace, but also as your U.S. Armed Forces. The National Guard is the only portion of our U.S. Armed Forces that when and dwell, meaning when we're not federalized and deployed in direct support of our National Command Authority. What does that mean? That means in support of the President. That means in support of the Secretary of Defense for global operations, going all the way back to our Constitution and the framing that came from our first Commander-in-Chief, which was George Washington, who also became our first president, who also served as the commander of the 1st Virginia Militia, which is our modern National Guard. But the framers of our great nation recognized that they wanted to place the largest portion of our reserve component, when and dwell, under the authority of our respective governors. And so as I brief this on Virginia today, know that this construct is a federalized and federalist construct that is in existence within all 50 states, the District of Columbia, Puerto Rico, Guam, and the U.S. Virgin Islands. And so bottom line is, and while we are 99% federally funded, we train to the same standards as our active duty forces do and our U.S. Army Reserve and U.S. Air Force. We operate the same equipment. But when and dwell by our federalist construct, we're available at the call of the governor to be employed within the homeland to, as we talk resiliency, to turn situations that may be create instability back to normalcy. You probably see that mostly on the news when you see things like floods and hurricanes or forest fires, or things like global pandemics of where we were involved and part of those vaccine distributions and so forth. That's where your National Guard has the authority under the call of the governor and at the cost of a respective state or territory to do those operations. And again, as I get into cyber framework, I'm going to discuss how that can be done. Okay, the other part of what we do, and I just briefed through all of this, so I'll go quickly on this slide. As we talk about our warfighting capabilities, as you look to your left, the warfight, as we said, we do the full spectrum operations that our United States Army and our United States Air Force does. Same missions, same formations, and that's what allows us to deploy around the globe and integrate seamlessly within those operations. The domestic response capability is how we use that mission command, so those well-trained men and women that are in Army and Air National Guard formations that can be applied at point of need when we see instability within the homeland, but also can be applied for areas that include things like transportation, helicopter support, search and rescue, and so forth. The other part here, this is a great map within the map of Virginia that shows the geographic distribution in Virginia. And if you were to go to any of our other states and territories, you're going to see that your National Guard is arrayed and stationed in readiness centers, formerly called armories, throughout those areas. And so as we talk about always ready, always there, truly we're in your communities with those capabilities, but obviously, as you get into certain capabilities like flying F-22s, we do that one place, that's here out of Langley, but other locations just know that we have capability that's arrayed throughout the Commonwealth and throughout the nation. As I talk about the operation tempo relative to how busy we are doing our federal missions around the globe, this is a snapshot of 2 years that just shows you where the Virginia National Guard, Army and Air had thousands of our men and women out of our 8,000 plus membered force doing operations on continents all around the world and doing very substantive, important missions, from peacekeeping operations in Kosovo to being part of the security forces on the Horn of Africa to other operations. And that also included, by the way, federalizing to support cyber operations in support of U.S. Cybercom, as well as other agencies. Okay, this slide takes us into, again, the big part of what this great conference has been about, and that is cyber. So know that as cyber became an apparent need within our U.S. Armed Forces, know that your Virginia National Guard was in that space, frankly, before we created U.S. Cybercom, before our Army and Air forces created Cyber Branch Force structure. But as we were in that space, this is currently what we have now. So we have the 91st Cyber Brigade, which is the one cyber brigade within the Army National Guard, is headquartered here in Virginia. And that's operated out of Fort Belvoir. And that comprises of Virginia National Guard of about 330 soldiers, that's their primary mission. And those mission sets include both offensive and defensive cyber capabilities. We only do offensive cyber capabilities in a federal status in direct support of the National Command Authority and U.S. Cybercom and NSA and other agencies. As you look below that on the 91st Cyber side, you see 993. Those, and I'll show you on the next slide of where those are, but we're not going to go there yet. But that formation is also distributed across 30 other states that have subordinate elements of that. Our 185th Cyber Operations Squadron just down the road at Langley, again, just flagged a couple of years ago and just moved into their new space on Langley Air Force Base. That's 71 airmen, and their primary mission set is doing cyber defense operations. We do have some cyber capability within our Joint Force Headquarters in Richmond. And then unique there in the box, you see a Virginia Defense Force Cyber. Virginia is one of the states that authorizes state militia, which is not part of your National Guard as part of the federally recognized force, but is a volunteer force that can be called into service under the authority of the governor and the adjutant general. And we do have cyber personnel that we have trained to do cyber network defense support in the needs that a locality may have that need. We can employ them out under the authority of the governor and the adjutant general in a state duty status to do that. So the 91st Cyber Brigade, as I touched that just again shows you where they're arrayed by units across the state. I anticipate as cyber requirements continue to grow for the U.S. Department of Defense, as we will see that grow into all of our states and territories, and we're also beginning to create elements within each of our National Guard headquarters that has cyber capability. Okay, this is the big part, and I didn't hit this on the front side of the slide, but when we talk about your National Guard, Army and Air both, and as we say, we train to the federal active duty standards of our U.S. Army or United States Air Force, we are reservists. And so what does that mean? That means on the Army National Guard side, over 85% of our Army National Guard men and women, they do military duties part-time after they complete their basic training. So what does that mean? That means that they work in the localities, and in some cases in the cyber picture that you see here on this slide, these are all companies that our cyber warriors on the Army side and our cyber airmen work in. They work for industry, they work for government, and it really is a great symbiotic relationship of where we're able to take their great expertise, apply them to the military operational domain of cyber, and then they also can apply those within areas back within their industry as well. So within cyber challenges, a lot of these is what you've been talking about since last evening all the way through today. The bottom line is as you look at the threat actors, and that comes directly from our national security strategy and policy, and that is we have nation-state actors that are operating at levels below armed conflict in the cyber domain, and as we talked through, they are touching areas of critical infrastructure. Frankly, if any of y'all are carrying one of these devices and you haven't updated your iOS today, you should, because you get vulnerabilities in those. But bottom line is, and I won't spend a lot of time on the threat actors there, but that's why we exist within the military side, and it is to bring that full spectrum capability that we talk about, not only the defensive operations that protects DoD systems that do rely on the federated systems of cyber and then increasingly AI, but also having the ability to do offensive operations, what we call hunt forward as well. The big threats to the Commonwealth, we just talked about it. If you all that are listening to this briefing today, if you have not looked at the open testimony that was given on the 31st of January by the head of CISA, the director of CISA, NSA and US Cybercom and our FBI, it is well worth, even if you just look at the introductory there, you can Google that, it's on C-SPAN and YouTube, but it is the open testimony relative to the threats to critical infrastructure, specifically to cyber. I will tell you that I have seen those through classified briefings. That was the first time I've seen it in my current time of seeing that coming out in open source, and that's for a reason for that, and that's understanding those vulnerabilities. Next slide. Okay, for Virginia. So we do know within Virginia, Virginia is a target-rich environment to that. We do hold not only within the seat of our National Command Authority within Northern Virginia, across the Potomac, within our seat of government in Washington, D.C. Obviously, the Pentagon resides within the boundaries of the Commonwealth, but the amount of critical infrastructure from Tidewater, Virginia, all the way through central to northern Virginia with our bases, and that extends all the way out into the valley with areas that are part of not only our Commonwealth, but really tying into the nation. And that, frankly, extends to great universities just like William & Mary, of just recognizing that, again, our educational institutions are a big part of what we do. So I'm going to talk through about the next 5 minutes on some of our best practices so I can leave time for some questions. So some of the best practices that we do, and as we talk about how we, the Virginia Guard, can participate within the domain of cyber. So as a National Guard entity, we are trained, again, to do response within the homeland under the authorities of governor. That's always in direct support of a local, state, or federal agency, or even a locality within an emergency manager. And that includes within cyber. We started large-scale exercises here called Cyber Fortress. Some of those, next slide, please. May be hard to read from the back, so I'll just give you some of those, but that's where we employ and bring that 91st Cyber Brigade, our 185th Cyber Squadron, and then we do exercising with the FBI, with FEMA, with the Virginia State Police and the Virginia Fusion Center, and many other local, state, and federal agencies around scenarios to work resiliency within cyber, to talk through legal authorities and to exercise those. The first one of those we did in 2022 was hosted by Dominion Energy. And so again, looking at critical infrastructure and again, sharing in a collaborative environment of how we share techniques and tactics, as well as procedures that go through the framework of cyber operations to bring escalated threats and then to bring areas back into a point of normalcy. In 2023, we did the same as well and worked with Verizon as the lead agency partner in that, again, expanding out also into academia with Virginia Tech, VMI. We also brought in international partners with that too. The Virginia National Guard has a very robust reciprocal training relationship with the country of Finland, our now not newest, since Sweden just came into NATO, but moving from a partner to an ally. And again, they bring tremendous capabilities as well. But as we worked that exercise again within working through critical infrastructure of communications, we gain a lot through our public-private partnerships as we look through the tough questions there within cyber. And then this year, for the next slide, we will do the same thing within Cyber Fortress with a focus on waterworks and waste management. You already heard through the panels. That is an area that we do know. We have state adversaries that are residing within those networks to create disruption there. And so that's going to be the focus. And increasingly, as you're seeing within partners there, that is including U.S. Cybercom and CISA and other federal, state, and local agencies to go through that. So I will take it to the next slide for questions, because that was a very, very quick briefing of talking about National Guard. I want to leave space for questions around that. And if you don't ask questions, I'll fill the space with some areas that I went over very quickly. So what are your questions? Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you for your service. Wondering if you could walk us through one of those scenarios, and I'm really glad I have the honor of participating in about 3 or 4 of those over the past few years. But what would constitute an incident from a nation state if we could determine attribution that would cause an actual military response from the United States to protect our critical infrastructure?
So I will share within a unclassified environment that we're currently in now, that as our adversaries are operating within that gray space, as we call it, again, at levels below armed conflict, that frankly we also respond in those levels and within those domains as they do occur. I, even at the humble rank of a 2-star general and as your Adjutant General of Virginia, and while I do directly report to a governor and to the President of the United States through the U.S. Department of Defense and the Chief of the National Guard Bureau, of saying where we may actually have a cyber effect that may, say, cripple a well, let's look at some of the ones that we have. So we've looked at something like the Colonial Pipeline that did sit down or did affect commerce, even flow of distribution. That's a case of a low-scale effect. If we ended up having a large-scale effect within power grids that began to fall, that when our president, because that's where that would be, in coordination with Congress, where the National Command Authority may choose to use a military effect outside of the cyber effects, in other words, a mutual deterrent type area. That's a tough question that you ask of where it would actually draw into armed conflict. We do know there's some great examples of that globally. If you're not a consumer of reading some articles through Wired magazine, some great articles there, and especially with Russia, when they went into the Crimea the first time, and the first thing that they did there was attacked their power grid. The good news for, at that time, they were able to get their power turned back on because they weren't on a full SCADA system like most of ours are. That was a long answer to your question, but is a complex question. But just know that we're operating in that gray space every single day. Another question? Yes, ma'am. Sir? We'll go to the back and then we'll come to the front. Yes, sir. That's you.
Yes, sir. Could you talk a little bit more? You mentioned the state cyber forces support to localities. Can you talk a little more about that? Is that through steady state monitoring of state and local networks, or is it typically at request or after an incident?
Yeah, I'm glad that you asked that question. So one, we, the National Guard, just don't deploy on our own. So it is at a direct request of a locality. That's normally done through a regional emergency manager in the same way that they may have a need that exceeds a capability for a flood or a hurricane. And then what we will do in those cases are take a cyber defense network team will come down to that locality. That can also be to an industry partner in some cases with some authorities that go through and do a vulnerability assessment. We do a memorandum of agreement because we generally do that as a not sharing their vulnerabilities either, but we will look to do a network of vulnerability assessment, give them technical advice of what they need to do to bring them back to whether it's patching a network, replacing software, hardware, if that may be the case, and then turn that back to them. But we go on the request through our emergency management construct, and that for us in Virginia and other states is normally we will employ, again, under the authority of a governor, under the authority of the state emergency manager. It's the Virginia Department of Emergency Management, and then normally down to a region under their emergency manager, and then to a locality. So very, very good question. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. So there's a rumor going around in the tech community that, please don't blame me for this question, but I think it should be asked, that the reason why we don't have secure software and hardware and secure infrastructure as a result is that, in fact, the IC and or the DoD wants us to not be totally secure because they want to use the offensive capacities that are allowed when we sell our software or hardware to other countries so that they can sneak through a back door and do offensive operations. And so there's the story is that there's this push-pull.
Right. So I don't know if everybody heard that question, but the question is whether we have government-directed vulnerabilities out there. I can tell you I'm fortunate as a two-star general to be at a very high classified level of that, and I can also tell you in an unclassed environment, I have never seen that within my 36 years of the military, and our cyber forces are very much employed in those domains on a regular basis. So I think it's a good rumor as we talk through that, but certainly don't see that. And I think that is important, and that is important too as we talk cyber, and that is to go back to our nation's values and our values of democracy, our principled democracies is very important. And as we talk about operating within the cyber domains, that's always important to make sure that's the bedrock of everything that we do. So thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Some administrative notes briefly. Lydia would like me to remind you that you are allowed to use the water up here at the front of the room. It's not special and reserved, so if you need to pop up, we want this to be a mingling group. During the break that's coming up, we encourage everyone to stand up, get out of their seats, talk, chat with each other, have a vibrant exchange. Outside of these doors are wonderful materials that are on display from our campus partners. So stop by and see what the Global Research Institute has out. Stop by and see what the MBA program has out, the law school, and everyone. And it's free. You can have those. We're going to reconvene here just before 2:45 for our next panel. Thank you.
it's going to fill up. We're letting everybody in. There's no
This is your 2-minute warning.
Yeah.
Make your move to an institution that sets the bar high with a commitment to excellence. Experience an intimate learning atmosphere with direct access to accomplished legal professionals. William and Mary Law School stands proudly among the nation's top institutions. Immerse yourself in a course of study that focuses on practical application and real-world proficiency. Join our community of dedicated citizen lawyers. Consider transferring to William and Mary Law School.
All right. If you could please take your seats. We now have the honor of hearing from our third panel on cyber attacks, AI weaponry, and the future of national security policy. This panel is curated by the brilliant Margaret Hugh and William and Mary Law School.
Great. Thank you so much, Kay, and thank you to everyone for being here at this fantastic conference. And it is my great privilege to moderate this next panel, Cyber Attacks, AI Weaponry, and the Future of National Security Policy. And I have a very brilliant team to help lead this discussion. And I'm going to start with Jocelyn Aqua. She's the Principal of Data, Risk, Privacy, and AI Governance at PricewaterhouseCoopers. She's going to set the stage by first talking about an overview of AI governance developments and how they impact national security. Then we're going to go to Ashley Deeks, class of 1948, professor of scholarly research and law at the University of Virginia Law School, and she's going to help us understand more about the book project that she's working on, very exciting, about the double black box and secrecy matters in national security and also the opacity of AI systems. Then we're going to go to Merritt Bear, CISO and advisor of Expanso. She's also on the board of advisors of Black Girls Hack and co-founder of Tech and Roses, and is the former deputy CISO of AWS. And she's going to talk about cyber conflict and cyber defense. Then we go to Trenton Ford. Trenton Ford is an assistant professor of data science at William & Mary. He will talk about disinformation and misinformation issues. And finally, we'll end with Davi Ottenheimer, who is the vice president of trust and digital ethics at INRUP, and he will talk about the role of emerging technologies and the private sector on this topic. So without further ado, please join me in welcoming our fantastic panel. And then also, Jocelyn will have to catch her train, and so she will be going first and also departing a little bit early. But Jocelyn, you want to help start by setting the table?
Sure. I think I need a mic. Thank you. Can you hear me okay? Sometimes I work with my hands, so make sure you can all hear me. Thank you so much, Margaret. I'm really excited to be here. I've been listening to all of the panels, and I find this just so insightful, and really, as I think about what I do, because I work in I was in the public sector, and now I'm in the private sector. I work with large corporations as they're thinking through so many of these thorny issues. One of which takes up so much of my time is AI and AI governance. Thinking through how are we going to, as a country, as a society, govern AI, and I was asked to give you just a brief overview of what's going on in the AI regulatory landscape, and I'll try to cover a lot because this is a rapidly evolving area. I would say the same thing is happening at company level, at nation state level, and globally, is looking at some of the key security and safety issues related to AI. I think there is finally a little bit of, after 5 years of swirl as to whether we need AI governance regulation, whether we need more than the existing security, privacy, data breach, national security laws, that there is a consensus that we need something more. And even yesterday at the UN, a very profound thing happened where the entirety of all 193 member states basically allowed the approval of a US-sponsored resolution that's 8 pages long on the need for controls on AI, focused in large part on security and safety, but also on the humanitarian part of AI and how to make sure that society is all benefiting. That I thought was pretty profound. It's just the last of a huge amount of flux that's been going on. At the global level, you have the US, EU, UK, and China all vying for leadership level roles in seeing how this plays out across the globe. March 15th, the Council of Europe finalized their treaty on AI with 30 participants. China introduced a UN resolution on March 15th as well, so much happening with 80 supporting countries on AI to prevent harm against children. So you see, like, everybody is trying to be front and center, everybody's concerned with cybersecurity, with safety. And if you think about the key tenets of governance, where we want to enable countries and companies to be very innovative without thwarting innovation, but enabling with some strong guardrails, we come across with a governance framework that is focused on these key tenets of privacy, security, safety, robustness of any model, accuracy, accountability. These are key tenets that are across these global frameworks, and we have them everywhere. I just listed a few. You had this, even back in November, you could see how China and the US were positioning themselves as leaders. They both signed on to this Bletchley Declaration that happened after a UK hosted safety summit. There's going to be another one shortly. And you see everybody aligning on these key tenets. Now, what happens in country is slightly different, and this is where I think the rubber meets the road. You have the EU focused on a large 250-plus page AI Act that will likely come into finalization in May. The European Parliament just approved the language. They're finalizing some parts of it. It has a 6-month to 3-year enforcement track. It is one that's focused on prohibited AI, high-risk AI, with graduate levels of risk assessments, testing, reporting. It's very robust. The concern about getting to there first for the EU compared to other countries is that they have massive extraterritorial application. They give out really significant fines focused on the United States, and they also are very prescriptive. And so we'll have to see how that plays out. US companies are already asking this, and I had one client who's a bank get asked by the OCC, which is their federal US regulator, about what they're planning to do about the the EU AI Act. So clearly, it's a very concerning area. It carves out national security, but I think what I forgot to say in the very beginning is, while all these laws that I'm talking about really do carve out military use, because of what's happening, and I think David Berg mentioned this before, that the private sector plays such a significant role in national security. Anything that is focused on governments in the non-national security space and the private sector have tangible effects on national security. I would say that China is also one to look at from their robust laws in this space. They have been really strong on data privacy laws, data security laws, data transfer laws, and now they have 3 AI laws. So when EU says that they were the first, they're actually not. China has laws that are already in place focused on generative AI, on algorithmic recommender searches and content. their laws do align on paper in many respects with the EU. They just also focus on social issues and making sure that content is moderated. So clearly how it works in practice will not be the same. And then very quickly focus a little bit on what the US is doing. I think it's clear we're not very good at putting together federal laws on data. We haven't been able to do it on the data privacy side, the data breach side. So our laws are much more sectoral and apportioned. We are still trying to figure out how to get something through on AI, but at the same time, the administration has been extremely robust in putting together 2 strong executive orders that really will drive greater security, safety, and a focus on fairness and the discriminatory effect of AI. So the first one that, I mean, there's several executive orders on AI over the last 5 years. The 2 that I just wanted to talk very briefly about, the first one from October 30th was really focused on many regulations, mandates to regulate across all agencies, but also on getting the federal government to think through their governance of their own use of AI. It does have, while carve-out national security is focused on foreign resale reporting of sales of AI and generative AI to foreign governments, which is their one ability to be able to limit through reporting through commerce. And then it wasn't until February of this past year that they issued a long-awaited executive order that's focused on limiting and restricting sensitive bulk data and other government data to certain covered countries under an ANP, an advanced notice of proposed rulemaking that the Department of Justice has just made public, about 80 pages with 100 questions of comments on how to really help companies understand the restrictions for, and the countries that they currently designated are the ones that you would expect: Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, Venezuela, and really trying to think through what is a floor for US companies to limit the sale of sensitive data that includes biometric data, personal information, personal identifiers, geolocation data, health data, financial data, and other types of data, going to directly to these concerning countries or covered persons that they will designate. All of these things are geared towards getting the country ready to protect itself from this swirl of data that is going to our competitors, going to our adversaries, and being used against us. I personally, from being in the government for so many years and seeing the OPM breach, and as was talked about, Equifax, Anthem, these large data sets, I appreciate that there are some that feel that this is a huge effort that's too late, but at the same time, I think that it's a very good opportunity for companies to really understand where their data is going, and not, it will protect from direct sales, but I think it will also protect from inadvertent disclosures of large data sets to countries that we really, if we were paying enough attention to what we were doing in our corporate environments, would not want to go out. So I will say I check daily, and something is happening every day. You have Japan about to issue laws, South Korea is amending their laws, Australia is looking. It's a very robust and dynamic time, and I think that companies in the United States are very nervous. They appreciate the sense of urgency. They're also trying to be good citizens, and to be able to follow all of this in a global environment is slightly difficult. So we'll have to see how this really plays out operationally.
Great, thank you, Jocelyn. So Jocelyn mentioned a number of ways in which we are regulating what we might think of as civil AI. And in those contexts, she mentioned a number of documents and regulations, and that the fact that there are national security carve-outs for these rules and regulations. So one of the things that I've been particularly interested in is thinking about what's going to happen within those carve-outs. How are we going to make sure that our military and our intelligence community, who we've already heard today are really looking to adopt, have already started to adopt a robust set of AI tools, how are we going to make sure that when those actors adopt the tools, they're going to do so in a way that complies with what I like to think of as our public law values? So that is, how are we going to make sure that what they're doing with these tools is being implemented legally, is doing so in a way that is going to make their operations more efficient and effective? And how are we going to hold them accountable to the extent that they adopt systems that maybe aren't legal or that are not particularly effective? And so one way that I think about this problem is, Margaret adverted to it, I think about it as a double black box. So one of the challenges that we already face in the national security space is that it is very hard to know what's going on behind the veil of secrecy. We have some set of overseers that can help look behind that veil and sort of test propositions and make sure that the executive is acting consistent with the law. Actors like the intelligence committees in Congress. To some extent, we have federal courts that sometimes get to look behind the curtain about secret information. We also have leaks. For those of you here last night, we heard a lot about the way in which leaks can reveal what's going on behind the curtain, but of course those are unlawful. Right? It's not permissible to leak, and yet they can provide some insight onto what's going on there. I also think actors like government lawyers, I was a government lawyer for about 12 years. I think government lawyers, for example, and inspectors general can provide some of those checks. But we largely still have this national security black box. And now what's happening is we are taking an algorithmic black box and we are dropping it inside the national security black box. So that's what I think of as producing this double black box. All this is not to argue that our national security officials are generally acting unlawfully or are incompetent. I think that the opposite is true. And yet we know that sometimes the government can kind of go sideways. And we might think of some of the post-September 11th activities as maybe an example of that. I think that there are things that we can do as a country, Congress, executive lawyers, tech companies, states and localities to sort of try to influence what the government is doing inside this double black box. But I think it's an important challenge. I'm happy to say more in Q&A about what some of the measures that I think could be effective here. But I really like the extent to which William and Mary seems focused on addressing problems and achieving outcomes. So for those of you who are lawyers in the room, or people who want to become government officials, policymakers, I think this is a challenge we're going to confront, or already are starting to confront, and should think about some potential solutions. So one other thing I want to touch on is the kind of international regulation here. So one thing people say is, look, one way we can make our double black box a little bit smaller is if we take certain very high risk uses of national security AI off the table. And there has been an extended conversation, for example, among states parties to a treaty called the Convention on Certain Conventional Weapons about whether we should develop a new binding protocol that would take off the table lethal autonomous weapon systems. And many people in this room may feel like that is a good idea, that we should be able to reach agreement on that. And yet the conversation has gone on for a decade and states have not been able to reach agreement about whether that is something that we should all sign on to. And some people are surprised by that. They say, look, in the nuclear weapons space, this was the most important strategic weapon that we and the Soviet Union had, and yet we were able to come together and sign a whole range of nuclear treaties that regulated how we were going to use it, numbers, location, and so on. We should be able, the argument goes, to do the same thing with lethal autonomous weapon systems, right? That they pose an existential threat, and even though we and Russia and China are on difficult ground right now geopolitically, we should be able to come together and sign a new binding international legal agreement. I will say that I am skeptical of that. I think actually the better analogy here is to think about what's happened in the cyber setting with regard to offensive cyber operations. Again, there have been lots of international conversations about whether there should be binding new agreements about how states conduct themselves vis-a-vis each other in cyber attacks. And no binding new laws have come to pass. There have been some more modest, non-binding policies that states have coalesced around. I think we may see some of that also in the AI space, but that the cyber setting is a better analogy. I think it's possible that there could be very narrow bilateral agreements between us, for example, and the Chinese that take certain very high-risk uses of AI off the table, such as putting autonomy into nuclear command and control. But even there, apparently President Biden raised that with President Xi when he was here a month or two ago, and President Xi said, we'll think about it. Let's keep talking about it, but we're not ready to conclude that yet. I know we are short on time. I will stop here, but I think there are a lot of really interesting questions, both in the domestic national security space and in the international space, to see where we're going to head.
Merit, are you there?
Yep, I'm
Would you
here.
like to go next? Thank you so much for being here and talking about cyber.
Yeah, of course. Excited to see folks. Sorry I couldn't be there in person. It would have been more fun. But feel free to, engage with me. And I am a real human who is out in the world. And I'm always happy to have conversations with folks who are looking at work in this area. I am a practitioner, so I'm a chief security officer. I advise young companies in the tech space, and I'm going to come at this. I have a background in policy. I have a law degree, and I worked in U.S. government in all three branches in security. But I'm going to come at it today from the lens of someone who is in the practitioner seat. So if you're envisioning that these policies that government is making, and of course, remember that there's lots of rules of the road here. I am not being condescending, I hope, but I think it's not always transparent to folks that, our DOD and .mil and intelligence community folks are on different networks with different authorities, distinct authorities than, for example, the civilian world. And even within the civilian world, there's lots of distinction between law enforcement, which might be like your Secret Service and FBI, around using biometrics or other things that we might have concerns around, or that in the case of the EU regulations, they're explicitly prohibited from using AI around. And then also civilian agencies like the SEC, which regulates, public companies that have a U.S. presence, and other entities in that civilian space, like the FTC, the FCC. So there's just a lot of texture here, I think, as we're talking about policy, we're usually talking about government, and I think especially as a U.S.-based school, you're talking about U.S.-based government a lot of times. But just bear in mind that these are not monoliths. Like, these each have their authorities and they have their mission statements or sets of goals that they consider to be wins. And so, for example, like the FBI is trying to get the bad guy. That may or may not be the goal of the intelligence community, who may want to follow bad actors over time and see what their patterns are, for example. So just keep in mind that there's a lot of ways in which I think AI is not like a single one-sided tool that we see being used by one actor, or that, it's the type of maturity that we're seeing in really vast data sets that are now enriched with analytics, taking advantage of relatively cheap and effective compute over time. And in a lot of ways, of course, AI has been around for decades, at least we just called it ML, or machine learning. So like, keep in mind that we're still using a lot of times this kind of monolithic language around things that are actually very textured based on where folks sit in their landscape and what they care about. But for my vantage point, I'm thinking in terms of CISOs, and of course, it's interesting because cyber attacks come in the form of critical infrastructure a lot of times, or even if it's not critical infrastructure, in the form of infrastructure. So when I'm talking about critical infrastructure, I'm talking about things like hospitals and municipalities, financial systems, other basic entities, the vast majority of which is privately owned. So we're talking about if you are, for example, if you graduate with your law degree and you go become general counsel, or you go become, the CISO or the CEO or the COO of a company or whatever, someone who works on those staffs, you're going to be dealing with security issues from the operational side. And a lot of times this actually means that you're looking at how to think about getting your own networks highly available. And by that, I mean like being resistant to attacks so that you can stay up and operational. So if you're, a cereal company or an automotive company in the US, like you have to be able to get your product out. And that might be in the face of security issues. But also increasingly, we're seeing sort of the democratization of attacks. So ransomware as a service, for example. And we see a lot of folks who are basically nation state backed, but are not necessarily even doing nation state explicit like goals. So these might not be, there are certainly Chinese or North Korean or whatever, Iranian or Russian motivated folks who are looking for IP or looking for other issues that are relevant to nation state issues in the US, but they also might be just like holding you hostage for money. And a lot of our, the US's, let's call them non-friends, axis powers in this realm are folks who don't have a lot of money. So if you're looking at, Russia, who's engaged in a hot war right now with Ukraine, if you're looking at DPRK, who, are trying to fund a nuclear missile program while they don't have a mature economy, like a lot of times they end up resorting to cybercrime. And if you are a US based or really anywhere, a company that is making money, they're going to target you. And so it ends up being that CISOs are actually part of the crosshairs here. And I think one of the things you should be thinking about as folks who are thinking about what you want to do in life and what values you want to contribute to is like consider being a practitioner and how you will be able to both fend off some of these attacks and also think about them productively and how and when you engage your government, whether that's like the law enforcement side, trying to get attribution and hold folks accountable, or whether it is trying to correlate responses internally and have folks do accountability. We see the SEC recently put out cyber reporting requirements. I think that there's lots of movement in this area from a private sector perspective. And of course, remember that supply chain is always really relevant. We saw this with the attacks on United Health through Change Healthcare, where there were real world impacts right away. This was a ransomware attack on our US healthcare company. It's not a coincidence because they, bad actors target folks who they think will pay. So supply chain attacks are really common and popular. You saw this with SolarWinds, with Kaseya and the Okta attacks over time. So we see this as a pattern. It's really hard to fight against, but it's just a reality that folks should keep in mind as we're thinking about what the appropriate measures are from a tactical standpoint, but also whether U.S. government should respond. And, Sony, the attack that happened with Sony in whatever it was, I think it's 2014, 2015, was a unique one where it was a private company that got attacked by, the North Korean forces, and then the U.S. government responded, which was a unique one. So there's just really interesting texture here. I think as you think through these issues, AI is an enabler for folks to do not just more, but more for cheaper and more effective gains. And that has, in a lot of ways, unleashed, both nation states and sort of like their minions who may be acting on their behalf to be able to target private sector entities, of course, public sector too, but that's not as new. And I think that as you think through who the stakeholders here, when you're looking at policy conversations, remember that the private sector owns and operates not just the vast majority of the internet, but also the vast majority of critical infrastructure writ large. Again, I'm happy to take folks' questions and look forward to engaging with folks about what they want to do in life and anything else they care about.
Great, thank you so much. And now, Trenton, thank you for addressing disinformation, misinformation issues.
All right. Good afternoon, folks. My name is Trenton Ford. I'm an assistant professor of data science here at William & Mary. My research up until this point has dealt mostly with memes and misinformation, disinformation, and I've worked on several projects, a lot of them funded by the government, some through private organizations who are looking to try and detect misinformation and figure out earlier in its life cycle when it's happening. So right now, and previously I've done work with DARPA on a project called Semaphore, Semantic Forensics, and the whole thrust of that project was to try and figure out the patterns of misinformation. And this is, of course, of high importance to all of us and to national security for the reasons that you could guess. Right now, we are going through what is, a lot of people are calling an information deluge, sort of a flood of information, and folks are finding it harder and harder to determine what is fact and what is fiction. This is actually one of Russia's good strategies when it comes to doing misinformation. It's not about getting convincing misinformation, it's about getting a lot of it and flooding the zone. So my research has looked at trying to find out those instances. We've had other projects, one called Muse, which is a joint project with DARPA and USAID, and another USAID project dealing mainly with media literacy, trying to see if we could show people how to detect misinformation on their own and disinformation on their own. Misinformation from a computational standpoint, so I'm a computer scientist by training. From a computational standpoint, it's very hard to determine what is disinformation because that considers intent, and I have no hand in considering intent. I can only tell folks or try and detect when things look like they might be, and then we hand it off to practitioners to make a final determination. So my goal today is to try and lay out the current landscape of misinformation, and to describe, which you might already know, is that the landscape is changing very quickly. Over the last 2 years, with the advent of generative AI, things have gotten a lot dicier very fast. And so the Semaphore project that I mentioned, Semantic Forensics Project, it started several years ago. And since it started, it has had to change mid-program for these reasons. What else I'm going to try and cover is why exactly it's difficult for us to detect misinformation and disinformation, and why that's a compounding problem right now. And so let me start with what the current misinformation and disinformation landscape looks like. It's a description of the information landscape. Right now, most folks get their news from the internet. Right now, people spend more time on their phones on social media than they do watching the news, on average. I think the average number of hours that an American spends now on a device is right at 16 and a half hours. These numbers were towards the tail end of the pandemic when they came out, so that might have been inflated versus what it is now. Hopefully you've all left your homes a little bit more. But this landscape, this access that people have to information sources, has largely shifted online, away from traditional media outlets and more towards this democratized media, listening to your favorite podcaster. And what we've seen with that shift is that it is easier now than ever to make silos of information. It is easier now than ever to cherry pick what you want to hear, whether intentionally or through recommender systems helping to put you in a feedback loop, whether you notice it or not. And what that has allowed is for people to be able to believe more things that are even more outlandish than they otherwise would have been able to if they had to have those ideas run up against the walls of other people's good sense. So, all right, there's misinformation that can be presented to a person in the form of a news article, where, for instance, the news article just has a falsehood in it. There is the instance where a news article, for instance, again, has images that don't match with the text, which could lead someone to believe something that's not necessarily true. Whether it's intentional or not, those are ways that people can be misinformed. These are sort of older ways, and even with these older methods of disinformation, we had difficulty detecting them. Because in this realm where multimedia, so images and text and all of these videos and things can go together to make one content piece, how do you know whether or not it's misleading across all of those different modalities? This is the hard part about the standard question. Now we have an increasingly hard problem with the advent of generated content. So I don't know if you've all been paying attention to your news feeds today. It was reported a little bit earlier today, if not maybe 22 hours ago, not certain, that there was a viral video of a newscaster saying that the French president had canceled a trip to Ukraine due to an assassination attempt. This was a video that was, at least seemingly, done by a well-known news broadcaster. Turned out this video was entirely artificially generated. And it required that the French and that news organization had to put out a statement and say this actually was not the case, but it was convincing enough at that moment to have people believe it. Maybe this was an hour ago now, I was checking my phone, you all saw, you might have seen that Kate Middleton has made an announcement that she in fact does have cancer and is undergoing treatment. It is already the case that on Reddit and on subforums you can see people saying that this is a fake video. The public's ability or inclination towards believing content is decreasing. It's not just because of artificially generated imagery and media, but it is due in part to it. It has been an increasing thing over time. And so I would suggest that the most important national security question is not whether people might believe misinformation, it's what do we do when they don't believe anything? And so this is the problem we're up against. And I wanted to set this up in this way because I mainly wanted my part to raise questions for the Q&A. So I have several questions that I'd like you to think about. One, what is misinformation and disinformation, and who are you to decide? Who are the people who get to decide what is true and what is false? This is an old problem. Now, this is the reason why computer scientists handed it off to people who had the authority to make those sorts of claims, because we would never want to get caught saying that something's true or false. It would ruin our funding no matter what we did. The second question is, well, this one's mainly for me and other practitioners of computer science and maybe some statistics. How do we detect it? Also linguists, I don't want to leave you out. How do we detect this misinformation and disinformation? And once detected, who do we designate to act on it? You all might remember, I think this was in 2022, there was a misinformation working group, if not a department for the government that was made that lasted for, I think, 4 months before it was disbanded due to overwhelming pressure from Congress. Who gets to make the decision and who gets to act on it? This one's more philosophical, and I like this question because it makes you think big picture, but with this information, how do you think this story ends, or how do you think it continues? What do you think happens once people no longer trust their media? And so I think this is the right room to ask that in, as you deal with people more than I do. So I'm interested in hearing your responses. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much, Trenton. And now we have Davi closing it out. Thank you, Davi, for giving us some thoughts about the role of the private sector in these issues.
Thank you, Margaret, and everyone on the panel. It's quite a pleasure and honor to be here with such an esteemed group. I'm tempted to talk a little bit about myself because I think I'm a bit of an odd duck in that my background was in disinformation. 30 years ago, I studied Operation Torch and the disinformation propaganda campaigns in the military used in North Africa, Room 109, Room 40 in World War II, or the Creel commission in World War I. That was kind of my thing when I was a student. And then I spent the next 30 years working in technology. The first 10 years I spent focused on availability, because if you were going to build a web where information wasn't available, what's the point? It wasn't going to make the transformation meaningful. So people started to feel like, oh, I could put my information there and get it reliably. The next 10 years of my career were basically spent working on the confidentiality aspects of this, which would have been the encryption. I built quite a few systems, including field level database encryption, very popular database uses today, released around 2019. So the third sector of my career has been focused on integrity of data. To what the speakers have said before, there's a lot of threats, and national security in particular is affected by, back to my original studies as a student. When I was a student, I was studying Horn of Africa, in particular 1940 repatriation of Haile Selassie and Ord Wingate's methods of special operations, of basically fooling the Italians to walk away, to leave instead of fight. So the idea of integrity being so core to national security is very front and center for me when I think about how to fix these problems as a journeyman or practitioner in the technology space. Now, I work for Inrupt, which is Tim Berners-Lee's startup. We began the company quite a few years ago now, for a startup, you might say. 10 years ago, he came up with this idea of Solid, which is a protocol which is meant to sort of course correct the web. And when I say that, it's like course correcting the mainframe was distributed compute. It's taking something that is working in a particular way, benefiting a few, and making it benefit many. If you took the mainframe and put a phone next to it and said, wow, which one would you rather use? I don't think most people would resonate with the mainframe because they would see a lot of downsides, but with the phone, a lot of people do resonate, but they don't see the downsides per se and the connectivity between the two. And that's where it gets interesting. So the course correction of the web is essentially looking at it and saying, it was supposed to be everybody having the power to publish and to link and to share, much in the way scientists want to open information, much in the way the internet was invented itself. Let's share information across data boundaries, use classification in a way to protect ourselves, but also be able to open ourselves to find insights and knowledge. Well, that backfires when it all becomes centralized again and one person holds the keys and you have to enter and leave on their permission, or even they represent you in ways that you can't defend yourself. And I think we see this increasingly, examples lately with AI, with ChatGPT comes up with a history of chats that you don't recognize. And what are you going to do to defend yourself in the context of saying, that wasn't me, I wasn't speaking Chinese, I don't speak Chinese, but ChatGPT says, clearly we've had a conversation and it's been in Chinese this whole time. So moving into this integrity space and thinking about ways to fix this, Tim Berners-Lee has delivered a protocol that basically says, hey, why don't we separate the application development and separate the identity management away from the storage layer? And in the Solid protocol, we can allow every app developer to basically have this abstraction layer of storage so they can write to a place that represents you as an individual. Now you have the ability to manage your own data in your space. It's called a personal data store. And that pod is so fundamental to the idea, the concept of the individual and the way that we represent ourselves in the digital realm, that you can imagine how in an AI context, you could see the data was being requested of you. Every time they want to look at your data, every time the scraper comes around, they would have to request it of you. And you could have preset machine readable context for when it would be acceptable, when it wouldn't be. And then once it gets pulled in, you can determine how it's being processed accurately or not. And then you can see the results and you can measure that against what your expectations are. So it completely and fundamentally changes the story of integrity. It's a way of saying, if you will, timeshare computing, goes back to the 50s, just like AI. And when they came up with this concept, some of the early pioneers of the compute revolution we're in today in the 1950s, both AI and timeshare have developed at a different rate. We've ended up on cloud, but cloud really is about distributed computing being put into a centralized space. We haven't yet realized that in the AI space, which has mostly been centralized in ways that are detrimental for a number of reasons. And one of them is the inability to preserve or protect or measure or defend the integrity of the data. And so we're building a practical application of this protocol, just in the same way that you would think a practical application of the web was to put a server up, have a client, a browser, read it, HTTP, HTTPS, HTML, open protocols. Now you can add the Solid protocol. And in that sense, AI can shift away from these massive repositories of data that are very dangerous, they're very prone to breaches, very prone to manipulation, modification, double black boxes, as the speakers put it, and move more towards a federated, distributed knowledge model that is far more resilient in ways that we've known for centuries, I would argue. So it's a technical protocol. It's an application of a system that is available now. We've deployed already in a country which has created a data utility, which provides every citizen with a personal data store, which emphasizes the user controls their data. It fosters the ownership of the data, which helps produce a sense of integrity, but also a sense of ownership that, you curate your own information for good results from the service provider. It enables the scalability necessary for online interactions and has resilience, the availability, and the privacy already built in. But really it focuses, at least from my perspective, on that change around integrity. Tim Berners-Lee became dismayed, if you will, when he saw the web being used and abused when the elections were interfered with in 2016. And so in some ways, this is a realization of his technical acumen to redesign or redirect the web to a better place. The same way you can take centralized compute, use distributed computing to make it even more effective, even better, even more accessible for all of us. We're trying to do the same thing now with data storage. And I'm happy to answer questions at a technical level or even at a high level from perspective of history. I might dive in too much sometimes with history, but I was talking to an astrophysicist just the other day who reminded me that Aristotle was wrong about everything. And so do people have a propensity for disinformation? Well, if you listen to Aristotle, you probably did until Galileo came along and disproved everything using science. And that's what's missing in today's narrative often, is that the individual who has the answer, where is the Galileo today? And do they have the ability to interact with the Goliaths of AI and data management? Could they represent themselves in a way that we could find signal and truth? It's easy to drop a seed and propagate the lies. Again, that goes back to what I used to study and how effective you can take 10,000 irregular Sudanese troops and walk them through 300,000 Italian soldiers like a hot knife through butter. So I think it's interesting times, and I'm happy to be here sharing ideas. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much to Davi and our fantastic panelists. I think we have 15 minutes, is that right, for Q&A, and would love to open the floor now for a discussion.
Hi there, thank you so much. I wanted to thank you all for your time today. I'm Brennan, I'm an undergraduate student here at the college, and I have a particular question for Professor Ford. I'm a disinformation analyst with Disinfo Lab, so I do qualitative research, plugging Disinfo Lab. And I wanted to ask, there have been some discussions about technologies that are emerging like Sora AI and their ability to further the problem of falsehoods, and I wanted to get your opinion on, in the future, do you see that, or do you feel that these kinds of disinformation will be more prevalent than verbal or written disinformation, just due to the fact that, maybe many people on social media platforms have tended to be visual learners rather than read learners? So, thank you.
I will also give a plug to the Disinfo Lab. So this is an undergrad-run research lab on campus that focuses on disinformation. And so shout out to you all for doing good work. So the question was, do I imagine in the future that Sora and sort of visual, maybe video-based generated content will be more prevalent than text and image-based misinformation and misleading content? I think that it will be. But even if it's not, I think it will certainly be more effective, because it brings together all of the parts of communication that digital communication can do that most impact viewers. So we like to see and hear things, and those are more influencing to us than things that we might read, because one of them is being piped into our mind, while the other one we have to digest and sort of interpret. So I think that in the future, we're going towards a space where, especially given the quality of content that Sora is able to produce, even at this point, that it will be quite convincing. Almost any video you make by using a 15-word prompt could be quite devastating. Yeah, that's my thought. Don't quote me. Actually, do quote me, but say that I had a smile on my face when I said it.
Well, I mean, this is the basis of folks' concern around TikTok and other viral, kind of like, think about what delivery mechanisms you have for memes versus for long form reporting too. So, the stuff that we see a lot of disinformation and misinformation on, like Twitter, X, or Facebook Meta, or TikTok, like they're all places that deal in snippets of visual content and sometimes video, or like sometimes there's a couple of words, but for the most part, like I think it's accommodating consumption patterns and maybe not the other way around.
Hi, I just want to thank you for speaking today. I'm a member of the MBA class, and my question is, there's a lot of talk about how there's a lot of like false news out there in general, and it's very easy to fall to it. But if anything, wouldn't it be better now, since, say in the past, since there were so little news sources, you'd kind of have to take anyone that you can get kind of as gospel, and because of that, they could very easily manipulate or just blatant lie to an audience and rarely if ever get caught for it, and only with retrospective they were able to. So but now that if you say give a fake story or something, usually there'll be like a dozen sources that will fact check you, and I do agree that one source is irresponsible, but a lot of people, at least now in my opinion, don't usually just use one. So what's your opinion on that?
First of all, remember that journalists have like a different obligation to the truth than randos on Facebook who might be fueling, the kinds of messages that folks are getting. And also remember that like the Russians and other folks are motivated to sow chaos. So like the Chinese benefit when we look like we don't have our act together, like right now where we don't have a budget passing, they make it look like, oh, capitalism is failing. Of course, the Chinese don't have that problem because they have no freedom of speech. So I think the idea that like the answer to bad speech is more speech, maybe, I mean, that's a reasonable take. I don't think that it always plays out that way because not everyone has the time or the impetus to fact check everything. And we know that social media companies allow folks to get siloed into echo chambers of their own increasing radicalization.
Yeah, I think that that's a good point to follow on, is that it could be the case that more content, whether it is, I'm okay. Whether it is that there's more content coming from different narrative perspectives on a certain topic, it would allow someone to have the chance of seeing the truth at some point through some other mechanism. But I think that ignores a problem that we often ignore, which is one of scale. We always assume that humans can just deal with unlimited amounts of data and will process it just the same that we always do, just as you crank up the volume. That is not the case. And often the way that we deal with volume now is by using recommender systems, AI-based recommender systems that curate your news feeds. So if it is the case that you are already seeing content that tells you one narrative, it is either more likely that you will see agreeing narratives or incredibly sort of narratives that are so far to the opposite that they anger you instead of try and persuade you. And so if it weren't purely, mostly often by recommender systems, I'd say you have a chance, but you'd have a volume problem to deal with. But given both of those things, the volume and the recommender system, I don't think that just hoping that individuals can deal with that increase is a good idea. You have any thoughts on that?
Here's a question.
I think
Here's a question for the lawyers in the room, maybe, or legislators. There used to be the fairness doctrine back in ancient times, and I don't think we can do a whole lot about social media silos and private individuals spouting their opinions, but we could maybe do something about journalistic bias, because a lot of our journal productions, our newspapers, our magazines, and you spoke about journalists having a greater obligation to the truth than the average citizen. That's true, but they are much more biased now. than they were under the Fairness Doctrine. So as a national security measure, what are the odds that our legislators could restore something like the Fairness Doctrine and require balanced reporting from journalists?
Tavi, did you want to jump in?
Have any thoughts on? Well, I have some opinions. These aren't. My opinion is, and what I would think is that there's a reason why these more established and legacy content creators and news publications are putting out more, if you believe it is more sensational. I would say that there's probably an easy way to see that mechanism. It's because they're competing in a landscape where others are using that same sensationalism mechanism. So if they want to be seen, I imagine they're doing more clickbait headings. And even if the content of the article is still middle of the road, the titles and everything have changed. And actually, I had this experience. If you look up my name and you look for articles I've written a few articles for the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientist. One of these articles has a title that is quite salacious. It was not my doing. But when you read the actual article, it is very, very milquetoast. It is just about the science and sort of a narrative there. But at least in my own small space, I've seen that increasing sensationalism in headings, and I imagine there's a push to make your stories more interesting in that way. Say the extreme thing because everyone wants to hear the extreme. That's just my opinion.
So I will jump in for a second just to point out that, one of the interesting things about Roosevelt versus Hearst was that the journalists were doing such a poor job of reporting the news, and the centralization of the information was disturbing to those who wanted to break it up. And so in Iowa, I think is where they started, Dubuque, I think is where they started to break up the news into more localized channels. They got better quality. And I think what we've learned in the big data revolution of 2010 beyond, and I would add ImageNet into this as one of the major problems of the LLMs of today, is that we focused on these giant data lakes, which the CIA used to call the more dots you have, the more dots you can connect. And as you say, there'll be more knowledge because we just have lots of more information. In fact, what we found over history was the United States pivoted away from having that centralization because it had poisoned problems. In 1944, the United States narrative was that fascists poisoned channels of public information, so be very wary of these giant public information channels because they're being poisoned by fascists. And they also saw that in the 1930s, the Weimar tried extremely hard after World War I to have a narrative. And the Nazis were able to undermine that narrative by switching to a new technology medium. In 3 months, they undid all of the years past World War I using radio. When Hitler switched to radio and started using basically World War I methods of the United States in Germany, they were able to quickly undermine, using a centralized, concentrated method of dissemination, everything that was being said by everyone everywhere. So it's an interesting historical angle to look at, which is that generally when you have lots of little sources of information that have some way of, you could call it peer review in the scientific model, have a way of validating and rising up knowledge, and then people attach to those sources as a validation process, it becomes more trustworthy than having a single centralized public channel, because it becomes poisoned, which was very clearly stated in 1944, if not 1919.
Hello. Hi, my name is Tanvay and I'm MBA grad, first year student. So my question is, in the year 2020, one of the biggest cyber attack took place on the USA, which was on the SolarWind company based in Texas. And that company used to work with a lot of government contracts. So going forward, how do you think the policy makers, the states and the private company should work on this so that not any more cyber attack occurs?
Well, I'm happy to talk about that because one of the things that's unique about SolarWinds, for example, was that the CISA was charged with fraud, and they had a bunch of sort of unusual conditions in their development and release of technology. So I don't think we can apply the lessons there necessarily universally. It's the same way that you have certain criminal behavior it's because people are criminals as opposed to everybody is going to have the same problems in their development or deployment of infrastructure and technology. I liken the SolarWinds disaster to something of the Dust Bowl disaster. It's sort of a predictable disaster that could have been prevented had some people put some practices in place, right? The Dust Bowl was something that we knew would happen because of the dust, and then it created this massive, much larger problem. So the thing to do is to have, in technology development, sustainable, repeatable practices that lead to burning down all of your vulnerabilities, getting rid of the flaws, detecting them before they get released to production. These are things that we've known since the Deming and the Shewhart cycles of the 1940s, and sort of quality improvement, PDCA, Plan, Do, Check, Act, or the OODA loops. So how can we regulate? We don't really need more laws. We don't really need more regulations. We need to apply those regulations more carefully. And the SolarWinds example, unfortunately, is about some individuals who were breaking the law and taking shortcuts, which I think we've seen in other industries and sectors as well.
So I agree with what Debbie ended up with there about approaches to security, but I disagree that this is one that we get to be like, he was just a criminal. I mean, first of all, he didn't even have the title CISO at the time. He was like the head of InfoSec. And second of all, this was a 2-year nation state, APT level protracted campaign. Sure, could they have done more security better? Probably. But like the SEC, by the way, it's not a criminal indictment. This is a civil indictment or charge. And he hasn't been convicted on anything. And by the way, the idea is that he did disclose on a 10K filing, which is this quarterly filing that public companies have to make, of any significant issues, including cyber. Now the SEC has supplemented this with this new requirement about 8K filings that have to be done within 4 days of knowing or presuming that having reasonable suspicion that a cyber incident is likely to have a material impact. So I'm just giving that as a delineation here. But he disclosed that they had the issue, but the SEC is claiming that he overinflated what they were doing from a security perspective and underreported the extent of the security issue as it manifested. That may be true, but like it's pretty common for folks who work in companies to try to downplay negative filings with the SEC because it impacts their share price so specifically. So in this case, I think the SEC clarifying what they were looking for is helpful. And I expect that, we're going to see this play out now, but you see lots of companies going through this kind of decision-making process. And there have been a lot of recent disclosures where they say, well, I don't know if it was material or not. We haven't made that determination. Is the SEC going to, charge them because of that? Maybe. I don't know. We're about to watch it play out.
Okay, I want to apologize. We're at time, and thank you so much for this wonderful conversation. And please join me in thanking our wonderful.
Our final panel for today, please go ahead and come up to the stage. This is on understanding the new landscape for security. This panel is curated by the Global Research Institute and Dr. Kira Allman, who has also the distinction of working with me on the NATO Youth Summit previously, where people are definitely going to stop taking my phone calls soon for the amount of work we end up doing together. So we're going to kick off with a video about the Global Research Institute while everyone takes their seats. Thank you.
We started with students.
Students asking questions no one else had asked.
They went to their professors.
Professors who helped them collect data no one else had collected.
Together, they found answers that no one else had found. People in DC started to take notice.
Cutting-edge applied research from undergraduates?
Yeah, that got their attention.
We were onto something.
This crazy new research approach needed a home.
A place where ordinary students can get training to produce extraordinary results.
So we created an institute.
student-faculty teams started solving problems around the world.
We put our students, yes, even freshmen, in the driver's seat.
We support them as they develop skills, expertise, and connections.
With a strong brand in DC and around the world, people take our work seriously.
From briefing the CIA to evaluating development in Tanzania, our work makes a difference.
This is applied research at the highest level, produced by students.
But we're bigger than our research.
What really sets us apart is how much we support each other.
Joining the Institute family is about more than joining a research team.
It's about embracing a community of supportive problem solvers.
It's about joining a hub of global thinking.
It's about an opportunity to collaborate on cutting-edge work.
And the Institute family doesn't end when you leave William and Mary.
When you're ready to go off and change the world, our premier alumni network is ready to help.
Sound like we're overselling?
We're not.
The Institute provides an unparalleled opportunity to grow, explore, and change the world.
All at William and Mary.
We believe in our students.
Come join our team!
Hello. Oh, are we on? Yes, we are coming on. Here we are. Hello, everyone. Thank you. Let's try. There we go. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for sticking with us for the final panel discussion today. We're delighted that you stuck around. We hope this will be an energizing and fun conversation for you all. And so wonderful to see the video for the Global Research Institute, which is the organization that I represent. Welcome to this panel discussion. The topic for this panel is understanding the new landscape for security, and we have some wonderful distinguished speakers here with us today. We do appreciate you joining us so late in the day on a Friday afternoon, and we hope that we can make this conversation engaging, energized, and thought-provoking for you as the conference winds down and you head into your weekends. The focus of this panel is on balancing technological innovation with democratic and constitutional governance goals and values. I'm Kira Allman. I'm from the William & Mary Global Research Institute. And to frame the conversation today, I'm just going to say a few very brief words before I hand over to the panel with a few questions. So as an academic, I'm going to stick up for what academia has to bring to this discussion and to the broader conversations that you all have been having today, but you will hear from some other perspectives on the panel, which is wonderful. The thing that academia really brings to the table is the long view of these issues, backed by robust evidence and research. Technology has always had a transformative impact on society and vice versa. Today, the technology on everyone's minds is artificial intelligence, or AI, due to the explosion of AI-powered chatbots like ChatGPT. And I'm sure we will probably talk about AI a bit today at some point. But in an earlier era, the world-altering technology of the day was the internet. Some of you may remember when AOL Instant Messenger disrupted life as we know it. And long before that, it was the steam engine. Fewer of you probably remember the polarizing utopian and dystopian prognostications that accompanied that technology. But the point is that technological innovation and societal expectations and impacts are very intertwined. In academic terms, we call this the socio-technical interaction, the ever-evolving and inextricable relationship between people and technology. It's in the confluences, confrontations, and tensions of that relationship that certain ideas, values, and terms get defined, including concepts like security and democracy. So on this panel, we aren't taking for granted what's meant by security or the term democratic or even innovation. We need to unpack these terms and what they mean for different communities of researchers, practitioners, and people with lived experience. So in my own research on digital inequality, I always come back to 3 questions about technology, and I think you'll hear these come up as we discuss. With whom, by whom, and for whom are the technologies in question built and used? In the context of technology and security, we can also ask security with, by, and for whom. Who or what is being protected, and against whom or what? I'll leave my comments there, the framing for the session there, and introduce very briefly our distinguished panel. You all have their bios, but today we have Liz Losh from the Department of English and American Studies at William & Mary, if you don't mind giving a wave when I introduce you. Amy Gaudian from Penn State Dickinson Law School, thank you for being with us. Julia Mossbridge from the Mossbridge Institute, thank you for being with us, Julia. Roger Yee from Outcome One, thank you, Roger. And Russ Travers from the DHS Office of Intelligence and Analysis. So thank you all for being with us today. So to kick things off and to kind of unpack these concepts that have run through probably many of the panels that you've heard from today, I'd like to know from all the panelists, from your experience, how would you define security? And since the theme of this panel is the new landscape of security, what is the new landscape of security from your point of view, from your experience and your work? So I think it's probably easiest for us to start at this end of the table. If you don't mind me putting you in the hot seat, Russ, I'll pass over to you.
Thanks very much, Kira. As you heard, I am the lowly government bureaucrat on the panel. So you are going to get a frame of reference from 45 odd years in the intelligence community. And as such, I should say I'm here in my personal capacity, not speaking for DHS. I think I want to open the aperture a little bit. As complicated as all of the cyber issues, AI issues that we've been talking about all day, I would argue that the security environment which we need to deal with is infinitely more complicated. And I jotted down a couple of notes from speakers earlier in the day. Rob Cochran talking about security being more than defense. Yeah, for sure. Eric talked about no longer being protected by a couple of oceans. I certainly agree with that. David emphasized the amount of data that's in the private sector as opposed to the government, for sure. And then Glenn, probably my favorite one, was that our generation, those of us in our 40s, 50s, 60s, are not going to fix these issues. It's all of you in the back of the room. I would say, I would guarantee that we are going to have to rewrite the National Security Act 1947. And that's going to come down to all of you people coming through school right now. So this notion that security equals defense equals the military is kind of a shorthand that's been around for a very long time. It does go back 77 odd years, and it certainly wasn't true completely then, but it was a lot more true then than it is now. And over the last 6-7 decades, as a result of globalization, of the advent of transnational threats, cyber, of course, being one, but terrorism, which I've done pretty much for the last 20 years, or transnational organized crime, or counterintelligence, or supply chains, all of those fit into a vastly more complicated security and risk equation that I fear doesn't comport very well with the nature of the government that we have right now. We are, as a factual matter, a government of departmental sovereignty. Departments and agencies trying to do the right thing, but that means that we don't do whole of government very well. We certainly don't do whole of society very well. And as we move forward, I think that's got implications for both our overseas activities, but even more importantly, I would argue, for our domestic activities. We need to be thinking far more about kind of non-kinetic related issues overseas. Kay mentioned Bob Gates earlier this morning. One of my favorite quotes from him is when he was the Secretary of Defense, and he said that he had more people in military bands than we have foreign service officers in the State Department. That's kind of a damning thing, I would argue. It's not an argument for cutting back on defense. It's an argument for investing in some of the non-military aspects of security. So it's AID, it's Commerce, it's Treasury, all of these organizations that we rely on to do our work overseas. And I would just say, and from my personal opinion, the notion that we can draw back within our borders and just have a military that can go whack people periodically is nuts. And that is just not the way we're going to be able to run a country. On the domestic side, kind of the same thing. I fear, Ashley mentioned in the last panel that there were some excesses after 9/11. I agree with that. It wasn't malice aforethought, but we probably got the balance a little bit wrong. We talk about the security privacy balance. For me, that's not a particularly helpful formulation, at least within the government. I need to know who gets what electrons, for what reason, what do they do with them, how long can they hold them. If we can talk at that level, then I can talk security and privacy. But we're going to have to get to that level if we're going to, I think, have a coherent argument about what the government should or shouldn't be doing. And that leads me to just the last point that was made by, I forget this morning, Andrea, who said she kind of liked the democracy that we have now. Yeah, I'm real much in agreement with that. And I do fear that issues like rule of law have to play very prominently in our notion of security going forward. And I'll stop there.
All right, so I'm a lawyer by training, so I'm going to start by grounding this in the authorities, right, in legal sources that talk about security. And I'm just going to pick Homeland Security. I'm going to avoid the definitional debates, right, national security, Homeland defense, cybersecurity, individual security, right, global. So just if we're thinking about Homeland Security, right, we talk about the preamble to the U.S. Constitution includes two aspirations, among the others, that really speak to this concept, right, to ensure domestic tranquility and provide for the common defense. Then we get, right, indeed the Declaration of Independence a few years earlier reflected similar calls for domestic peace and security of the homeland. But it's not actually until 2002, following the attacks of September 11th, that the US government publishes its first national strategy for homeland security and offers the following definition: a concerted national effort to prevent terrorist attacks within the United States, reduce America's vulnerability to terrorism, and minimize the damage and recover from attacks that do occur, right? Clearly very terrorism focused, right? A few years later, we get to 2007, the government's continuing that, but it starts to offer a slightly broader vision. The United States, through a concerted national effort that galvanizes the strengths and capabilities of federal, state, local, and tribal governments, okay, so we're starting to share this burden, right? The private and nonprofit sectors, and regions, communities, and individual citizens, along with our partners in the international community, will work to achieve a secure homeland that sustains our way of life as a free, prosperous, and welcoming America. Okay, so I've grounded this in the legal authorities. So now let me give my view on the features that any definition of security in the future should have, because I think those definitions that I just offered are somewhat flawed. Okay, so I just have two features. First, we really have to think about, and again, Kira touched on this, but considering and re-examining and interrogating what we mean when we talk about security. What are we keeping secure, and who do we view as threats? Now, there's a lot of people in this room who've done some really great research in this space. Margaret's one of them, and others, but we really need to be precise, and we need to get cognizant of what we mean when we talk about security, and we need to be aware and understand if we are embedding racial and gender biases into that framing and that definition of security. So it's really important that the first thing we do is we start to interrogate what we mean when we say security and really think about that with precision. The second feature that any definition of security should have, though, is that in a representative democracy, we must recognize the role of constraints and oversights when the government is exercising its national security powers. Okay. This morning, and I'm forgetting the name of the speaker, who talked about outmaneuvering bureaucracy, and it's funny, and I appreciate that sentiment, but bureaucracy is also really important. It's really important. And so when we think about, right, this definition of security, and we think about how technology, again, this is not a new problem, but in its current iteration, how technology is pushing the bounds of accountability, of transparency and oversight, we need to make sure that we're bringing that into the definition of security as well. I have a few more thoughts on that, but I'm going to turn it over so that we can get everyone in. Go ahead, Roger.
I'll take the mic. Still on? All right, great. So I represent more of the business perspective. That's most of my career. I've lived at the intersection of venture capitalists, as a startup founder, private equity, as a business operator, as well as then also supporting the U.S. government in delivering some advanced technologies around cyber defense for the U.S. military, as Russ mentioned. So when you first think about security, you tend to jump immediately to military security or homeland security, as we just talked about. So when I think about security, let me offer kind of a broader view also, as Russ mentioned. So I would say cybersecurity, actually I hate that term. Really, cybersecurity is just in style right now. All aspects of security are what has to be in style, and we've just been focused on the cybersecurity element so far. When we first looked at the domain of cybersecurity, it was really about, hey, let's protect our information, let's make sure we can get to the information, so protect the assets in case we're attacked. Now we're being attacked. So we've now moved in kind of a reactive mode where we're trying to move as fast as possible to keep up with the attackers. Now at the same time, we know about Moore's law, which is the compute power continues to double while the price drops exponentially. We also have the network effect from Metcalfe's law. The more we're connected, the more information shares. So you have these two fundamental laws that are conceptual laws that are actually at play here. So the actual idea that we can actually now go to our phones and type into a chat box through the 5G network being monitored by the Chinese, we can actually get an AI result back. And as the earlier panel mentioned, we talked about machine learning and AI. Those have been around for 20, 30, 40, 50 years. Now we just now have the collision, if you will, of all these technologies now at the palm of our hand. So the last panel talked about misinformation and disinformation. I think that's the way we need to start thinking about security, is in a multi-dimensional fashion. Yes, cybersecurity is cool. Many of you will go into that field. AI is the next frontier. But the way we need to think about security in the future is, what is it in the future? Not necessarily just what's in front of us. Kara kind of, she'll date me here. Actually, I worked on the original version of AOL Instant Messenger when I was at AOL. And I used to tell that story, but some of the students here probably never even used AOL. So that's a different problem, so we'll save that story for us older folks. But the point is, when I was working on that software, I had no idea what we would really use it for. And actually, the internal joke code name we called it was Stalker List. So think about that for a second. The developers and testers and designers, we were using it internally to watch our coworkers to see when they're in their desk. We called it Stalker List. Fast forward from 1996 to now. The concepts of privacy, the concepts of data protection, the concept of the individual, right? AOL was not worrying about the individual. AOL was about connecting people. They were looking at it in a different way. So I'll leave you with this last thought, and I'll pass it on to my other co-panelists here, is that when we think about technologies in the future, we have to think about the kind of multi-role technology can play, but also, more importantly, how do we intend it will be used, by the way, knowing it won't be used that way. That's really the point of all the technologies that we've seen. Thanks.
Okay, great. I love this interdisciplinary discussion, because now you'll hear from a cognitive neuroscience, physiological, psychological point of view. So what is security? You can actually measure whether a human being is secure based on whether they're having a continual stress response, like all the time, or whether they're having an acute stress response at an appropriate time when there is actually something that is a potential threat that then resolves itself. And so how I define security in that context is, if you're secure, you feel safe to be yourself and flourish most of the time, and you're not delusional. Because you could feel safe to be yourself and flourish most of the time and be living in a completely insecure environment, and then you would be delusional, right? And that's one way people solve the problem, actually, is to go into denial and get delusional about what's happening. But the goal should be to get a culture or society in which we could actually feel safe and flourish. And most of the time we're not, well, feel safe and flourish most of the time and not be delusional about that. So what are the components of that? Like, what would that look like? So one of the pieces that would look like is this would be true not only for an individual, but also at the local, state, nation, and the world level. So it turns out that it's really almost impossible to feel safe as an individual if someone right next door to you is not safe, is not feeling safe. If you've ever sat next to someone who's going through a mental health crisis, or you've worked with someone who had PTSD because of military trauma or other kinds of trauma, it's contagious, which is part of why we have this incredible pandemic of anxiety in our culture. And it's not that anxiety is delusional either. It's a response to what's going on. There actually is less safety. So that's one piece of it, is that if one person is feeling safe, the people around them are likely going to feel safe. If one nation or state is feeling safe, it means they're probably surrounded by partners who also feel safe, and vice versa. Also, if there's any acute security risk, which there always will be, there never will be a time when you're completely safe, right? And that's built into the human body and the human brain. We know there's going to be times when there's a real problem, and there's a tiger and you have to respond to the tiger, right? And so if there's any sort of acute security risk, there's a plan. If you actually feel secure, there's a plan for managing that. There's a plan for resolving it. There's a plan for being resilient to that. So that's another piece that creates this flourishing or this resilience or this feeling of safety. And then finally, that feeling of safety includes not just your body, but also your emotions, your thoughts, your relationships. And I think about this, I think a lot about emerging tech, of course, in the neuroscience space. And we are very, I won't say we're close because we're already there, but I'll say that the public is about to become more aware of the technologies that allow anyone to sort of read your mind, looking at your brain activity and also your physiology. So biometrics that actually convey what your thoughts are. So I just want to put out there that we also need to feel safe that our thoughts are our own, and that flourishing includes this feeling of privacy, because who we are as people who have a desire to flourish, we are human beings who need to feel like we have some agency. We need to feel like we have some identity. So that could be scary, but I'm going to pass this on.
So I'll piggyback on that a little bit. So I've written 2 books about the digital communication strategies of the government and the military. But I've also done a lot of research on the digital communication strategies of journalists and activists. And I think it's really important to think about the context of human rights and of democratic civil society. And so for me, when I'm thinking about what security is, I want to center protecting the most precarious individuals and the most marginalized communities, sort of echoing some of the other things that have been said on this panel. And what that means for me when I talk about mitigating harm is I'm not just talking about the harm of physical violence. I think the harms rendered by harassment and humiliation in different securitization scenarios is also an important part of thinking about security in a more holistic way. And finally, when we're kind of thinking about these questions of security and human rights, I think the words of Hannah Arendt about having a right to have rights is really important to think about. So whenever we decide that there are people, segments of the population that don't have a right to have rights, we need to seriously think about that and what that means for our democratic society.
Thank you so much, everyone, for your varied perspectives on the first question. I would like to probe a bit into a theme that I think came up, we just touched on in your answers to that first provocation, which is around kind of the boundaries, I guess, between each of your areas of work and the different kinds of zones of practice that you have to engage with in order to do the work that you do. So I'm curious about how the boundaries between, say, and pick the boundaries that work best for you from your perspective, but the boundaries between, for instance, academia, government, and society get blurred or don't sufficiently in the current security landscape. We've heard in other panels about the importance of things like public-private partnerships for tackling the security threats that we face in the current landscape. We've heard about the power and also the shortcomings of bureaucracy in being able to tackle those challenges. So I'm curious about how those boundaries get blurred, or whether they get blurred, and what the benefits and risks of blurring boundaries between sectors might be. So I wonder, I'm going to start at the other end this time. I wonder, Liz, if you wouldn't mind starting us off.
Sure. So I have kind of a funny story about silos. So in 2006, the House Select Intelligence Committee held a hearing about terrorist use of the internet. And at this hearing, which was based on a briefing for the Pentagon that was done based on an extensive analysis by a company called SAIC, which stands for Science Applications International Corporation. Are there anybody here from SAIC? Because they are one of these sort of technology and security companies. So they were paid, I think, $7 million to do this briefing that was supposed to be based on this extensive analysis. And then as a result of, this analysis, they were invited to testify before Congress. So the big thing that got picked up by the media was their example of what was supposed to be a terrorist video game. And this was supposed to be a video game that was recruiting young jihadists to go attack America. And, all the Congress people were like, oh, that's so terrible, a terrorist video game, oh, how awful. And, members of the media picked it up. It was in Reuters, it was in AP, it was in Fox. Except it wasn't a terrorist video game. It was a fan film with footage from Battlefield 2, and the soundtrack of this fan film that was shown to Congress was from the movie Team America. It was Trey Parker's voice of South Park fame, right? So none of the intelligence analysts realized what they were looking at. None of the members of Congress realized what they were looking at. And none of the reporters in the media who were there realized what they were looking at. I showed the fan film to my 12-year-old, and he immediately knew what it was. And so this speaks to my concern with excluding experts in the humanities from discussions about security. So people who know about media, people who know about culture, people who know about history, and people who know about language. Right? It's important for them to be part of these discussions. Otherwise, idiotic things happen.
Amen. Okay, I think about why do we have silos? So we have silos for a pretty good reason. It's just outdated. So the good reason for silos is, let's just talk about silos in the federal government, for example, but there's silos everywhere. But in the federal government, you have to solve this problem of a lot of people trying to do a lot of different things really well and hopefully efficiently. Now, I'm not saying it's solved, but I'm saying that the goal is to solve that problem. And one way to solve that problem, or at least the way it was thought, and it's not such a bad solution, is to have people become experts in their very nitty-gritty area and hang out with other experts who are just slightly adjacent in terms of their knowledge base. And that would be an efficient way to solve this problem. So then you go, if you're at the CIA, you go to the Russia desk, and the people who know everything about Russia but nothing about anything else will give you some really interesting answers, right? Okay, that's about to change, because now we can build an AI to specialize and read all the documents that the Russia desk has ever read, all the chatter, etc., very quickly. And now we have a specialized expert in every area. So I think we're going to see a move, and that's true everywhere in every corporation. So we're going to see a move, I believe, from specialization very quickly to a need for people who can think generally. And what does it mean to think generally? It means to have the cognitive infrastructure in this country, at least, where we support creative thinking, we teach creative thinking, we teach intuition, and we teach critical thinking at every level of education. Because when we're the decision makers, but our input is what an AI has given us, a specialist has given us, we have to be good at the things that decision makers do, and we all have to be good at them. And so I think that right now is this flex point that's going to have profound impacts. The future of government, the future of the corporate America, the future of just humanity actually depends on us being able to make this switch. So I think silos we're seeing the end of silos for sure.
Yeah, let me kind of frame that a little bit. From a business perspective, I would argue there's no silos. It's really just tug of war. We actually have government from a regulatory standards, safety perspective, and then you have businesses, let's say it out loud, profit. That's their objective. It's profit. There's very few businesses that are for the greater good. Yes, Patagonia does donate lots of money to save the rainforests, and they're all about sustainable goods. But last time I checked, they still have yachts, they still have private planes, and they still have shiny buildings. So, and they pay their people in cash. So let's not forget that businesses are here for profit. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm in the for-profit business. But that's really, to me, it's not even a silo, it's a tug of war. So you have the constant churn, if you will, of where should we set the laws or the standards or the regulations, and then businesses that are trying to, let's say it out loud, navigate around that, right? So if you're in a tech startup, most venture capitalists will tell you don't go into regulated industries. Why? Because you're regulated. There's additional things you have to follow. If you can go into new markets that aren't regulated, you can actually probably win faster. Guess what that's called? Social media. So social media was unregulated, and now it's on the table. And back to Liz's point about kind of silliness in Congress about understanding or not understanding what they're looking at, we have that in front of us as of last week, which is the TikTok issue, right? So the new bill that's in Congress about potentially banning TikTok and other companies like them because of the data usage as well as their foreign ownership. So again, what's kind of buried in the TikTok debate right now is it's really about foreign ownership of the company and the data, but what's lost in the media is it's TikTok, and everyone that's using TikTok, the typical Gen Zer is using TikTok for 3 to 5 hours a day. And so that's where the debate is, and that's kind of the sensationalism. So back to the last panel, is that disinformation or misinformation? But the point is, when you look at kind of the silos, I see it more as a tug of war, and it's a balance, and we're going to go back and forth between that balance, and we've done that for many, many, many decades. And so my last example I'll give you, which is a different form of security, which is seatbelts, right? So I grew up, we didn't wear seatbelts for any number of reasons until the law was passed that I must wear a seatbelt. I don't want to wear a seatbelt until you get pulled over and you got a fine for $25. I didn't make much at that time. I was in high school. So $25 was a lot to me, and then I started wearing my seatbelt. So I think we're kind of similar in some of the kind of concepts of belting in, if you will, for AI, belting in for personal privacy, protection of your data, and belting in for how do we operate within the cyber domain. And the other example that's come up, and this came up about a number of years ago at DHS CISA, who talked earlier, was could they create a campaign, an outreach campaign around Smokey the Bear, right? So Smokey the Bear originally was around don't start forest fires. Some of you may not remember that. but is there a cyber representation? Is there a privacy protection representation that we can visualize, cartoon character or otherwise, that represents why, as Americans, we need to worry about our privacy or be concerned about it? So again, for me, I think it's more of a tug of war, and we go through these cycles. And remember, there's lots of people in these cycles. There's Congress, there's lobbyists, there's citizens, there's businesses, there's academia, there's nonprofits, there's for-profits. There's an entire ecosystem of folks pushing and pulling across these domains for whatever is their specific interest areas. So that's not to be doom and gloom, but I think that's the ecosystem we're working in, and we're going to see more of that in the news. And the one to watch is TikTok right now. Thanks.
And I think Roger did a great job there just laying out all of the players. So for the students in the back, as you're trying to, think about what industry you're going into, thinking about the regulatory framework or just the environment, really understanding who all the players are and where the levers are is critical. And I think that's something that gets missed a lot, particularly in discussions about cybersecurity. And I'll pull out two players right now that have some pretty significant silos but are trying to get beyond them, and that is the government and then the private sector when it comes to sharing cyber-related information or AI-related or threat information, right? And I think the newer term actually, because there's a collective groan every time you say information sharing to certain audiences, is operational collaboration between the government and the private sector. But just think about that, right? The government's role as information sharer and recipient. And one of the challenges there is that the government, right, is going to share or is supposed to share certain types of information. We might be thinking about the vulnerabilities, equities process, or some cyber threat indicators. And the industry is supposed to share. But the takeaway that you will hear when you read, various anecdotes is that industry comes to these meetings and they share a lot of information, right? And they talk about cyber threat indicators and they talk about what they're seeing, and the government says, "Thank you," right? And there's no information flow back. Right? Now we're working on that. So you got to think about that as one, there's kind of information sharer and recipient flows. How's that working between the silos? But the other one, and this builds on TikTok and some of the other recent legislation kicking around Congress, is the idea of the US government as a purchaser of certain technologies, in particularly vulnerabilities, cyber intrusion, commercial spyware, right? We've seen some movement there. But also the US government as a purchaser of information from data brokers. And we just saw the House pass earlier this week a bill blocking certain data firms from selling certain types of American data to foreign foes. Right? But the US government also buys that information. So we have to think about that, right? We have to think about that privatization problem, and maybe in that sense, sometimes those silos are desirable, but what are the bounds there?
And I'll do a little bit on the government society issue. Personally, I believe there will always be silos, and there should be. We had to break down a number of them after 9/11 within the government so that NSA and CIA and FBI were sharing information. We broke those silos down. But there will always be silos between and amongst the intel community's knowledge of overseas terrorists and U.S. persons with whom they may or may not be interacting. For some of you lawyers in the room, you'll know what FISA 702 is, and whether or not and the extent to which the government should have access to information on U.S. networks, so a Gmail address or a phone call. I'll give you an example. In 2009, the one case I think that's been declassified for the most, a guy named Najibullah Azazi out in Aurora, Colorado, was in contact with an unknown Al-Qaeda guy in the Fatah in Pakistan. We only knew this through FISA collection. Had we not known this, Najibullah Azazi was going to blow up the New York subway. I don't think there is any doubt in anybody's mind that was the intent. He was actually moving across from Aurora to New York City. So the question is, an otherwise unknown U.S. person in the country who is in contact with a known bad guy. I completely agree with the notion that we have to have bureaucratic oversight. So when I ran the National Counterterrorism Center, I was subject to all kinds of oversight by the Director of National Intelligence, by the Department of Justice, by the FISA court, and that's as it should be. But we need to have that kind of permeability between and amongst those silos, because I know of no one in the U.S. intelligence community trying to spy on an American. I know everyone in the intelligence community that's trying to keep Americans safe. And so now reasonable people can address that balance. But I'm pretty sure that we are both in the midst of building the kind of oversight, and it's being subjected to all kinds of questions on the Hill, as it should be. But I certainly hope that FISA 702 comes out intact the other end with whatever appropriate safeguards there are between and amongst those silos.
Thank you all so much. I think something that has come up a bit already is this theme that is a core framing element of this panel, which is around balancing security and democracy. And so I'm curious, in the interest of achieving both of these aims, preserving democracy, preserving rights, for instance, and also enabling a truly secure environment in which democracy and rights can flourish, how can we do better at identifying who or what is a threat? And I think we've stayed mainly focused on cyber, and we can certainly continue to do that. But there are sort of a whole constellation of threats that factor into even into our digital security in the current landscape. And so I'm wondering if any of you want to venture into other areas of security, environmental, climate, water, and so on and so forth. Please feel free to do so. But how can we get better, smarter, fairer about identifying threats? And once again, I will change up the order, and I will start with Roger, if you don't mind. We'll then go down that way and then back this way. I'll put you in the hot seat.
All right, so I don't have time enough to think, so this is on the fly. So So you bring some good points, Kara, about like all the other dimensional pieces, and like I said, I think cyber's in the front of the mind because it's quote in style, and it's not because it's a low priority, but we heard from 2 panels ago about the water issues and the water supply issues. So I think when we look at how to balance all that and how do we identify threats, let me bring it all the way back to where we are today, who's hosting this great event, and kind of I think what one of the speakers mentioned earlier today. It's about education, right? So when I look at kind of the folks that have to make these decisions, whether it's lawmakers, business owners, investors, politicians, or regulatory folks, what do you know and what do you don't know, right? So it's important to know what you don't know. So I think the educational aspect, and it's not because you have to go to a school, but can we push more knowledge out in terms of understanding what the landscape looks like, and then where those gaps are in that landscape. So whether it's learning more about the climate issues and how that affects potential inland flooding here within this region, or things like power stability and power capabilities like in Texas, where their power is browning out every couple days. So understanding all kind of what's that landscape and why is the power browning out in Texas, as an example. We're not going to get into that, but understanding the dimensions of that, what happened from a policy standpoint, what happened from a business standpoint, that's all for profit, and kind of what's going on, like what was the capacity there. So I think education of the landscape, and then understanding kind of the consequences of not taking action within those dimensions is a way to think about how to start identifying. So I don't think it's necessarily, on the military side, we call that signatures, right? I wouldn't think about signatures here. I would look at indicators, not a signature. More of what are the trending, how is that landscape set up, and what are the things that can kind of interplay in that landscape. So then I guess we'll do jump ball, which way?
Let's go to Julia next. Yeah, thanks.
I guess I think about, so the question is how to get better at detecting threats and quicker. I guess I think about technological solutions too. So there's obviously social solutions, but now my mind goes towards not having, well, let me just put this in the positive, creating a decentralized AI learning environment so that a bunch of different types of AIs can learn from each other and get better and better and better at detecting threats. And not have just one company run that, but have it literally be decentralized so it's more protected and more resilient. So that's one technological solution. And then another technological solution, I think, is to take quantum computing seriously, not just as a way to break hashes, or inspire post-quantum encryption efforts, but to play with the laws of physics so that we can think about time differently and maybe detect things, at the speed of light. That'd be cool.
So one of the hats I'm wearing right now is I'm co-chairing the Joint Task Force on Writing in AI that's been organized by the Modern Language Association and the College Conference on Composition and Communication, which is part of the National Council of Teachers of English. And, we've written to the Biden administration, AI Bill of Rights, OSTP folks, because generative AI for text is not being as much of a it has not been treated as much of a focus when it comes to questions about the kind of information ecosystem, even though, as people in digital technology love to say, ASCII is forever, right? Text can be incredibly powerful and persuasive. And so I think one of the things I'm thinking about when it comes to thinking broadly about these issues is, what does it mean to think about AI literacy as part of an informed citizenry and part of our kind of long-term national security efforts? And I think that AI literacy includes a lot of things that also include understanding how AI technologies impact the environment and how AI technologies impact labor, including how content moderation or training tasks are being done by prisoners or low-wage workers around the world. And so I think this question of AI literacy as something that could potentially help protect our democratic society is something that's really important, and then it involves a lot of moving pieces.
Over to Amy.
So I 100% agree with the idea that we need some component of civics education that deals with digital literacy, AI, cyber, all of those pieces, and I think it's part of a wider, need for a reinvestment in civic education, as well as an unpacking of what we mean when we say civic education. But let me just say one thing about something to think about with security and what we might be missing, because this is one of my biggest concerns, is that because we have embedded some biases and have not candidly interrogated what we're thinking about when we talk about security, we actually have blind spots and we miss threats. And I'll only say I was just so inspired by, I think it was Leo Sereni's presentation today, starting to look at this, starting to look at the impact of white extremist violence and the threat and domestic violent extremists, right? The government started to make a few more statements about that in 2020, 2021, after January 6th, but we really need to understand that and to start to unpack what that threat is and make sure that our blind spots or biases aren't keeping us from seeing that.
Yeah, I would certainly agree with all that. I would assume that we all agree that we don't want to allow terrorists into the country. What's a terrorist? Did they swear allegiance to ISIS or Al-Qaeda? Do they have blood on their hands? Did they go to a training camp with the intent of conducting an attack? What if they went to that training camp but went home because they were disillusioned? What if they made a couple of phone calls to a terrorist? What if they made 20 phone calls to a terrorist? What if they lived with a terrorist? Do we want to allow them into the country? I'm not sure technology is going to help us with that, frankly. There's a whole lot of analytic art and context that has to be involved. There is no question that there have been instances where the U.S. government has made honest mistakes, and we tried to build a lot of redress procedures into that. There have also been cases, there was a Supreme Court case this week where an individual, I think a Sudanese American citizen, was put on the no-fly list because he refused to become an informant. And the courts slapped the government down. Good. That's on the foreign side and coming in. What about that white supremacist? Are white supremacists terrorists? Where does the First Amendment begin and end? I tried to take the National Counterterrorism Center into the direction of doing DT when I was the director. We made a little bit of progress. My successor, a few times removed, has been hamstrung in this. That's a decision that's being taken out of the intelligence community's hands. That the Congress has decided that, I guess, the National Counterterrorism Center is largely an Islamist counterterrorism center. We will do a great deal less on the white supremacists. If we can find a terrorist nexus, then that's okay. What does that mean? And so there's a great deal of precision that needs to be brought to bear, I think, so that we know exactly what we're talking about, so that we build the proper guardrails in, and we have all the proper oversights in place.
Thank you all so much. That was such a wonderful wide range of perspectives. I think really brought to the fore how so much of thinking about the new security landscape or future security landscapes is about thinking about unanticipated threats, but on the other hand, preserving democracy or fostering democracy is very much about thinking about unintended consequences, including the impact of the technologies we employ in our efforts towards security on the conditions of human beings, on the conditions of the environment that we all rely on in order to feel safe and secure. Without further ado, I would like to open it up for questions. We have probably just a little under 10 minutes left. So if any of you in the audience have questions about the new landscape of security, balancing security and democracy, please raise your hands, and I think a microphone will magically come to you. Any questions?
Like I know what I'm doing. So, Dr. Allman, the title of this is The New Landscape for Security, and I'll be a little bit of a devil's advocate, putting on my whole of government hat. For the panelists and whoever wants to chime in, it doesn't need to be everyone, what's not new about what's coming down the pipeline, those enduring historical lessons that we should not lose sight of?
I love that question. Thank you. I will popcorn this round. Who would like to answer that? Yeah, go ahead, Roger.
So I think the enduring lesson is a little bit of what I mentioned earlier. We don't know actually how the technology will be used. Like we have like really great scientists, we have great inventors, we have great startup founders, but the technologies can be used in ways that no one ever envisioned. And so I'll leave you with this thought. So when the United States government needed to get precision location, they developed a system called GPS, Global Positioning System. I guarantee you no one thought about how we get a pizza to your house precisely with GPS. I don't think we spent billions of dollars to put satellites in the air and manage that with billions of dollars a year to make sure a pizza there. But my favorite idea though is, thank God they did it for Uber, because I like Uber. So, or Lyft, whatever it is. But I think it's the unintended use of the applications and the technologies that we haven't thought about.
I think the number one enduring lesson that comes to mind is that when you're trying to protect a country or a world, if there's an other that's outside of that country or that world, if they feel threatened, that also reduces your security. So monitoring, regardless of what technologies we deploy, monitoring how that reads out for anyone who's not in our country is really important.
Yeah, and I would echo that by thinking about the fact that often authoritarian regimes, we assume that the rhetoric is primarily one of hate, but often that rhetoric is actually one of fear. And so I think paying attention to our own rhetorics of fear can be very important for protecting those democratic values.
Thinking about what's enduring, and I think Andrea talked about this morning, Ashley mentioned it a bit. We do have these principles, these public law values, this idea of checks and balances, whether it's at the national level or through our the federalism relationships as well. But so those are enduring and they're there. But I think we have to get really creative in thinking about what mechanisms and which actors can exercise that oversight. It may not work sometimes in the cyber domain and with some of these other technologies to have Congress and the courts having their traditional roles. Those conventional mechanisms may not work. We may have to think about internal actors and others, or foreign partners, or the media has different ways that are going to exercise those same checks that traditionally would be exercised by the courts and Congress. So we just have to get creative in thinking about ensuring that we have those mechanisms, but thinking about they might be coming from different actors than before.
And I just foot stomp the comment about paying attention to what we say and do and how that's received by other actors. This notion of strategic empathy, if you want to call it that, it's written into the national security strategy, the national defense strategy, that we need to understand what the risk analysis of, for instance, Russia and China look like, and what are their red lines, and how are they perceiving what we do. That's not to say that they aren't generally our adversaries, but in a period of crisis, that can be extraordinarily important so that we don't misjudge one another in terms of threat actors.
Great, thank you for that great question. Any other questions from the audience? Got one in the middle.
Hi there. To echo a bit of what Roger Yee had said earlier, that GPS helped out everyone even though no one could exactly see where that development was going to come from, I think that many of that can be applied to software systems that will be developed currently. Yet I think the government's current spend is roughly around 0.3% of their budget, at least in the DoD, on software as compared to physical systems and other systems like that. This might be more tailored to Russell Travers, but how do you see that needing to change in the future, and how quickly does that need to change in order to keep up with the pace of progress of our adversaries, and to maybe stir innovation within the private sector through having those public sector projects that are able to be funded over a long time frame that private sector might not be able to, such as GPS?
Yeah, it's a good question, and I will tell you that for your generation coming into the intelligence community, there is an incredible frustration because we don't process electrons very well. Moreover, we tend to do it department by department, and so you invariably introduce a series of competing privacy, security, operations, equities that have to get balanced, and then do you connect the systems, and how do you do that? And unfortunately, I get back to my comment about departmental sovereignty, that's the way the budgets are appropriated and allocated and spent, and so as a result, we don't do this in a holistic, whole of government fashion, and unfortunately, I don't see that changing anytime soon. It would require the Congress to engage.
Does anyone else want to jump in on that? No. Well, I will use my chair moderator privilege to ask one final question of the panel before we wrap up today. I'm curious, what is one takeaway that you would like the audience here to take from the conversation that we're having on the new landscape of security? And it's completely legitimate for the takeaway to be there's nothing new about the landscape of security. Very fair point there. So one takeaway, and also who is an audience that you would like to hear that takeaway who maybe isn't in the room? If you could say it to somebody or some organization, what's the one takeaway? We'll start here with Russ.
My takeaway is to all of you young people in the back, and it's this notion of public service. I mean, again, I've been doing this for 45 years. There has never been as exciting a time to come into the national security apparatus as there is right now. The ability of individuals to make a difference is unlike it ever was, certainly in the early stages of my career. So I hope you give it some thought.
My takeaway is just the importance of precision, whether that's precision in identifying the actor, describing the act or the operation, right? We throw the term cyber attack around a lot. Maybe cyber operation or a different, more precise articulation is going to be more fitting for a particular scenario. So think about that level of precision. And my comment there is for the students as well, but also those, particularly, I don't know if the Adjutant General is still here, but those who are serving in the National Guard and elsewhere who are really dealing with these issues in real time. I'd love them to be thinking about that.
Yeah, I'll just reiterate, for me, I think the big takeaway for me is that just know that everything's going to change. It's going to continually change. And keep an open mind. Learn as much as you can. Understand the technology. We talked the theme of education and potentially awareness and digital citizenship. Whatever those come in the future, you don't need to take a citizenship test to be knowledgeable. So take it upon yourself. You are today, you are as students, but just know the world will continue to change, and it's going to continue changing in ways that maybe we were all right today. So call us up in a few years. If we're wrong, it was just a couple people's ideas. So.
Okay, this is for the students and also for my son, who's not in the room but is 24. So I'll just pretend he's listening, which is almost impossible. But anyway, the message is, inside of you, you have these gifts, and each person has unique gifts. And it is absolutely important for the future of this country that you discover what those gifts are, what allows you to bring them out in your very unique way, and what allows you to add them to the mix that actually creates change. And so whatever allows you to flourish in that way, it's going to help the security of this country for you to discover that and put some effort into that.
So Roger mentioned digital citizenship, so I, of course, have to plug the symposium on digital citizenship that we're having on March 30th that you should see in your William and Mary Digest. And we're starting off strong with a panel with Margaret Hu, Siva Vaidyanathan of the University of Virginia, and Katrin Tiedenberg of Tallinn University in Estonia. So come to the SWEM library on Saturday, March 30th for the Digital Citizenship Symposium. And for those of you who are students, who I know there are a lot of them in the back of the room, and it's been great to see some of my former students from the Washington Center, people from the WMJ, I can never remember the MAGIC, the Cybersecurity Challenge, and also from Disinfo Lab. So for the students, think about today and think about the intersections between visibility, power, and privilege. And think about how security might minimize exposure for those without power and privilege and promote transparency for those with power and privilege, rather than facilitating the status quo.
That's a great note to end on. Please give our panelists a huge round of applause. Thank you for sticking with us. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Thank you so much. As we come to the final portion, we're going to begin with a video about the William & Mary Vet Program, and then our Special Assistant for Military and Veterans Affairs, Kathleen Jabs, will take the stage to offer us some closing remarks, and then I will give you a few final parting words before we turn you loose at 5. Thank you.
The William & Mary Vet Program revolves around this broad idea that a unique lived experience of military service, when combined with a world-class education and then augmented by extraordinary connection, is really a wonderful recipe for an impactful future of service, whether that service continues to be at the federal level in uniform or after these veterans hang the uniform up. That is, I think, really the story that we have to tell.
I think the William & Mary Vet Program has a beautiful structure to it. We're united under our special assistant, but each part is its own home with its own special responsibilities. It brings together the Center for Military Transition, our Office for Student Veteran Engagements, of course my Whole of Government Center, but there are so many other pieces. We include the Reeves Center for International Studies, all the way to the Virginia Institute of Marine Science. It's really, truly whole of university.
The Office of Student Veteran Engagement really focuses on the undergraduate experience and then the specific opportunities that those students need, while the Center for Military Transition can offer advice at the graduate level, particularly within the large concentration of student veterans we have in the Mason School of Business.
The Whole of Government Center of Excellence was established to serve everyone, from local to international. And what we do is we offer training, educational, and research opportunities, especially at the mid-career military and public policy levels.
One of the interesting things that we have found as we started to get out and execute these programs specifically designed for veteran students is that there's a large and significant and ready audience even in our online programs as well.
William & Mary is making an impact around the country that nobody knows about, but I am the poster child to tell you about it. I got my undergrad here and ended up going to law school. I had done an internship with the Army where I really liked what I saw. That's where I headed. I joined the Army JAG Corps. I had retired from the Army, so I caught wind of a bunch of veteran programs here at the school. One that really piqued my interest was a master's from the Ed School that would permit those of us who went through the program to get a degree that qualified us to become counselors for military and veteran communities. And I thought I would try this program just for kicks. I was working full-time, and it was online. The topic was especially interesting to me. I have a lot of buddies in the service who are not in good shape after the op-tempo we've been through for the last 20 years. And I wanted to do something to give back. I think the online program is exactly what we need, and for us, it makes it possible for us to hit people all over the country. We have therapists being produced, not just in Williamsburg, but all over the country every year. It's just incredible.
I joined the Air Force at the age of 18, served from 2008 to 2016, and then I did a year of the reserve. Well, I was looking for a school that would be military friendly. One of the first things that I found on their website was Charlie Foster's Student Veteran Engagement Office. As soon as I was accepted to William & Mary, I got an email from Charlie. He reached out and just, said, hey, I'm here and to support you and let me know if you need anything. And that was huge, that personal connection. Someone, not just the school at large saying, welcome to William & Mary. It was like a person saying, I've got you. The value of that can't be overstated.
I did my undergraduate at the College of William & Mary. I was a football player under Coach Jimmy Laycock. I was in the ROTC and I studied government and history. After William & Mary, I commissioned as a second lieutenant and deployed into Europe. And I am an MBA candidate for the class of 2024. Honestly, William & Mary is home. William & Mary has been my dream school since I was a kid. And the first opportunity I saw to come back, I took it and ran with it. The forestry program was an extremely insightful opportunity, and not only for transitioning out of the military, but transitioning into business school. We talked a lot about wellness and mental health and changing the way you think and using your military strengths and using it in your civilian life. We'd go do yoga, we'd kayak in the Lake Matoaka, or we'd go to networking events. That really resonated with me.
We have the opportunity to connect student veterans in a meaningful way with executive partners, with alumni, with long-standing corporate relationships we have, as well as then to make sure that they're aware of different veteran benefits at the federal level, at the state level, with what the Commonwealth offers. But more importantly, we are able to rate all those different nodes of a key network to really be at the beck and call of that student veteran in the center. And by doing that, we think we can really empower them to define what their next chapter of service is going to be.
I have the unenviable task of talking to you at 4:55 when we may be getting the last glimpse of sunshine out there. But as the video and Kay mentioned, Whole of University, I want to thank Kay for taking her Whole of Government Center and making today's event a true Whole of University event. So thank you to Margaret Hu with the law school and Sean Abraham with the business school. We had arts and sciences, we had data here. And then we had all the esteemed panelists from other universities, from business, from corporations, a true whole of society approach. So while all the conversations I heard were like, oh, I'm so scared, or, oh, this is, I don't know if I'm more afraid or more aware, but also inspired for, I love the phrase from the last panel, operational collaboration. And here in the back, we have the talent pipeline. We have the tools here to build that talent pipeline, and as to go from this morning to adapt with agility. And I'll just say as my final takeaway, seatbelts on, shields up, and have a great weekend.
Thank you, Kathleen. A few final words of thanks. We wouldn't be here without the support of many different entities, including the General Assembly, and I am going to ask Rick Dwyer to raise his hand. Whole of Government wouldn't exist without Harumph's support very early on in the process, so as always, we thank you from the bottom of our hearts. There are a number of staff here that made today run, so if you are with the Reeves Center, Washington Center, or Whole of Government, please stand up, and very much to Lydia as well, who kept this all running. I would also like to thank the Brain Trust, the team of incredible women who helped pull this all together. So Margaret, Iria, and Sean, would you please stand so we can recognize you? I got back from maternity leave 2 months ago, so you better believe this would not have happened without those three and the team that was just standing up. Also, of course, we want to thank our incredible student body. Students, one last time. Please, of course, you can look and follow along about what happened today on our social media channels. You can find those on the Whole of Government's website. Please chime in with things that you enjoyed and found inspirational, applications perhaps to your MBA work as well. As we conclude today, we want you to mingle, stick around, take a walk down to Colonial Williamsburg together. Please grab the materials from our partners outside on the tables. And do come visit us again. Come to the law school, the business school, come see data science at the Integrated Science Center. Come to the Hive, where GRI, IIC, and Whole of Government will be until we go to Gates Hall in 2026, and then we better see you there. So with that, thank you for the 4th Annual National Security Conference. We will see you next year.